Within a gloomy old castle lit by dim, flickering candlelight, Ambrose Jenkins cracked open an envelope with his skeletal fingers. The crimson wax seal snapped with a crisp crack, shattering the magical seal bound to the envelope. Inside was a sheet of parchment. The ghostly blue flames in Ambrose's eye sockets flickered as he read. Esteemed Master Ambrose. Your manuscript, on the morphological remodeling of non-humanoid undead creatures, has been reviewed by the editors of Legendary Spellcraft. After careful consideration, we regret to inform you that your paper does not meet the standards for publication in our monthly journal. We recommend submitting it to a magical periodical with less rigorous requirements. Ambrose's fingertips sparked with blue fire, reducing the rejection letter to ash. He glowered. My data's solid. My viewpoint is novel. How is this not up to standard? This is discrimination against liches. It's prejudice against necromancy, that's what it is. Legendary Spellcraft was the highest-level magical journal in the world, jointly founded by the 9 kingdoms and 13 legendary magicians. Submissions were open to all magicians, regardless of race or nationality. Since its founding, the journal had played a role in the advancement of magic all across the continent. Over 20 legendary spells had been developed based on the magical theory introduced in the journal. All spellcasters considered publication in Legendary Spellcraft the highest of honors. In the 9 kingdoms, prospective royal magicians wouldn't even get an interview without at least 3 such papers to their name. As a respected scholar, Ambrose himself had many successful publications to his name. Yet in the last 2 years, his submissions had been rejected thrice in a row. The reason, in his eyes, was obvious. He had recently reincarnated as a lich. And the new editor-in-chief of Legendary Spellcraft was a hardline priest of light who heavily discriminated against the undead. There are plenty of paths to achieve immortality. What's so wrong about becoming a lich? Ambrose muttered, sweeping the ashes of the letter off his desk. A bizarre skeleton crawled over to tidy up the mess. Its upper body resembled a normal human skeleton, but its lower half sprouted 8 spidery bone legs. Its arms were locked at stiff angles that left it clumsy at most tasks, but its sweeping motions were frighteningly fast and precise. It was short, could scuttle up walls and under tables, and had clearly been designed for cleaning. This was Ambrose's own research, non-humanoid remodeling of undead creatures. A spider skeleton janitor was far more useful than the shambling, slow, humanoid type. Of course, such modifications didn't come cheap. The experiments alone had drained what remained of his funds. He was starting to regret lichdom. But the potion of youth had simply been too expensive for him to afford. Prices had skyrocketed ever since the Court of the Silver Moon banned the export of 2 of its key ingredients. Even legendary magicians weren't made of money. The boon Ambrose had received upon his legendary ascension, mimetic soul, allowed him to craft artificial souls out of cheap materials that were good enough to function like the real thing. With a boon like that, not becoming a lich would have been a waste. And so, as the price of a single potion of youth hit an absurd 500,000 gold coins, he decisively chose to pursue lichdom. Damn the elves and the Court of the Silver Moon. Taking advantage of their own longevity to monopolize the market one day, when I'm rich, I swear I'll short potions of youth so hard their entire economy collapses. But for the moment, he had a rejection letter to deal with. As a reclusive legendary scholar, most of his income came from publication fees awarded by Legendary Spellcraft. Now that he'd been rejected 3 times running, his finances were in dire straits. Sure, a lich didn't need food or drink. But undead experiments cost money. Maintaining a castle cost money. Even proper upkeep on his phylactery, everything cost money. If things kept going this way, he'd be so broke he wouldn't even be able to afford to patch his robes. Ambrose tapped his chin gloomily. So, how am I going to make money? He pondered deeply. Regular mages could get hired as consultants for noble households and pull in a fat salary. But as a legend, he all but needed a position in the royal court. Most nobles couldn't afford legendary magicians or legendary liches. But only 2 of the 9 major kingdoms were even willing to accept liches, and both were a long way from Ambrose. As a newly reborn lich and a seasoned legendary scholar, Ambrose painfully understood that the gulf between two legends could sometimes be wider than that between a mortal and a legend. His mastery of necromancy was serviceable, at best. A position was hardly guaranteed, and if he failed, the cost of a transcontinental teleport would ruin him. Damn the Court of the Silver Moon. Those beansprout elves were the ones who driven up teleportation costs in the first place. And leaving home involved more than just travel expenses. One misstep and he could end up in dire straits. Even a washed-up legend was still a legend. Who wouldn't want a legendary Lich servant? Ambrose had toyed with the idea of selling the artificial souls that resulted from his legendary boon, mimetic soul, but his peers all laughed. A real human slave went for a few dozen copper coins, they said, and those were real souls, not fakes. Why would anyone pay 3 times the price for his knockoffs? That stung. He was starting to suspect his legendary boon was a useless trinket. I need to ask around and figure out how liches actually make money, he muttered. He flicked a finger. The necromantic codex flew from the shelf to his desk. A delicate skull relief was set into the cover of this heavy grimoire, which the Elegiac Society had sent him after his reincarnation. It contained the basics every lich needed to know. Its most important entry was a godsend, 100 taboos after reincarnating as a lich. Don't throw open the curtains the moment you wake up. Don't use the basic divine spell illumination for, well, illumination. Don't keep dogs or other pets. These surprisingly practical rules had already saved Ambrose from more than one awkward situation. But they weren't why Ambrose wanted this grimoire at the moment. He flipped to the very back and wrote in the book with a fingertip in a swirl of magical script, "Friends, may your soul fire ever burn bright. I'm a little short on coin. How do liches actually make money these days?" The glowing letters didn't fade. Rather, they shimmered like ripples in a pool. After a moment, a reply appeared. Black Rose, don't you get a lot from publication fees? Becoming a lich should make things cheaper. Undead experiments are the cheapest option. Black Rose was a lich elder in the Elegiac Society, and one of its core members. The society was exceptionally mysterious. Every newly reincarnated lich received a copy of the necromantic codex from its secretive president. Ambrose still didn't know who its president was, nor how the grimoire had been delivered in the first place. Liches were at their most vulnerable during their reincarnation. If the president of the Elegiac Society had wished him ill, Ambrose could easily have become little more than a puppet. There were few members of the Elegiac Society. They kept in touch with each other using their own codices, and everyone used a codename. Ambrose's own codename was Megamantiga. Megamantiga, don't mention it. The new editor at Legendary Spellcraft has rejected my manuscripts 3 times in a row. That racist scumbag has driven me to the brink of bankruptcy. Lady Rose, how do you make money? Any leads? Black Rose, oh, the new editor's a priest of light, isn't he? Little wonder he's starting to discriminate against the undead. I usually just catch a drow or 2 here in the umbral depths. With the spiders they raise, their treasured relics, and even their corpses, they might as well be walking gold mines. Ambrose replied helplessly, Lady Rose, the different races in my kingdom do often fight, but the Alchemist's Council certainly won't permit me to kidnap members of other races en masse as research material. No sooner had he written that than another society member chimed in. Dullahan's crown, Tiga, I urgently need a bottle of living mercury. If you can get me a bottle from the city of alchemists, I'll pay top coin. A solution of living mercury? Ambrose tapped his skull thoughtfully. He'd heard of that potion before. It was a failed product from the Alchemists Guild, if memory served. It was a byproduct of their latest slime cultivation project. The Alchemists' Council had been suffering from a lack of innovation in recent years, and the prideful alchemists were getting more and more restless. In their eyes, no wizard, warlock, nor even deity could compare with their sacred art of reagents and beakers. They were obsessed with the dream that alchemy could create anything. A few centuries ago, some of them had even tried to create an actual god through alchemy. Unfortunately for them, the god of alchemy already existed and was very offended. Such blasphemy was punished by a lesson that the prideful alchemists would never forget. From that day onward, no alchemist could receive divine inspiration through his power. For 2 whole centuries, the great city of alchemists, Alchemia, produced no new potion recipes whatsoever. Things only changed when the head of the Alchemists' Council finally overcame the seal and designed a new potion from sheer human ingenuity alone, saving Alchemia from total collapse. That council leader was a legend. He had shattered a god's curse, revived the city, and even rewrote its laws: no more restrictions on race or nationality, affordable potions for all, and an open-door policy that brought in talent from every corner of the continent. It took decades, but Alchemia rose from the ashes. Ambrose had arrived in Alchemia during that era of Renaissance. It was one of the reasons he dared to undergo his Lich reincarnation there in the first place. But with their legendary leader aging and retreating from public life, the alchemists were back to their old self-destructive habits. This time, their obsession was creating new species, metal slimes, in particular. Without their genius leader, though, every experiment failed spectacularly. The metal slimes they created were nothing but piles of dead ooze, and the result had ultimately been rebranded as living mercury. As a solution, living mercury had the ability to dissolve and break down metals. The potpourri of new species projects all suffered the same fate. All the alchemists' research funds had gone down the drain. Alchemia had burned through mountains of resources and was now bleeding money. As the economy slumped, the court of the Silver Moon struck hard, jacking up the prices of potion ingredients and leaving the city's finances in ever more dire straits. The result? Dozens of potion industries went bankrupt. Even Ambrose, technically an undead, wasn't spared. His investments tanked, and he was deep in a financial crisis. Damn those high elves. Ambrose cursed aloud before replying in his necromantic codex. Megamantiga, you're using that stuff for experiments? I heard the potion was a dud. Those mercury slimes lost all their vitality. Dullahan's crown, I know, but living mercury inherits a slime's ability to dissolve anything. I've got a situation on my hands. I needed to take care of some metal junk. Megamantiga, a secret stash of money, huh? Dullahan's crown, what secret stash? By the goddess of undeath, you'd better not go about spreading rumors. Black Rose, definitely private funds. I still can't believe you got married. And to a bone dragon, no less. Dullahan's crown, you lot know nothing about the joys of marriage. Enough chatter. Tiga, can you get it or not? I'll even pay for the teleportation costs if I have to. Megamantiga, I can try, but it won't be cheap. The Alchemists' Council is desperate to cut costs and raise profits. They've driven up the price of everything, even their failed products. They're probably trying to make up for their losses. Dullahan's crown, 20,000 gold a vial. I'll even pay half up front. A picture slowly took shape across the yellowed page, a delicate vine coiled around a dragon's spine. Known as dragon bone vine, it was a rare magical plant said to grow only on legendary bone dragons that had slumbered for centuries. It was a crucial reagent for many high-grade potions. As the image sharpened, the vine shimmered and lifted off the page, materializing right before Ambrose's eye sockets. The necromantic codex had many strange powers. For one, small objects could be transmitted directly through it. Wow, Ambrose muttered. He really sent it just like that. No wonder the man had married a bone dragon. The dowry alone would have been tempting. With the prices of magical ingredients soaring thanks to those greedy elves, this dragon bone vine alone was worth at least 12,000 gold. The Dullahan secret stash had to be substantial. Damn those high elves. One day, I'll tear down their whole damned court of the Silver Moon. Ambrose cursed under his breath, then turned back to his codex. I'll put in the order right now. You'll have your delivery within 5 days, tops. Snapping his codex shut, Ambrose immediately gathered his mana and conjured a magical raven. For a legendary magician like him, such a trick was child's play. The raven had only one purpose, to carry a letter bearing his shopping list to the city of alchemists. A few days later, a merchant caravan would arrive at his castle, bringing him the bottle of living mercury he'd ordered. Ah, the conveniences of a magician's life. With the letter sent out. Ambrose pulled out a crate full of skeletal remains from his cabinet and prepared to resume his experiments. "Humph, discriminate against necromancers, will you? I'll prove my thesis was perfectly valid." With a sweep of his hand, the neatly assembled skeleton on the table disassembled itself, its bones floating apart until they hung suspended around him. Ambrose fell into deep thought. Skeletons were clumsy simply because human bones were too complex, and death, unfortunately, dealt terrible damage to the soul. Every necromancer went through an awkward period in which their creations moved around like clumsy marionettes. Inferior souls could barely control a skeleton's body. Trying to get one to move around fluidly was like having a goblin pilot a mech suit. It would take years to teach it fine control. Most wild undead spent years slowly training to improve their coordination. But to Ambrose, that was an utter waste of time. A soul was like a computer with limited processing power. If most of that power went into balancing a rickety skeleton body, how could it possibly move smoothly? Why must a skeleton walk like a human anyway? Who decided it had to have legs? Wouldn't 4 wheels be simpler? The bipedal structure was fundamentally flawed. It was something intelligent life had only evolved in order to free up hands for the use of tools. Even human children took a year to totter upright, and another few just to run without falling on their faces. But skeletons weren't alive. Why should they care whether they had 2 legs or 8? An inherently stable structure meant no processing power wasted to maintain balance. All that saved computation could be spent on more precise movements. And if those movements were standardized, broken down into simple, repetitive mechanical actions, the soul could execute them with ease. Ambrose unfurled several scrolls. On them were his designs for new skeletal models, meticulously drawn schematics that were to have been published in legendary spellcraft. They would surely have sparked lively debate among necromancers everywhere. Now, though, he would have to build them himself from scratch. The household skeletons around his castle already handled chores just fine, but if he wanted to impress his peers, he needed something better. Something cheaper to make, yet stronger in battle. A traditional skeleton warrior can only fight with a sword. Ambrose muttered to himself, separating the bones into smaller, modular pieces and slotting them together like clockwork parts. Then he took out a glass jar and fished out a small, translucent orb of light, a synthetic soul. It wasn't just an artificial spirit. Ambrose's artificial souls could be programmed and modified. Their computing power was meager and far too weak to control entire skeletons, but if they only needed to operate a few joints, well, that was perfectly manageable. A few tweaks here and there, and... Ambrose was in the middle of his work when a scream suddenly pierced the air outside the castle. He froze and dropped the bones in his hands. The soul fire that made up his eyes flared and narrowed like contracting human pupils. One of his magic traps had just been triggered. Intruders were forcing their way into his castle.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
All magicians rigged their grounds with traps, lethal or otherwise, to deter thieves. After all, magicians' towers were littered with small objects of enormous value, rare reagents, priceless notes, arcane tomes, and so on. They were the first things that thieves would go after. This scenario, in which one side set traps and the other disarmed them, had been ongoing for millennia. No magician nor thief could escape this fate. Yet the group of intruders didn't look like thieves at all. None of them had even managed to get past the most basic outer warning wards of the castle. Ambrose emerged from the doorway in a full-body robe and found a young couple huddled on the lawn. Their clothes were little more than rags. The young man lay in a pool of blood, with several barbed spikes driven through his thigh. His leg was all but ruined. The girl strained to drag him away but couldn't move him an inch. At the sight of Ambrose, she screamed in pure panic. Ambrose flicked his finger. A sleep spell shot from his hand. The girl's shout trailed off as she instantly slumped into a deep sleep. Ambrose walked slowly to the injured man and asked, "Why did you barge into my manor? Didn't you see the sign warning you of magical traps?" The man trembled. Few mortals could see a lich without being unnerved. Legendary liches naturally had an aura of dread about them. It wasn't quite at the level of a nightmare, but was still much more than ordinary humans could bear. He gritted his teeth through the pain. "I can't read," he managed. "Ambrose. Even if you can't read," Ambrose pressed, "didn't your lord tell you this is Lich territory?" The man was weak from loss of blood, but he forced out a plea with what little strength remained. "Great Lich, take my life and soul if you must, but please spare my sister. We're fleeing for our lives. We had no choice but to break into your manor. We meant no offense. You're runaway slaves. Only fugitives with nothing left to lose would barge into a lich's domain, likely assuming that the horror stories they'd heard were just tall tales meant to frighten and dissuade them from escaping." "No, we're just ordinary folk," the man protested desperately. "Our lord suddenly raised the taxes. Our family had already paid, but he demanded double. We couldn't pay. He threatened to sell my sister to the brothel. Demanded double. Did you offend your lord somehow?" The man shook his head. "It's not just us. They're coming down hard on our whole county, even the neighboring ones nearby. Everyone's being forced to pay more taxes. Those who can't are being enslaved." Ambrose frowned inwardly. The Alchemist's council would never permit such abuse. Could it be on the brink of ruin itself? It made sense. The failed new species projects had likely bled Alchemia dry. The elves of the Court of the Silver Moon were gouging the market for potion ingredients, hiking prices and worsening the city's shortfall. With daily orders unfilled and reparations piling up, the council had probably resorted to desperate measures. The alchemists, in a fit of panic, must have announced sweeping tax hikes to try to cover their losses. And local lords, eager to mimic the council, had naturally pushed the burden onto the commoners. "Are there many of you fleeing?" Ambrose asked. "Lots. I know of dozens." The man began, then went limp. The blood loss had finally caught up to him. Left unattended, he would die, providing Ambrose with a convenient source of fresh materials for his experiments. But as Ambrose thought of the mass exodus, a new plan flickered through his mind. Magic flared from his fingertips. A healing spell washed over the man. The barbs were expelled from his thigh and new flesh closed over the wound. With his lost blood replenished, the man slowly regained his strength. Moments later, he came to once more. Seeing the wound sealed, he fell to his knees before Ambrose. "Thank you, Master Lich." Ambrose's laugh was a dry rattle. "If you're saying, thank you, to a lich, that must mean your head hasn't quite cleared yet. Do you think I'll just let you go? You trespassed on lich territory. Be prepared to leave your souls and corpses behind." "No, my lord, please dash," the man cried out, kneeling and pleading for his life. Ambrose sighed, clearly losing patience, and flicked his fingers. A silent spell cut the man's words off mid-sob. "Don't panic," Ambrose said evenly. "I'll give you a chance to live. You'll just have to help me with a little task." He snapped his fingers. Two strange skeletal creatures emerged from the shadows. They were made of bones, but definitely not human ones. They looked vaguely like skeletal hounds, except that they had three-fingered arms jutting out from where their skulls should be. What sort of creature left that skeleton behind was anyone's guess. The two bonehounds gently lifted the sleeping girl onto their backs and followed behind Ambrose. The man stared at the lich's retreating figure and that of his own sister before forcing himself to follow. He didn't dare resist. One wrong move and he'd be another corpse on the slab. Still, the lich had healed him. Perhaps he wasn't entirely unreasonable. Maybe, just maybe, there was a chance to survive this. Clinging to that fragile hope, the man followed Ambrose into his castle. The lich led them straight into his laboratory and gestured curtly. "Stand over there. Don't speak unless I ask you a question." With that, he turned away and resumed his work. Ambrose took out a crystal sphere and suspended it high above the worktable. It was a memory crystal, a common magical device that could record both sight and sound. When he activated it, the sphere began to glow softly. Skeletal Reconstruction Experiment Number 176, Ambrose announced. For centuries, necromancers have defaulted to humanoid skeletons, 206 bones forming a bipedal frame. But without muscles or tendons, every bone must be held together purely by soul energy. Even a single toe has 2 joints. For a skeleton to walk upright, its soul must constantly perform real-time calculations to maintain biaxial balance. Frankly, I consider that an unnecessary waste of computing power. The memory crystal shimmered brighter, recording every movement as Ambrose began assembling bones piece by piece. Ambrose worked to assemble his new skeletal model in quiet concentration. The male refugee watched in frozen horror as human bones took shape beneath the Lich's hands into forms that made his skin crawl. Dizzy and nauseated, he forced himself to stay put, too afraid of becoming the Lich's next set of spare parts if he were to run. Ambrose steadily aligned bone to joint as he lectured in that cool, calm voice of his. All skeletal control, including locomotion, is localized in the soul, he said. 206 bones, hundreds of joints. It's a massive burden, yet one that has remained standard since the dawn of the art. No necromancer has bothered to measure the strength of a soul precisely. Our only notion of their performance is in terms of 3 broad and vague designations: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. In alchemy, potion formulas are measured to the milligram. Yet necromancy can't even measure the single most important variable of the art, spiritual strength. To me, that's intolerably lazy. Admittedly, spiritual strength fluctuates, so measuring it is difficult. But that's no excuse. Since I have the ability to fabricate artificial souls with no emotional residue, I was able to establish my own standard after a series of experiments. I've termed the unit of spiritual measurement a thom, and will describe the detailed procedure I used for measuring spiritual strength in a manuscript. As long as the editor-in-chief of Legendary Spellcraft doesn't reject my submission, that is. Back on topic, for today's experiment, we'll use a low-grade soul as an example. A low-grade soul capable of supporting a full skeletal frame measures roughly 80 to 130 thoms, with a peak rarely exceeding 150. Spread across 206 bones, you end up with a clumsy, slow, and brittle undead. And just as tools like pliers and differential gears optimize structure for power or speed, so too can structural optimization transform an undead's performance. Reduce the bone count to 20 and you achieve a smaller frame that is far stronger, faster, and tougher. By my calculations, the combat effectiveness of such undead will increase by at least 5-fold. As Ambrose snapped the skeleton's skull into place, it sat upright on the workbench. Its base consisted of 3 insectal jointed legs. Its torso was only a third of a spine. A skull with its jaw removed formed its head, and 2 stout femurs had been repurposed into arms. Ambrose fitted 2 metal blades into those arm sockets. A little, mantis-like skeleton sat before him. He set it on the floor. The creature darted with astonishing speed, faster than even that of a cat. I named this form Jacques Type 1, Ambrose announced. Now for field testing. He waved at the pale, trembling man. What's your name? The man stuttered, terror making him tremble. Raoul. All right, Raoul. You'll set out with this Jacques Type 1, bring me back 10 of the fleeing refugees, and I'll ensure that your sister survives. What? Raoul hadn't expected this. Just what did the Lich want with refugees? He glanced around the lab, at the piles of bones stacked all over, and came to a belated understanding. His voice was hoarse. I will carry out your order, Master Lich. Ambrose nodded with approval and pressed a jewel-inlaid bone into Raoul's hand. Direct voice commands will do. Jacques Type 1 is simple to control, use red to attack, green to have it follow you, and black to halt. The rest, you'll have to improvise. Staring at the 3 gems set into the bone, Raoul couldn't help but be struck by a tempting notion. If he were to press the red jewel now and give an attack command. The thought flickered in Raoul's head for merely a heartbeat before it vanished. Ambrose wasn't an idiot. There was no way the Lich would hand over a weapon capable of killing him. Though Raoul hadn't understood most of the Lich's technical rambling, his casual tone was obvious. To Ambrose, that strange monstrosity was probably just a toy. He looked at his still half-unconscious sister and bit his lip. He pressed the green gem. The mantis-like skeleton that had been skittering around instantly obediently fell into step behind him. Just as Raoul left the castle, the girl's eyes fluttered open. She mouthed a scream as soon as she saw Ambrose's skull, only to clap a hand over her mouth before any sound could come out. Ambrose glanced at her and said offhand, "Your brother Raoul is doing me a favor. I told him to fetch me 10 people if he wants me to release you. By the way, if you're just ordinary folk, what's your trade?" Free folk were generally tradespeople. Most of the land belonged to lords, and only slaves or tenant farmers worked the lord's fields. Everyone else had to earn a living some other way. The girl took a long moment to steady herself. She refused to believe her brother would serve a Lich willingly. He had to have been forced. She even suspected Ambrose had killed him and was already using him as research material. But she could hardly mount any resistance at the moment. All she could do was try not to provoke him and hope for a chance to escape. "I'm an apprentice alchemist," she said cautiously. "An apprentice alchemist?" Ambrose sounded mildly surprised. That was an uncommon profession indeed. Even though this castle fell within Alchemia's territory, alchemists were rare and held in high regard. Alchemy demanded both talent for spellcasting and a clever mind able to memorize and understand complex potion formulas. Different ingredients contained different magical elements. Even specimens of the same species could vary in magical content depending on how and where they were grown. Alchemists had to learn to tell all those differences apart. Ambrose wasn't a professional alchemist. Many high-tier potions he could only buy. He wasn't able to brew them himself reliably. Even when he knew a formula, his own attempts usually produced low yield and wasted far too much material. He hadn't expected the girl to be an apprentice. What a find. No, that can't be. If you're an apprentice, how could your lord attempt to sell you off as a slave? Who is your master? Ambrose demanded. In Alchemia, alchemists enjoyed high social status. Even as an apprentice, the girl would have been able to get her master to intervene and sort out her petty lord's extra taxes. The girl fell silent for a moment. "My master went to the court of the Silver Moon 2 months ago to buy ingredients and never came back. People who return from the court say she may have had an accident." Without her master's protection, a mere apprentice couldn't stand up to a greedy lord. Indeed, he may have set his sights on her for precisely that reason. An apprentice alchemist would fetch a handsome price as a slave. Ambrose spat out a curse. Those beansprouts again. Why are they everywhere? He was growing more and more displeased with the high elves by the moment. Turning to the nervous girl, Ambrose asked, "Can you brew a calming draught?" A calming draught was a low-level potion that could be drunk or spritzed like perfume. It could soothe the mind and blunt incipient rage. It had consistent widespread demand because many tasks required a steady temperament. The girl didn't know why Ambrose was suddenly asking about calming draughts, but she nodded. "I've learned how to brew it." Ambrose pointed to a cabinet on the right-hand wall. "Good. Get to it, then. You'll find all the ingredients inside. I need at least 12 bottles." Night had fallen. Raoul trudged along the wilderness road with the warped skeleton at his side. Ambrose's castle stood far from town, and there wasn't even any starlight that night. Raoul could only rely on the eerie green flames burning in the skeleton's skull to light his way. He walked slowly not just because of the darkness, but also his own hesitation. He didn't want to help a Lich capture living people as test subjects, and especially not the townsfolk fleeing from ruin. The Lord's sudden tax hike had already destroyed their lives. Raoul himself was one of those refugees. How could he harm others in the same plight? But if he didn't, what would become of his sister, Isabel? Just as he wrestled with that thought, he sensed the sound of hooves and flickering torchlight before him. Raoul immediately ducked into a roadside brush. This had to be the Lord's patrol. Sure enough, there was a knight in soft leather armor at the front of the party followed by a few armed retainers. There were 10 people in all, with hunting dogs in tow. Raoul lay flat in the grass, hardly daring to breathe. 1 knight and 9 men, and the knight had a horse. Even without heavy armor, that was far more than a refugee like him could handle. He could only pray the dogs wouldn't catch his scent. There were plenty of smells out here in the wilderness. Maybe that would throw them off. But Raoul had no such luck. The hounds veered off the road and headed straight toward his hiding spot, their throats rumbling with low, ominous growls. Raoul knew those beasts too well. That sound meant that they'd found him. Soon they'd be on him. Unarmed, he would be caught or killed before he could even run. Well, he wasn't really unarmed, was he? Raoul tightened his grip on the bone studded with gems and pressed the attack gem when the dogs were 10 paces away. 2 green flares blinked to life in the darkness. The hounds halted at once, their hackles rising. Before their handlers could even shout, the glowing figure lunged forward. The small, malformed skeleton, like a demon carved of bone, moved with terrifying speed. Under the flickering torchlight, Raoul saw the skeleton pounce on a hound and tear it open with the twin sickles that jutted from its arms. The handler barely had time to gasp before the skeleton came for him next, almost as fast as his own dogs. He dodged aside, but the skeleton was smarter than a beast. Once it missed, it veered instantly toward another target. The torchlight was insufficient to keep up with its movements. Screams broke out. Its sickle blade sliced upward from legs to chest, cutting through thin cloth and soft flesh as if it were nothing. For all its size, it possessed monstrous strength. A single stab could drive clean through a man's ribs. And it was even cunning. It never lingered, it struck, killed, and moved on. Those it caught would feel it climbing up their bodies, digging in its blades like ice picks. That simple motion, repeated again and again, was devastating. The moment someone stumbled, it went straight for that victim's throat. The mounted knight tried to intervene, but his sword couldn't even reach the skeleton. Before he could dismount, 3 of his men were already dead. Their dropped torches hissed out, and the darkness grew thicker still. 2 points of green fire gleamed in the dark like the gaze of death himself. The knight lost his nerve. He spurred his horse and fled. But the killing didn't stop. A horse could outrun the skeleton, but men on foot could not. Humans stumbled blindly in the dark, skeletons didn't. The soul fire in its skull didn't need light to see. Within moments, the screams faded. The hunting party had been massacred. Raoul rose shakily from the grass, staring at the corpses strewn across the road, his hands trembling. Its task now complete, the malformed skeleton returned to him with slow, steady steps. Raoul flinched back in fear and almost fell over. The creature's bones were slick with blood. Raoul shuddered from head to toe. If even one undead was this powerful, how terrifying must the Lich who made it be? What had he gotten himself into? Regret tore at him. He should never have climbed that cursed fence. Isabel had told him not to, but he hadn't listened. It was too late now. If he wanted his sister to live, he had to follow the Lich's orders. Still, he glanced down at the corpses. The Lich had said he needed bodies for experiments. These lackeys of the Lord would do nicely. There would be no need to hunt down refugees, after all. But there were only 6 dead before him. He would need some more. Raoul looked at the blood-drenched skeleton and whispered through clenched teeth, "Wait for me, Isabel. I'll come back for you. I swear it." Inside the castle, Isabel stood before a workbench as she carefully brewed a batch of potions. Ambrose watched her for a while, noting with relief that she truly was a trained apprentice. She wasn't wasting his ingredients or blowing anything up. Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the recording he'd just received. The controller Raoul carried didn't just issue commands. It also functioned as a memory crystal, transmitting everything it saw directly to Ambrose's lab. This was a real combat trial, and a successful one at that. The malformed skeleton was clearly stronger in combat than an ordinary one. True, luck had played a role, humans lacked night vision, and the knight had bolted instead of trying to crush the skeleton with his horse. Still, a win was a win. Field test complete, Ambrose narrated into the crystal. Simplifying the skeleton's bone structure drastically reduces its spiritual energy consumption while improving its combat efficiency. The reduced number of joints provides more stable performance. This model lacks the growth potential of standard skeletons, without any chance of evolving into a skeletal knight or anything of the sort, but evolution among undead is a rare miracle anyway. The key here is affordability. You've all seen the results. A mere low-grade soul and half the usual material cost produced a far stronger fighter. In today's inflated market for magical components, these malformed skeletons could open up a vast new frontier. Ambrose finished the recording, opened the necromantic codex, and uploaded the footage to the chat group at its very back. Megamantiga, custom orders available. Discounts for bulk purchases. Necromantic lords were particularly interested in undead troops. All the members of the Elegiac Society were at least legends. Certain ones, like the Dullahan, newly betrothed to a bone dragon, were legends among legends. Advertising to them was certainly the right move. Yet the first reply came not from the notoriously extravagant Dullahan, but rather from Black Rose. Black Rose, ingenious design. I'm now convinced your rejection from legendary spellcraft really was due to bias. So she had only been politely humoring him before. Black Rose, but customizing low-tier skeletons seems pointless. The teleportation fee alone would exceed their cost. Good, a critic. Critics were potential customers. Ambrose quickly replied. Megamantiga, skeletons are all about quantity, after all. If you're thinking of a bulk order, Lady Rose, we can arrange for a convenient delivery site. Black Rose, what about advanced undead? I happen to need several enhanced death knights. Megamantiga, since it's you, Lady Rose, I'll be honest. After legendary spellcraft. Turn down my paper, I've run short on materials. I haven't yet tested high-level undead modification. The failure rate is high and the material cost is exorbitant. It'd cost at least 300,000 gold. Frankly, it's not good value for money. The members of the Elegiac Society were all formidable powers within the undead world. Ambrose wanted steady business rather than a one-time ripoff, so he had no intention of hiding the risks involved. Black Rose, price isn't an issue. Low-tier skeletons are useless to me. I need high-level undead either death knights or something that can break through the gates of the imperial capital of Lion head-on. Ambrose froze. The Lion Empire was the mightiest of the 9 human kingdoms, home to hundreds of cities and hundreds of millions of people. 17 centuries ago, the Paladin Arthur Lion had overthrown the tyrannical Dragon King and founded the empire. He then succeeded in the feat of driving every dragon from the continent. The capital itself was built atop the Dragon King's corpse. It was a kingdom founded on the basis of valor and strength. Over the past millennium, the capital had been fortified by layer upon layer of enchantments. The Dragon King's remains had been reforged into powerful draconic armaments. After centuries of additional enchantments, even an ordinary human wielding one such armament could rival a legendary dragon in might. It was said that only the blood of Arthur Lion himself could unleash the full strength of these armaments, transforming them into a force capable of reshaping the continent. And even without such relics, the Empire's court magi and Lionheart paladins were more than enough to annihilate any foe. All in all, to breach Lion's capital would be suicide. It would take at least 30 legendary magicians working together to cast a spell beyond their rank to destroy that city. What in the world was Black Rose planning? After a moment's thought, Ambrose replied with a single line. If it's the Lion Empire you're after, I'll have to charge extra. Whatever her goal, he was broke. If Black Rose could fund him, he'd pour his entire unholy soul into research. It wasn't like he was being asked to destroy the whole city, but merely to break open the gates. Every defense had its flaw. If he could find it and exploit it, the gates would fall even if only for a few seconds before the self-repair enchantments kicked in. As for what Black Rose could achieve in those few seconds, that wasn't his concern. Ambrose doubted she was simply courting death. All he had to do was focus on the task she was paying him for. And if the Lion Empire took issue with his involvement, well, Alchemia was leagues away. No one blamed arms dealers for selling to both sides. In the worst case, he'd offer the Empire a discount on anti-undead weaponry later. Black Rose, money's no issue. I'll wire 30,000 gold as a deposit and send you intelligence on the Imperial capital. Draft me a blueprint first. As expected, she was well prepared. How she'd obtained intelligence on the capital was anyone's guess, but she was clearly a figure of no small importance. Megamentiga, an honor to serve you, Lady Rose. You'll have the preliminary design within 3 months. 3 months actually wasn't much time. High-tier undead required rare materials and intricate structural planning. You couldn't just tweak a skeleton's proportions and call it a day. The problem was magic. Advanced undead, like Ambrose himself, wielded potent spellcraft. A high-level design meant reworking the magical core, the spirit lattice, and the entire soul-binding array from scratch. It was delicate, precise, and time-consuming. Still, a big client was a big client. Ambrose decided to pull a few all-nighters to get a preliminary design ready. Good thing I'm past the need for food, sleep, or bathroom breaks. Thanking his foresight, Ambrose unrolled a stack of parchment and began his calculations. Not far away, Isabel had just finished brewing the calming drafts. But she didn't dare stop working. What if the Lich commanded her to do something else? Pretending to stay busy, she furtively glanced around and looked for a chance to escape. The laboratory door stood right there. Perhaps she could make a dash for it while Ambrose was distracted? No, that was impossible. The castle was surely riddled with magical traps. The moment she touched the door, she might turn to stone. There were still plenty of ingredients in the cabinet. Maybe she could concoct a few potions to fight him instead. No chance. She was only an apprentice alchemist, far from capable of crafting something to harm a lich. Even her master wouldn't be able to. As panic knotted her thoughts, Ambrose spoke without looking up, "Drink one yourself if you're not in a good state of mind. These materials are expensive, and you can't afford to pay for any you waste." Isabel jumped, heart pounding. For an instant, she thought he'd read her mind. Too frightened to pretend to work any longer, she obeyed and sipped from one of the bottles. The potion was faintly bitter but not unpleasant. Within moments, her racing pulse eased and her trembling stilled. Calm settled over her like a blanket, followed by clarity. She looked at the empty vial in her hand. There had been 12 doses. Now, 1 was gone. 11 remained. Who were they for? Could her brother truly be capturing people for this Lich's experiments? No, it made no sense. Why would test subjects need tranquilizers? Wouldn't he just kill them? Unless, this Lich didn't intend to kill anyone. Isabel lifted her gaze toward Ambrose, confusion flickering in her eyes. Could she really have encountered a benevolent Lich? A benevolent Lich was the sort of thing that only ever showed up in stories, and usually only in the stories people made up just to balance out how many evil Liches there were in the world. By nature, Liches were destined to be rejected by human society. 7 out of 10 humans openly discriminated against them. That said, the opposite was true. Liches viewed themselves as superior to humans. No matter how much humanity a Lich retained, the undead transformation inevitably seeped into the senses and thoughts. Sooner or later, a Lich would lose all trace of human perspective. What remained was something entirely other. For immortal Liches who wielded overwhelming magical power, humans really did seem like inferior beings. Of course, most Liches were equal opportunity bigots. They looked down on all living races equally, and even other lesser undead as well. To them, skeletal servants were mere tools barely better than humans. Only those with true intellect or comparable power could earn a Lich's respect. Devoid of mortal desires, Liches tended toward absolute rationality, save for a few powerful emotions left over from their bittersweet memories of life. And more bitter than sweet, at that. It was therefore little wonder that most Liches were calm and logical 90% of the time, but could grow completely unhinged at certain moments. Ambrose hadn't been a Lich for long. A little more of his humanity clung to him, and his strongest remaining emotion was his hatred of poverty. Not greed for gold, no. It was a sheer, bone-deep hatred of being poor. It was poverty that forced him to become a lich in the first place, and poverty that had kept him from buying the life-prolonging treatments he needed. He despised that feeling of knowing salvation was for sale, but still being too broke to afford it. What he wanted wasn't piles of gold. Rather, it was the freedom to buy whatever he fancied, whenever he wanted, without having to count his coins. That was why Ambrose had agreed to Black Rose's request the moment she paid up front, no matter how ludicrous it seemed. Extra pay, not lacking funds, and an advance deposit. Those words were like holy chants against Ambrose, with the ability to shake his very soul. Isabel, of course, knew none of this. She could only hope that maybe, just maybe, the fairy tales weren't lying about benevolent liches. Ambrose could sense her shifting emotions, but he didn't care. He was already in professional mode as he pored over the information Black Rose had sent him. Something immediately felt off. Not because the data was lacking. Quite the opposite, it was too detailed, far too much so for second-hand intelligence. This wasn't something gathered from rumors or spies. It read like the work of a high-ranking insider within the Lion Empire. The documents listed over 300 defensive spells, complete with precise locations, coverage ranges, and even the names of personnel maintaining the wards. If this intel was genuine, he could sell it to the Empire's enemies and easily make 1,000,000 gold. How generous, Ambrose murmured appreciatively. Still, he had no intention of betraying Black Rose. If he did, he'd almost certainly be silenced first. And besides, the Lion Empire would surely assume that he had duplicated the information as a safety precaution. To be fair, he absolutely would. Maybe someday he could sell it to the Highland Dwarves of Thunderhold. They hated the Lion Empire. As he studied the diagrams of magical arrays, his eyes lit up. There were formations here that he'd never even imagined were possible. So defense formations can do that, he muttered, impressed. Once he saved up enough gold, he was definitely upgrading every trap in his castle. Lost in fascination, Ambrose didn't even notice dawn creeping up until a carriage rolled up to the castle gates. He nudged the dozing Isabel. "Your brother's back." She shot upright in alarm. After drinking the calming draught the night before, her tension had faded. After staying up until the middle of the night, she'd fallen asleep at the table. Falling asleep in front of a lich. Isabel was still amazed that she'd managed such a feat. Now wide awake, Isabel blurted out, "Master Lich, may I see Raoul?" "Of course. That's why I woke you up." "Wait, hold on. What's this?" Ambrose flicked his fingers. A ripple of light unfolded from his hand, projecting an image of the castle gates. Raoul looked exhausted, but he was still unloading something from the carriage, something heavy and, dripping. A corpse. Isabel gasped, clapping her hands over her mouth. The carriage was filled with bodies, their throats slit, chests torn open, faces twisted in death. Raoul's expression was dull as he hauled in the corpses one by one. He seemed to already have gone numb. "Raoul!" Isabel whispered in horror. Her mind couldn't process what was going on. How could her brother have done this? Ambrose was just as stunned. With a quick teleportation spell, he appeared beside the siblings at the gate. Raoul froze mid-motion, then spoke quickly, desperate, "I brought the bodies back. 12 in total, more than you asked for. Please, release my sister like you promised." Tears welled up in Isabel's eyes. Only now did she realize that he had killed for her. 12 lives, just to buy her a chance to live. She knew he had done it all for her, but glancing at the corpses, Isabel couldn't utter any words of thanks. Trembling, Raoul clutched the gem-inlaid bone. If Ambrose broke his word, he was ready to sick the skeletal monstrosity on him. It was a hopeless plan, but he'd die fighting. Then Ambrose said something neither of them expected. "Why did you bring me corpses? I wanted living people, not a wagon full of bodies." "Raoul, I said to bring the refugees to live in my domain, not as lab materials." Raoul blinked. "What?" His mouth fell open. The controller slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Ambrose sighed. "What exactly did you think I asked for?" "I was very clear that I wanted the refugees brought here." I even had your sister brew calming drafts for them so they wouldn't panic. But you gave me this skeleton guard. Raoul stammered. Well, obviously, Ambrose said. Without that skeleton guard, you'd have been captured by the Lord's men before you even left the border. How else were you going to rescue anyone by talking to the guards? Raoul gaped. He couldn't say a word. Ambrose went on. You trespassed into my territory. I forgave you, healed you, even gave you strength to save your people, and somehow you think I'm a monster who slaughters humans? You never even asked for clarification, because deep down, you didn't want to. You humans, prejudice is your original sin to bear. Raoul's mind reeled. Come to think of it, the Lich had never once harmed anyone nor ordered him to kill. Could it really be that, all this had been his misunderstanding? Had his own bias caused this tragedy? He turned to Isabel helplessly. Is that true? Isabel hesitated, sensing that something was off but not able to deny it. Master Lich did have me brew calming drafts, for living people, she admitted. The undead certainly didn't need them. Master Lich, Raoul asked weakly, you really mean to let us refugees stay here? In your lands? Ambrose nodded. Of course. As long as you pay your taxes. Normally, no undead would ever accept living humans into their domain. To most undead, humans were either food or test subjects, usually both. Among all undead creatures, only the eccentric vampires had a penchant for falling in love with their meals. Naturally, this made them rather unpopular with the rest of the undead. After all, it was hard to accept those who wanted to marry their dinner. I respect your tastes, my friend, but please, stay several graveyards away from me, was usually how it went. And as for the mortals who fell for vampires, they would either become vampires themselves, or be burned at the stake as a supposed vampire, by other humans. On this continent, interspecies romance almost never ended well. And if even true love went that badly, how would ordinary power dynamics fare? Most such relationships ended with liches enslaving humans, or necromancers binding liches with soul pacts. Ambrose, however, had no such intentions. Ever since he pioneered the field of engineered skeletons, his need for human bones had plummeted. His mimetic soul likewise completely replaced the uncontrollable nature of real human souls. He didn't have to raise humans like lab rats. What he really needed was money. Normally, no sane human would ever swear fealty to a lich. But Alchemia was in the grip of its worst economic crisis in a century. A massive wave of free folk had fled their lord's territories after another brutal round of tax hikes. Ambrose saw his chance and decided to collect a few humans of his own. Taxes, after all, paid far better than business. Even the poorest noble of Alchemia was richer than Ambrose. Behind his castle were vast, fertile fields enough to feed 3,000 to 5,000 people, once properly cultivated. The land had been part of a one-off deal with the Alchemist's council. He would hand over 2 potion formulas in exchange for permanent ownership and tax exemption over the land, but with a catch: it could neither be inherited nor gifted. If, say, some paladin were to smash Ambrose's phylactery apart, the land would automatically be reclaimed by the council. Still, the tax-free clause alone saved him a fortune. Other lords taxed their people at 80%. Ambrose could afford to ask for only 60%. Rules were made to be taken advantage of, after all. If anything were to blame, it was the economic crisis. Only under such circumstances would free folk even be willing to accept a lich as their liege. After being interrogated by Ambrose, Raoul finally realized that he had found a more benevolent lord than any he had ever known. Only 60% of their revenue would be taxed. What a bargain! If word of this spread, tens of thousands of free folk would rush to his lands, and the other human lords would probably band together to launch a holy crusade against this merciful lich. In Raoul's imagination, Ambrose sat at a negotiating table, his tone grave as he told the assembled nobles, "Humans, please, treat your fellow humans with kindness." Moved by this vision of compassion, Raoul felt a surge of guilt. He had misjudged Ambrose. He vowed to make amends by helping the Lich recruit even more refugees. Isabel, however, couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that she and her brother had walked straight into one of the Lich's carefully laid traps. But, that didn't quite make sense either. Their intrusion into the Lich's domain had been a pure accident. Even the most cunning Lich wouldn't waste divination magic on two nobodies. Besides, she couldn't fathom a broke Lich. Why rob peasants when you could simply rob lords? It wasn't unheard of. There had once been a Lich who despised humanity so deeply that he unleashed an enhanced poison cloud spell, wiping out millions with a plague. The undead attacking humans was to be expected. A Lich that didn't attack humans was far more suspicious. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Surely Ambrose was hiding something. But an alchemy apprentice like her was hardly in a position to find out. A day later, Raoul returned, this time with 10 living, breathing people. The moment they saw Ambrose, their legs turned to jelly. Several turned and bolted. Fortunately, Raoul was able to control the aberrant skeleton to block their escape in time. The captives cursed him for being a Lich's lackey. Some sobbed, pleading for mercy for the sake of their elderly mothers or their children. That was when Ambrose's foresight paid off. He handed them calming drafts. The panicked wailing quickly faded into an uneasy silence. Calm minds were easier to reason with. And once Raoul dropped the bombshell about the 60% tax rate, their hearts began to waver. Only 60%. Was this Lich actually an angel in disguise? Before the tax hikes, they'd already been tithing 80% of their revenue. Now, it was 90%, and 2 years of taxes would be collected in advance. Little wonder they'd fled. But fleeing meant abandoning everything. Their land, homes, and tools were all confiscated by their lords. There hadn't really been a choice between slavery and destitution. Even those with useful trades couldn't escape the fate of starvation. The tax crisis affected every fief controlled by the Alchemist's council. There was nowhere left to run. Now, however, they suddenly had a new option. Pledging allegiance to a Lich would have been unthinkable days ago. It would have been a betrayal of their very species. But now, with their survival on the balance, who cared about pride? At least the Lich would feed his people. After Ambrose's assurances and a quick tour of the castle grounds, the refugees agreed to settle and become his subjects. Ambrose knew he'd won half the battle already. These 10 would soon spread word of the benevolent Master Lich, drawing more and more free folk to his lands. He appointed Isabel as head maid and arranged temporary lodging for the newcomers in the castle. For now, his necromantic experiments would have to wait. He needed to make a supply run to Alchemia. After all, the refugees couldn't live in his castle forever. They needed materials to build homes, tools to till the fields, and animals to raise. Unfortunately, most of them had fled with nothing but a dagger and a few coins. They couldn't exactly pack their houses on their backs. In other words, they were completely broke, and everything they needed would have to come from Ambrose. Of course, not for free. It would all be rented. Tools, seeds, livestock, all of it could be leased. Rates depended entirely on the lord's temperament. Benevolent lords charged low interest to attract new settlers. Cruel lords squeezed every last coin until their tenants sold their children and fell into slavery. There was no right or wrong in this world, only profit and power. Even kind lords sometimes ended up slaughtered by their own peasants, while tyrants could live to a ripe old age. This was a world where power was law. Ambrose had a long list of purchases to make. None were particularly expensive on their own, but together, it would be a logistical nightmare. Having it all teleported to him would cost a fortune in fees. It was better to go in person, place orders directly, and rent a carriage for transport. Still, traveling to Alchemia meant he needed a new look. Strolling in as a Lich was asking for trouble. Standing before a massive mirror, Ambrose raised a hand and murmured a spell. His body shimmered, flesh reknitting before his eyes. In moments, the terrifying Lich was gone and replaced by a handsome young man with black hair and dark eyes. That was how he had looked before his transmigration. Ambrose had lived 3 completely different lives. In his first, he had been a science student with a meaningless diploma. He had been lost, aimless, and perfectly content to bury every trace of ambition beneath layers of cheap entertainment. When death finally came for him, not a single frame of the reel of his life was worth remembering. Then, he found himself thrown into another world, one chaotic and dangerous, but exhilarating beyond measure. Young and brash, he was convinced he was the chosen one. 3 years to make it to the rank of legend, then 10 to godhood. How hard could it be? He'd started out as an adventurer, dreaming of glory, until reality smacked him in the face. Even as a so-called legendary magician, he was, frankly, a fraud. They say that a man grows up the moment he realizes he's not the center of the world. Ambrose was no exception. As he grew old and gray, still a broke legend, unable to afford even a single vial of a potion of youth, he finally understood the truth. He was nothing more than a slightly luckier speck among countless others. Being a transmigrator didn't make him any special. So what if he was a legendary magician? He was still poor. In fact, he might as well stop being human altogether. And thus, Ambrose became a lich. Honestly, it wasn't so bad. Without a heartbeat, and with a half-functional brain, Ambrose stared absently at his reflection in the mirror. Then, he slipped out of his dark, death-tinged robes into something more casual as he prepared to head into town for supplies. Passing another of his laboratories, he noticed Isabel hard at work brewing a potion. This was basilisk oil, a potion that could undo petrification. Mixed with a few cheap additives, it made for a fine rock-softening agent that was perfect for reclaiming wasteland. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to brew, especially for an apprentice. Ambrose paused, watching her work. After a moment, he couldn't resist giving her a few pointers. Reasonable technique, but your flame's too cool. The flask sitting too low. Without enough heat, the reaction won't proceed to completion. You'll lose potency and waste your ingredients. The hottest part of a flame is on the outside. Didn't your master ever mention that? Isabel jumped and spun around, startled to see a dark-haired boy she didn't recognize standing in the doorway. You. She began, about to ask if he was one of the newly hired freemen. Then, her eyes lit up. You know alchemy. What did you say about the flame? My master's lab used fixed burners and calibrated setups. I've never seen one you could adjust manually. Ambrose chuckled dryly. Oldest trick in the book, masters afraid to teach their apprentices too much. Many alchemists guarded their trade secrets more fiercely than their lives, and their laboratories reflected that. They had pre-built apparatuses at fixed heights, with fixed flame temperatures, and fixed feedstock rates. As a result, their apprentices basically couldn't mess up. They were almost always able to brew whatever potion the apparatus had been set up for, but only that. And the less they failed, the less they learned. It was just like the factory jobs Ambrose remembered from his first life, repetitive, mindless work that taught you nothing of real craft. Take the machines away, and most apprentices couldn't brew even the simplest of potions. The fact that Isabel could produce a basic calming draft outside her teacher's lab already meant that she was one of the better apprentices. Alchemy, Ambrose said, stepping closer, isn't about following recipes. Temperature, humidity, airflow, everything matters. Every step of the procedure serves to prevent or enhance a reaction. If you don't understand how all this works, you'll stay an apprentice forever. He adjusted the height of her flask, shifted a few ingredients around, and in a few deft, fluid motions, produced a perfect vial of basilisk oil. Isabel stared wide-eyed as he worked. His hands were steady and his movements confident, every gesture flowing gracefully. The boy looked younger than her, yet his grasp of alchemy was leagues beyond hers. Even his explanations were clearer and more elegant than her master's lectures. She turned around to set the fresh vial of potion aside. She wanted to ask his name and maybe get a few more pointers, but by the time she turned back, he was gone. For a moment, Isabel just stood there, her scalp prickling. This Lich's castle wasn't haunted, was it? Her imagination kicked in immediately. The boy had to be a genius apprentice who died here, still bound by his obsession, appearing whenever someone dared to use his laboratory. The more she thought about it, the colder her back felt. This castle really did have a terrifying atmosphere. She prayed that the Lich meant what he'd said about being able to move out and build homes elsewhere once they cleared the land. Meanwhile, in his human guise, Ambrose stepped out of the castle gates, muttered an incantation of flight, and soared into the open sky. Half an hour later, after gliding over some 50 kilometers of rolling plains, he finally saw his destination before him, the city of alchemists, Alchemia. The city rose proudly from the plain, its vast walls studded with arcane metals and etched with tens of thousands of alchemical runes. Legend said the entire city was one colossal alchemical construct capable, in theory, of transforming into a titanic golem should the need arise. Yeah, right, Ambrose thought. If this thing ever stood up, half the citizens would die before the enemy even showed up. Still, the runes pulsed with undeniable power. Before the economic crash, Alchemia had been the wealthiest city on the continent. There were 7 enormous alchemy towers that stood in a neat line, each built from gemstones of different colors. They dazzled in a hideously discordant fashion under the sunlight. They varied in height, color, and even architectural style, yet all shared the same warped, grotesque aesthetic. Ambrose wasn't much of an art critic, but even he had to admit that these towers were ugly. No, they were spectacularly ugly. He wasn't alone in that opinion. Alchemia had won the ugliest city in the 9 kingdoms award for several consecutive years, and even the city's own alchemists' council was thoroughly embarrassed about it. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. The towers were a divine gift. Long ago, the council had tried to create a god. In their hubris, they had offended the god of alchemy, who struck back and cursed them to eternal stagnation. Not only that, for good measure, he sculpted these 7 eyesores as a reminder of their deeds. Anyone versed in alchemy could tell what each tower represented. The green one resembled the burnt residue from an overheated healing potion. The red, bulbous one looked like the coagulated mess left over from a failed bear's strength potion. Each of the 7 towers embodied a classic type of alchemical product, or, more specifically, its most common mode of failure. The god of alchemy had literally nailed Alchemia's shame onto the land as a monument to the folly of mortal pride. Ambrose, of course, couldn't care less. He entered through the city gates like any other traveler. But it didn't take long for him to notice that something in the city had changed. Alchemia had once been the wealthiest place on the continent. Those who lived there carried a certain air of pride. Whether they were merchants, scholars, or even factory workers tightening screws in alchemical workshops, they all strode through the streets with their heads held high. Whenever they saw someone an outsider, like Ambrose, their gazes would instinctively turn condescending, as if they were looking at some country bumpkin who had come to take advantage of the city's riches. But today was different. The people on the streets kept their heads slightly lowered. No one lingered to chat, and every passerby walked with urgent, almost anxious steps. The rows of once bustling shops stood half-shuttered, and "For rent" signs dotted the doors that were firmly closed. Don't tell me Alchemia is really going bankrupt. Ambrose frowned. In recent years, the prices of magical materials have been rising sharply while exports dwindled. Yet even so, the city had managed to stay afloat. How had things deteriorated so much in just 2 years? No wonder they had imposed such heavy taxes. Perhaps they really were standing on the edge of collapse. He didn't waste time sightseeing and headed straight for that ugly green tower ahead. It was an eyesore that looked suspiciously like a blob of failed potion sludge. Locals, with their peculiar sense of humor, called it the Green Tower of Healing. Ugly though it might be on the outside, its interior was surprisingly elegant. The alchemists of Alchemia couldn't alter the tower's external design, so they had poured all their effort into the inside, furnishing it with understated luxury and artistic charm. Together, the 7 hideous towers had somehow become a landmark of the city. Yet the cracks were already showing. The attendants were listless, several shop doors remained locked, and litter gathered in corners that once gleamed like polished mirrors. Something was very wrong with Alchemia. Ambrose pushed on without pause and went straight to the section that sold magical seeds. He was here for seeds. He would need crops that his soon-to-arrive settlers could plant and harvest. But since his new lands lay under a Lich's dominion, he required something special. Only in this green blob of a tower could such seeds be found. Food was the lifeblood of humanity, and agriculture the oldest form of production. Naturally, Alchemia had developed numerous enchanted seeds, like oats that ripened overnight, sugar beets sweeter than cane, and drought-proof potatoes that could grow even in desert sand. Most of these were one-use wonders. After the first harvest, the enchantments would fade. But that was exactly what Ambrose needed. For a lord with nothing but empty hands and empty land, crops that were easy to grow and quick to mature were perfect for stabilizing morale. Unfortunately, Ambrose knew next to nothing about farming. If he had, he'd have just ordered the seeds directly through magical correspondence. But since he lacked the expertise, he had no choice but to come in person and ask around. After browsing through several stalls, he noticed a pattern. Every merchant swore their seeds were unparalleled, producing plants so miraculous they could practically sprout even if they were planted in the air. That was the trouble with not knowing the trade. With no farmer friends to consult, Ambrose simply picked a few types that seemed promising and asked for the price. The clerk behind the counter smiled politely and quoted a number that nearly made him choke. What? 100 gold for 2 bags? That's daylight robbery. 2 small sacks of fast-growing seeds for 100 gold, enough to feed hundreds of people for a year if spent on cheap grain. Prices had quintupled. The clerk's smile froze in a mask of disdain. Robbery? Hardly. That's the same price as last year. We haven't even raised it this season. And our seeds aren't made with cheap materials. They're genuine quality. If you can't afford them, maybe that's your problem. Ambrose's expression didn't change. He merely reached out and flicked the little enchanted bell on the counter. A puff of smoke drifted up, forming into a tiny humanoid figure that spoke in a droning, formulaic voice. Bell spirit number 996 at your service. How may I dash? Complaint, Ambrose interrupted. Rude attitude. The clerk flinched. Wait, I dash. Too late. Ambrose was already walking away when the spirit chimed, complaint registered. No resolution achieved. 30% of monthly wages deducted. 30%. It looked like Alchemia really was desperate. Ambrose left the tower with a heavy heart. Prices were soaring out of control. If even seeds cost this much, then the living mercury he'd ordered might cost him more than the promised 20,000 gold. Did he have no choice but to cancel the order? No. Absolutely not. The very thought of returning the deposit made his skin crawl. He wouldn't refund it. He couldn't afford to. He decided on the spot that, instead of waiting for delivery, he'd go collect it himself. Leaving the green tower behind, Ambrose made for another. This one was black and warped, shaped like the charred remains of some monstrous creature. Biological alchemy often ended in explosions, leaving behind just such unrecognizable lumps. It was a familiar sight to anyone in the trade. Stepping inside, he went straight to the grand lobby and found a sleepy clerk slumped behind the counter. I placed an order yesterday, Ambrose said briskly. 1 bottle of living mercury. I'm here to collect. The clerk checked the records and replied, found it. 1 bottle of living mercury. That'll be 30,000 golden coins or promissory notes. How much? Ambrose nearly shouted. 30,000, the clerk repeated blandly. It was 18,000 just a year ago. That was last year's price. She shrugged, her tone cooling. Clearly, she'd decided he couldn't afford it. Ambrose had expected to make a tidy profit, but as it stood, he was about to lose 10,000. That was intolerable. No discounts, he tried. Impossible, the clerk replied flatly. If anything, the price will rise again soon. If you keep raising prices, won't you just suffer more losses if no one purchases your goods? At that, the clerk's eyes flickered. She leaned closer and said in a conspiratorial whisper, well, there is a discount option. But... Ambrose perked up immediately. How much, with the discount? Only 500 gold. 500? Ambrose froze. That wasn't a discount. It was a complete scam. Common sense told Ambrose that there was no way Alchemia would sell him genuine living mercury for 500 gold. But curiosity got the better of him. He just had to see how convincing their fake really was. The clerk leaned in with a conspiratorial air and handed him a small vial of silver liquid. It had a nice weight to it and was heavy in the hand. It was promising enough until Ambrose took one careful glance and sighed in disappointment. It's separated into layers already. This isn't living mercury at all. It's just plain mercury. Ambrose didn't specialize in alchemy, but he was a practitioner, at least. That was more than enough. A thin fraction of genuine living mercury had been mixed with regular mercury, but they weren't quite mixable. As a result, the living mercury had separated into a thin layer on top with a slightly different hue. To the untrained eye, it might look fine, but anyone who'd ever handled the real thing could tell at once. This 500 gold knockoff was simply too shoddy. The nervous clerk said guiltily, I knew you were an expert. Don't worry, that's just a sample for people like you who can tell the difference. Let's, move on to the real talk. She hurriedly swapped the vial for another one. This time, Ambrose had to admit, the result was impressive. Even under close inspection, there wasn't a single visible flaw. If it was a fake, it was a very good one. He'd probably have to uncork the sample to be sure. So both are 500 gold fakes despite the difference in quality? Ambrose asked dryly. Of course not. That first one's 500. This one's at least 3,000. Ambrose was about to demand a test sample when a thought struck him. His tone shifted admiringly. Oh, I get it now. This isn't living mercury. It's dead mercury. No wonder it looks identical. Clever trick. The clerk's eyes went wide. She immediately hushed him, whispering, "Keep your voice down. Do you want me to lose my job? Are you buying it or not?" Now she was truly panicking. She'd only been trying to get a small commission. Who could have guessed that such a young alchemist would see through the entire scheme in seconds? The fake was made by the alchemist's council itself. It was supposed to be perfect, undetectable. Yet he'd spotted the trick without even opening the vial. Great, she thought. Just my luck to run into one of those cranky old masters pretending to be young. He's probably 300 years old and bored out of his skull. From her face alone, Ambrose knew that he'd guessed correctly. The trick itself wasn't even complicated. Living mercury was actually the result of one of Alchemia's failed experiments, an attempt to create a new kind of slime. What they ended up with was a mercury slime in a permanent vegetative state. It had no will, no movement, only the instinct to devour metal. If that little quirk hadn't made it commercially useful, the whole project would have gone straight into the trash. But even a vegetative slime was still alive. And all living things, sooner or later, would die. Dead mercury slimes didn't rot. They looked exactly the same as living ones. Even the city's best alchemists couldn't tell the difference unless they dropped in a bit of metal. The living ones would eat it, the dead ones wouldn't. Then, some genius came up with a brilliant scam: slice off a piece of living mercury slime and mix it with a dead one to get something in between. It could still dissolve metal, but only weakly. To a buyer, it would simply seem as if the product had lost some potency during transport. Maybe, they'd think, it just needed time to recover. The really low-grade fakes were probably knockoffs by amateurs trying to make a quick buck, maybe even this clerk herself. Only when Ambrose had seen through the inferior counterfeit did she present the superior one. Alchemia knew the genuine article was too expensive to sell in bulk. If they couldn't afford to maintain the living samples, they'd just die off anyway and bleed the city's finances, hence this cost-saving solution. Ambrose could easily imagine how many fools had already paid full price for these superior counterfeits. It was clever, but also downright shameless. But what else could he expect of the city of alchemists, Alchemia? It was the richest city on the continent, as well as among the most morally bankrupt. Ambrose had been ready to walk away. He was planning to sell his goods to his acquaintances from the Elegiac Society, after all. Sure, he was short on money, but money made from scams always found its way back out again. And if the Dullahan failed to hide his stash of gold and had his illicit activities discovered by his wife, a legendary bone dragon, then he'd be dead twice over. A beating from both of them would smash his phylactery to dust. No profit margin was worth that much. He was just about to hand back the vials when a thought stopped him. If mercury slimes can die, does that make their bodies carcasses? Alchemy wasn't Ambrose's strongest suit, but necromancy was his specialty. He almost asked whether the Alchemists Guild had ever tried necromantic reanimation on dead mercury slimes, only to choke back the question at the last minute. What if they hadn't? What if he had just stumbled upon something they'd missed? Telling them would hand the guild a free breakthrough, and knowing them, they wouldn't pay him a single coin in royalties. So instead, Ambrose leaned forward and said, 3,000's too steep. How about a discount? The price is fixed, she said stiffly. That's for genuine goods. This is a counterfeit. I still can't go lower. Then throw in 2 bottles of the cheap ones. A few rounds of haggling later, Ambrose walked out with 1 superior counterfeit, 1 inferior counterfeit, and 2 bags of enchanted seeds thrown in for free. Apparently, living mercury wasn't exactly flying off the shelves. He'd meant to browse for other supplies. After all, running a fief full of living humans took preparation. But his mind was now wholly consumed by one thing and one thing only, that bottle of living mercury. His instincts screamed that this would be a business opportunity. Ambrose left Alchemia at a dead sprint, transforming into a wisp of smoke and diving straight through the roof of his old castle. Dropping his disguise, he resumed his skeletal form and headed straight for the laboratory with his 2 bottles of counterfeits. Inside, Isabel was still diligently brewing basilisk oil. Under Ambrose's guidance, she'd mastered the formula, producing 10 full flasks with only 1 failure, a solid result by any standard. But when Ambrose's hollow eyes passed over the discarded materials, Isabel felt her heart stop. Would the Lich punish her for wasting ingredients? Would he use her for an experiment? The skeletal Lich said nothing, expression unreadable as always, his hollow gaze fixed on her as he slowly approached. The sheer pressure of his presence made Isabel's survival instincts scream out. Where's that genius alchemist when I need him, she thought in despair. Wasn't he an undead too? He might only have given her a few pointers, but in some sense, he was already her new master. Master, come save your student, she prayed mentally. Ambrose stared at the trembling Isabel. He'd been about to praise her for something until he realized that, if he so much as opened his mouth, the poor girl might just faint on the spot. Funny. She hadn't been like this before. Humans always judged others by appearances. With a dismissive wave, Ambrose let her bolt from the lab like a prisoner set free, then carefully set 2 bottles of living mercury down on the lab table. Soundproofing ward, anti-detection barrier, anti-divination field. Layer after layer of spells sealed the laboratory completely. Even air couldn't flow freely anymore. Only a Lich could stand that kind of environment. Any living thing would suffocate in minutes. Once everything was in place, Ambrose unstoppered one of the bottles, the one worth 500 gold coins. It was the size of a human head and full to the brim. Unfortunately, most of it was plain mercury. Ordinary mercury wasn't cheap, not exactly, but compared to true living mercury, it was a puddle of gutter sludge next to a river of silver. Ambrose took out his tools, separated the real stuff from the filler, and ended up with a lump of inert living mercury barely bigger than his fist. Robbery, he muttered. 500 gold and not a single drop of the real thing. Still, dead slime was all he needed. He extended a finger. Power condensed into a faint glow that fell upon the silvery mass. Necromancy, command corpse. This was a perfect cast, with flawless form and impeccable mana flow. Even a dragon corpse would twitch its eyelids under that spell when cast by a legendary Lich. But the lump of mercury didn't so much as quiver. The necromantic glow burst apart in a shower of sparks and dispersed without a trace. You've got to be kidding me. Magic resistance? That's insane. Ambrose had anticipated plenty of ways this could fail, but magic resistance hadn't even been a factor he considered. It was outlandish. What the hell have those lunatics in Alchemia been trying to make? Creating life itself was already a near-forbidden obsession, one the alchemists of that city had chased for centuries despite repeated failures. But to have created a mercury slime with built-in magic resistance. Had their brains been cursed by the god of goblins? Magic resistance was rare and reserved for a few naturally gifted races. Take the High Elves, for instance, whom Ambrose absolutely despised. They were born with powerful magical resistance. Most spells barely tickled them, and charm magic simply bounced off. The same was true of dragons, too. Only legend spells would even scratch their scales. The most effective dragon-slaying method ever devised involved precasting explosion on yourself and waiting for the dragon to swallow you, so it'd blow itself up from the inside. It worked, until dragons learned better. These days, all dragons knew not to eat humans raw. They would cook their food thoroughly before taking a bite. At any rate, magic resistance was extremely rare. Slimes normally had none. So the mad alchemists must have done something absurd to force that attribute into them. They probably weren't even aiming for a slime at first, Ambrose grumbled. Then when the experiment went south, they pretended it was intentional. What, are they planning to blaspheme another god now? Aren't 7 towers of crap enough for you lunatics? Somehow, Ambrose felt like he'd stumbled into a toxic love-hate drama between Alchemia and the god of alchemy. You'd think the god would have smited them ages ago. Instead, he'd let them keep embarrassing themselves for centuries, almost like he wanted to breed his own god-killer. Truly, divine logic was beyond mortal reason. Grumbling aside, Ambrose wasn't about to give up. He'd spent thousands of gold on this thing. No way was he letting it go to waste. He tried several more spells. Each one fizzled uselessly against the slime's resistance. Still, his tests revealed that its magic resistance wasn't as overwhelming as a dragon's. Once he poured in a bit of his legendary aura, he could, in theory, override it. Even if he was relatively weak compared to most legends, he still had a legend's might. And sure enough, he managed to animate the mercury slime's corpse. Barely. The spell, however, was a nightmare to control. The slime was nothing but liquid metal, no organs, no structure, nothing familiar for a necromancer to manipulate. Even making it wiggle took absurd effort. After some analysis, Ambrose arrived at a grim conclusion. This mercury slime was a total failure. It was a malformed, soulless shell, less a creature and more a carcass that hadn't realized it was dead yet. No, that wasn't even accurate. It was a machine missing half its parts, a frame with screw holes where the motherboard should be, but no motherboard in sight. All the slimes they'd made were the same, driven only to devour metal by base instinct alone. With no functioning organs, they couldn't survive long no matter how well fed. They just, slowly died. A shame it lacked a soul. Otherwise, they'd have mass-produced tormented souls, and liches loved those. In the underworld, a properly tortured soul was better currency than gold. It's a pity my synthetic souls are fakes too, Ambrose sighed. No anguish, no wrath, otherwise they'd be a goldmine. Still, he refused to waste the investment. If nothing else, he could try to restore the slime's metal-eating function. Otherwise, how would he explain things to the Dullahan? He'd already taken the deposit. Refunds were not an option. After several failed approaches and much pacing, Ambrose admitted defeat. He simply didn't know enough about slimes to continue. He had a few ideas, but not enough data to determine how feasible they were. And he didn't have enough materials to be able to waste them recklessly. I'll have to look this up, he muttered. He cracked open the Codex of the Dead, switched to the Lich's group chat, and began to write. Megamantiga, hey, anyone here familiar with slimes? I've got a few questions. The first reply came instantly. Dullahan's crown, are you trying to scam me with a dud? Ambrose. How did he see through that in one line? For a headless undead, the man was way too perceptive. Clearly, Ambrose had underestimated the Dullahan's sixth sense for anything that threatened his secret savings. Megamantiga, it's not a scam. I'm trying to finish your order. Alchemia's economy's gone haywire, and prices are spiking across the board. He told the tale well, most of it, leaving out the part about buying counterfeit materials. The Dullahan immediately replied, Dullahan's crown, just raise the price. I'll pay. Speed matters more. Ambrose was stunned. Such generosity. Such confidence. Just how much gold do you have stashed away from your wife? For the first time, Ambrose seriously considered finding a bone dragon of his own to live off of. Ambrose must have said a dozen times over that the living mercury wasn't worth the price. An express delivery to a location that required a teleportation circle for living beings built from scratch? The extra fees alone were criminal. Sure, a tiny vial of the stuff could dissolve millions of gold coins in seconds, but it really wasn't worth it. Even so, the Dullahan insisted. He slammed down the gold and even tipped extra. Ambrose tried to find a reason, any excuse to refuse, but the man's determination was unshakable. With no way out, Ambrose had to trudge back to Alchemia. There, under the astonished stare of the clerk, he paid an eye-watering sum for a genuine bottle of living mercury. He checked it himself. It was the real deal. Then he returned to his old castle, set up the teleportation circle, and spent half a day delivering the thing to the Dullahan's vault. In the end, he earned a profit of 20,000 gold. It wasn't because he was greedy. The prices had gone up, so obviously his commission had to scale accordingly, right? You could hardly expect a broker to make only 3,000 in commissions regardless of whether a deal was worth 10,000 or 100,000. And teleportation circles weren't cheap either. The materials might not be worth much, but the craftsmanship was worth good gold. A teleportation array handcrafted by a legendary spellcaster, with labor, logistics, and hazard pay included 2,000 in profit would have been a scam. 20,000 was a fair day's work. Ambrose could proudly pat his bony ribcage and swear that no lich charged more honestly than he did across the whole continent. As he stared at the gleaming pile of gold coins, a deep, soul-stirring sense of fulfillment washed over him. For a lich, satisfying one's obsession was the only real form of happiness left in undeath. Of course, counting gold while cursing out the beansprouts of the court of the silver moon was even better. One day, Ambrose muttered, "Those beansprout bastards will learn that price gouging on potion ingredients will bring them divine retribution." With the Dullahan's order wrapped up, it was time to focus on Black Rose's commission. Crafting a high-tier undead capable of breaching the capital walls of the Lion Empire was no easy feat. Even sketching the initial design could take weeks of study. Still, since he had a few counterfeit bottles of living mercury lying around, he wasn't about to waste them. Perhaps he could experiment a little. Now that he had funding, he could afford to get creative. Far to the west, across the sea, in the crypt-dark catacombs of a distant land, the teleportation circle's glow slowly faded. A towering knight reached out two gauntlet fingers and picked up the vial of living mercury. Even headless, he was massive. If Ambrose stood before him, he barely reached the man's knees. His armor was thick, black as night, etched with glowing runes that pulsed like the heartbeat of a storm. A cloak hung behind him, embroidered in exquisite silver thread with the image of a bone dragon soaring into the sky. Husband to the famed bone dragon, he was the legendary Dullahan Gareth Arcanos. The surname had only been appended after the marriage. Once, Gareth had been nothing more than a nameless human knight, betrayed and beheaded by his own comrades on the battlefield. A war hero turned scapegoat. Over the century after his death, more than 200 heads had been hung at the very spot where he'd been executed. The traitorous companions who had backstabbed him had become war heroes and nobles after their triumphant return. Their lines had flourished into noble houses over the next century until Gareth returned and personally ended every last descendant of theirs. That massacre made him the Lion Empire's most wanted man. An entire legion of the Empire's paladins were dispatched to bring him down. Gareth cut a bloody path from Lion to the Golden Kingdom of Sarcoma, over 3,000 miles and 5 years of pursuit. 1,000 paladins chased after him, 100 lost their heads. Cornered and blood-soaked, Gareth ascended to the realm of legend under the dire pursuit, which ended up being one of the worst military humiliations in Lion's history. The Emperor of Lion at the time nearly summoned the dynasty's ancestral dragon armaments, a weapon of power beyond legend, to destroy him. And then Gareth vanished. The great Dullahan who had once cleaved through armies simply disappeared from history, only to resurface years later as a married man. Thankfully, very few knew of this fact. Even among the elegiac society, none realized that Dullahan's crown was that same unstoppable juggernaut who once forced the Emperor of Lion to personally march into battle, sacred relic in hand. The Empire would die of shame if they ever found out. And now, that same hero who once slew thousands stood meekly in his own home, tiptoeing across the floor, clutching a vial of living mercury like a guilty altar boy. He tapped 3 times on a certain section of a wall. Faint runes flickered. His chest emitted a rhythmic thunk-thunk-thunk as the wall split open, revealing a shimmering portal. This was a 3-fold lock featuring a password, mana signature, and sound pattern. If even one was off, the wall wouldn't open to a secret chamber, it'd open to a room full of love letters instead. In case of discovery, the letters would serve as evidence of romantic inclinations, hopefully sparing him from his wife's wrath. Gareth had truly evolved from a ruthless warlord to a cunning husband. The Emperor of Lion would weep if only he knew. Fully focused, Gareth stepped through the portal and emerged into another room filled with love letters. Naturally, he had prepared 2 such rooms. Even if his wife discovered the first hidden room, she'd still need to find the second secret door before reaching his real treasure vault. After a maze of twists and turns, he finally entered the true vault, where a mountain of gold gleamed like sunlight. Ambrose's whole day of effort in Alchemia for 20,000 gold was mere pocket change to Gareth. He uncorked the bottle and set it before the golden mountain. Then he raised one armored hand. Dark power surged from his body, staining the gold in waves of shadow. His chest thrummed in a deep metallic boom as he lifted the entire 100-ton heap of gold with one hand. Coins burst into the air, whirling into a glittering storm. Then the coins began to fall, pouring neatly into the little vial with satisfying clinks and clanks. Each one vanished upon contact, swallowed by the living mercury as if it never existed. A steady golden stream flowed into the glass bottle, until the vast hoard was simply gone. All that remained in the silent vault was the tiny, glimmering vial. The gold was safely stored in an undetectable alchemical state. Even treasure-sensing magic couldn't find it. Gareth corked the vial carefully and sighed in satisfaction. Worth every coin. Tiga's an honest man. I'll definitely buy from him again next time. He turned to leave only to freeze. A translucent figure hovered before him, a breathtakingly beautiful spirit with horns curling from her temples. She was a dragon soul. Her arms were folded, her tone sharp as frost. Oh. And just who were you planning to do business with again? Clink. The glass veil slipped from Gareth's hand, splattering living mercury all over the floor. Darling. I didn't see you there. He stammered, utterly defeated. All those safeguards, all those traps, and she had still caught him red-handed. The beauty coolly opened a necromancer's grimoire, flipped to the last page, and wrote out a single line. Pale little skeleton, Sister Rose, thanks for the tip. I'll invite you for tea at the dragon graveyard next time. Black Rose, you're welcome. Consider it repayment for the 2 bone dragons you gave me last time. Pale little skeleton, Dullahan's crown is unlikely to respond at any time within the next few years. Don't be concerned, everyone. Megaman Tiga. Poor Dullahan. Is this what marriage does to a man? Ambrose sighed, suddenly feeling very grateful for his lifelong commitment to bachelorhood since crossing into this world. Who could have guessed that the Bone Dragon was also a member of the Elegiac Society? That was a shocker. Ambrose had never seen her say a single word in the group chat. The chat interface at the back of the Necromantic Codex didn't even have a member list. If you didn't speak up, no one knew you were there. Ambrose had only joined recently and recognized 4 or 5 names at most. He had no idea how many members the Elegiac Society actually had. He didn't spare a single moment mourning the Dullahan's fate before diving straight back into work. As per Black Rose's commission, Ambrose needed to design a new undead unit capable of breaking through the Imperial walls of Lion's capital. A daunting task, to say the least. The Lion Empire was humanity's mightiest realm, boasting the greatest number of priests, paladins, and legendary ranked champions in the entire land. The capital's walls were layered with countless anti-undead wards. Just stepping near them would vaporize a lesser necromancer. Sure, Ambrose was a legendary Lich, but if he so much as peeked into the capital, he'd be blasted to dust before the city's defenders even noticed. The Empire's might wasn't mere propaganda. It had been forged through centuries of glorious, corpse-strewn battles. Any ordinary undead soldier would turn to ash before even getting close. At first, Ambrose thought of using constructs to bypass the problem of undead. Among undead units, spirit golems were the odd ones out, not because they were powerful, but because they were, well, technically not undead. They were a unique form of magical construct first created by the great legendary Lich, Master Morgan, whose most famous paper was on the reproduction of wraiths. For years, scholars of necromancy had debated whether souls could reproduce, whether a new consciousness could be born from two existing ones. Countless necromancers had quarreled, argued, and occasionally tried to experimentally prove their theories. That was, until Master Morgan's on the reproduction of wraiths dropped like a thunderbolt, finally settling the debate once and for all. Yes. Wraiths could reproduce. Granted, the conditions were absurdly strict and the success rate microscopic, but after extensive testing, the results held. And the offspring, these newborn souls, didn't seem to count as undead at all. Their most astonishing trait? They weren't vulnerable to holy magic. The world's laws didn't classify them as undead. Using such unique souls to animate a construct produced a spirit golem, the rarest of all undead types, virtually undetectable by holy wards and completely immune to holy purification. Unfortunately, shortly after creating them, Master Morgan had his phylactery shattered by the Lion Empire. The Empire not only revoked his honors from legendary spellcraft but even ordered all research on spirit golems destroyed. Thankfully, the editor-in-chief of legendary spellcraft back then had enough spine to stand up to Imperial pressure, safeguarding academic integrity and allowing Morgan's notes to circulate before their suppression. Though the master's manuscripts were lost and many details had to be reverse-engineered, the art of spirit golemcraft survived. Ambrose had heard of the technique, of course, but he'd never studied it in depth. It was a high-end field, far beyond what a newly ascended lich like him could easily master. But now, flipping through his dusty shelf, he drew out on the reproduction of wraiths. Today, he was determined to devour this foundational text of spirit golem creation whole. Oh ho, it even starts with living reproduction, huh? Wow, these diagrams are incredibly detailed. And just like that, Ambrose was hooked. Learning new techniques was his second favorite pleasure in life, right after making money. He'd just finished a few pages when Isabel timidly peeked into his study. Master Lich, the basilisk oil for land reclamation is ready. My brother brought back 123 people in total, but, the castle's full, and we're running low on food. Isabel spoke nervously, carefully reporting her progress. Ambrose lowered the tome and nodded. Good pace. You managed to gather over 100 people in just a few days. Over the past week, Isabel's brother Raoul had been recruiting runaway serfs for Ambrose. Thanks to the recent tax crisis, plenty of people were fleeing their lords, so when someone offered land and fair treatment, word spread fast. After all, if going back meant death, and getting caught meant death, why not take their chances with a lich promising farmland? The castle's looming silhouette and the wide swaths of empty land behind it, coupled with Ambrose's generous-sounding, equal land for all, policy, even had some of them singing praises to the merciful Master Lich, perhaps one kinder than the so-called god of light himself. Of course, after a few days packed into the gloomy fortress with no sign of this benevolent master, the newcomer's patience was wearing thin. Doubts festered. Would the land be real? How would they eat during the reclamation? Where were the tools, seeds, or livestock? Left unanswered, these worries spread like a plague, infecting the whole group with growing unrest. Isabel, realizing the tension was about to boil over, had finally worked up the courage to report it. Good, Ambrose said. Since the potion's ready, we'll begin reclamation today. Make a list of all the people. Separate the adults from the children. Note any blacksmiths, carpenters, or other trades. I want every skill logged. Then divide the potions according to the land plots, but make them work together. Don't waste time arguing with anyone caught being greedy, hoarding, lying, faking a profession, or grabbing extra potions. Just throw them out. As Ambrose dictated, Isabel frantically scribbled every word in her notebook. A proper alchemy apprentice never missed a chance to learn from her master. After all, even a passing remark might one day change her fate. By the time she filled several pages of parchment, Isabel finally noticed just how detailed and systematic Ambrose's resettlement plan was. Was this really something Liches studied? Her impression of her undead lord began to shift. Humans described Liches as vile, cruel, and corrupt, but Ambrose had shown little more than a cool, exacting demeanor. He was hardly the monster she'd imagined. In fact, if she were being honest, he was the most learned, insightful scholar she'd ever met. Even her alchemy master couldn't hold a candle to him. Could it be, Isabel wondered, that the world's been misunderstanding Liches all along? Her gaze drifted toward Ambrose's desk, curious what kind of grand necromantic theories he was studying right now. One glance at the open book, and her eyes went wide. The innocent young apprentice, hitherto ignorant of certain worldly matters, stared in stunned silence as if the door to an entirely new world had just been flung open before her. The rumors were true after all. Liches were evil creatures. Unimaginably evil. Face flushed crimson, Isabel fled from Ambrose's study. If he'd been a human lord, the servants would already be whispering all sorts of unsavory gossip by now. Fortunately, in this gloomy old castle, no one cared about such trivialities. Down in the great hall, a crowd of restless settlers had gathered, their anxious murmurs echoing off the stone walls. All eyes turned toward Isabel as she descended the staircase. This was the moment they'd all been waiting for, the official announcement of the land reclamation plan. For many, it was a chance to begin anew. Isabel had never spoken in front of 100 people before. Even after summoning all her courage, her voice trembled as she stammered. Master Lich says we can begin reclaiming land today. As for the specific arrangements, we'll be dividing the land based on the number of able-bodied workers. She didn't even get halfway through before someone interrupted impatiently. What about the land we already owned? I had 2 acres and a house back in my old place. Yeah, and I had 1 acre. I even had a cow. You said things would get better if we came here, but we're starting over from scratch. A storm of complaints erupted at once, drowning out Isabel's frail voice. Overwhelmed, she went pale and stumbled back onto the stairs. The shouting grew more frenzied by the second, the crowd began pressing toward her, their desperation twisting into something wild and dangerous. What had gone wrong? They'd come here seeking a new life, yet now they looked ready to tear her apart. Just as Isabel was about to bolt, an ear-splitting scraping sound sliced through the noise, a harsh, metallic screech like claws raking across stone. All heads turned toward the source. Raoul stood in the middle of the hall, face cold as iron. In one hand, he held a massive warhammer. Beside him loomed a grotesque skeletal creature, its scythe-like forearms dragging along the floor and sparking against the stone. The sound had come from the aberrant skeleton, Jacques Type 1, one of Ambrose's creations. Many of those present had already witnessed this monster's power. When their former lord soldiers had pursued them during their escape, Jacques had single-handedly driven the attackers away. The thing looked nightmarish, but its strength was enough to crush an entire militia squad. Raoul hefted his hammer and began walking forward. The same mob that had been on the verge of rioting moments ago fell silent. People shuffled aside without a word, parting to clear his path. The heavy thud of Raoul's boots and the rasp of bone on stone echoed through the hall, louder, somehow, than all the shouting had been. He stopped beside Isabel and said sternly, "Get up, Isabel. Don't shame Master Lich." She scrambled to her feet, bowing her head. I am sorry, I just dash. Now's not the time to apologize, Raoul cut in. Did you finish what Master Lich told you to do? His tone startled her, he spoke like a loyal retainer, utterly devoted to Ambrose. After helping her stand, Raoul turned to face the crowd. His voice was low and steady. Anyone here have a problem with Master Lich's orders? Dozens of uneasy eyes darted toward the skeletal monster behind him. One by one, people fell silent. They had forgotten for a moment just whose domain this was. Deep within the castle, Ambrose watched the entire scene unfold through a magical projection. He nodded with satisfaction. He'd sent Raoul to help Isabel keep order, and clearly, he'd chosen well. Raoul's transformation pleased him greatly. Once someone shed blood with their own hands, even the meekest sheep began to turn toward the ways of the wolf. With a wave of his hand, Ambrose dismissed the spell and turned back to his true passion, research. He had already skimmed through on the reproduction of wraiths once. The details of the experiment still needed to be fleshed out, but the core principles were now perfectly clear. Master Morgan's inspiration, it turned out, came from human reproduction. Humans bore children, and each newborn came with a soul of its own. On a purely spiritual level, this process was the union of two distinct souls giving rise to a third. By extension, any race possessing souls might, in theory, increase their numbers in similar fashion. And since these newborn souls have never undergone death, they could not be undead by nature. If one could replicate this process through magical means, create new souls without the need for flesh, then these newborn spirits could be turned into spirit golems immune to holy magic. It was simple in theory, but near impossible in practice. Creating life without the aid of a body was a challenge even greater than ascending to the realm of a legend. It had taken Master Morgan 1,000 years to develop a ritual capable of such a feat, a rite he had named Soul Embryo. The entire on the reproduction of wraiths revolved around explaining this ritual in painstaking detail. Creation was hard. Replication, however, was another matter. Ambrose was confident he could reproduce the ritual. The only issue was the astronomical cost. Each attempt at the soul embryo ritual required roughly 50,000 golds worth of materials. And that was just to create a soul. To keep it from fading, one needed to craft a proper vessel, a body for the soul to inhabit. Otherwise, it would quickly die for lack of a host. And by die, Ambrose didn't mean vanish. It would degrade into true undeath. Only a properly constructed spirit golem body could keep the soul alive, while still offering the usual ease of repair and reassembly that made undead so convenient. The problem was that those bodies cost a fortune. He'd need at least 200,000 gold to make a spirit golem strong enough to rival a high-tier undead. 200,000 gold for a single spirit golem with the strength of a high-grade death knight. Ambrose muttered. For that price, I could just hire a few human professionals to do the job. No wonder the design never caught on. It's simply not worth it. Still, disappointment was the last thing he felt. The flames in his eye sockets instead flared with excitement. He'd just realized something. He could slash that cost dramatically. Mimetic Soul, a special spell he had obtained upon his ascension to legendary rank, allowed him to craft souls to his own specifications. The aberrant skeletons operated so efficiently precisely because he'd given each of them a custom soul. A human soul, by contrast, would have been clumsy and wasteful in such a body. After reading Morgan's work, Ambrose was certain he could replace the costly soul embryo ritual with his own magic. The expense would plummet. As for the bodies, his gaze fell on a large glass cylinder sitting on the desk, filled with shimmering living mercury, a fluid with significant resistance to magic. With a few tweaks, the living mercury could serve as the perfect vessel for synthetic souls. Truly, magical research was a joy beyond compare. Morgan could never have imagined that centuries later, a lich blessed with mimetic soul would exist, or that the madman of Alchemia would invent living mercury, the ideal material for such constructs. Now Ambrose, standing on the shoulders of giants, was about to march down a glittering road paved with gold. Master Morgan, he murmured fondly, if you'd lived a little longer, I'd have loved to exchange notes with you. The things we could have built together. That was the power of knowledge. With a soft sigh, he rolled up his sleeves. His first experiment to create a spirit golem was about to begin. Ambrose had shut himself in his laboratory, utterly absorbed in his research on spirit golems. Meanwhile, the land reclamation was ongoing, if awkwardly. Raoul had plenty of muscle to keep people in line, but neither he nor Isabel had much talent for actual management. Then again, that wasn't much of a problem. Most lords on this continent didn't know the first thing about governance either. As long as they had enough soldiers to keep order, things somehow worked out. The 100-odd freemen knew full well that if they didn't want to starve, they had to work. Normally, clearing new land demanded enormous effort. A single family needed at least 3 healthy workers laboring for half a year just to free up 1 acre of farmland. The 3 eternal enemies of new land were weeds, stones, and pests. You had to pull weeds up by the roots or they'd grow back within days. Burning them was another option, but the lush green grass wouldn't catch on fire easily. You could use a few bottles of flame brew, but the expense. Then there were the rocks scattered all over, in every size imaginable. Digging them out was exhausting enough, and if you ran into one too big to move, you had to heat it until it glowed before dousing it in water to crack it apart. The process ate up time and firewood both. And the bugs devouring crops and patience alike. But with the help of alchemical potions, all these problems suddenly became trivial. Following Ambrose's instructions, Isabel's vials of basilisk oil could turn rock brittle enough that they would crumble from a single tap. The same potion, when sprayed on weeds, drained them of moisture, leaving them dry and ready to burn. Spray the field, wait a day, then torch it. The fire burned deep enough to kill roots and insect eggs alike, turning their remains into rich fertilizer. When the flames finally died down, all that was left to do was till the soil. The freemen had never seen such an effortless way to clear land. Whatever complaints they'd had before vanished all of a sudden. In truth, there was nothing particularly secret about this method. It was simply expensive. The potions would have cost at least 1,000 gold if purchased from Alchemia. Considering that a single gold coin could feed a grown man for a month, it was easy to see why most lords preferred cheap manual labor. But Ambrose could brew them himself. With Isabel's work included, the whole operation cost only about 100 gold. Besides, as a lich, Ambrose knew that if he didn't give these humans a few tangible benefits, they'd never be happy settling on his land. Everything was moving steadily forward, his experiments, land cultivation, and the construction of crude wooden houses. One patch of wilderness after another was being transformed into farmland. In a month or 2, planting could begin in earnest. Once there was arable land, everything else would follow naturally. But not everyone was pleased to see a lich's domain prosper. From above, Ambrose's territory looked like an island, one completely surrounded by human lords on all sides, with not even a sliver of open space between them. To the west lay the largest neighboring domain, nearly half the size of Ambrose's own. Its ruler was a knight of great renown. 20 years ago, during the Great Beast Crusade, he had valiantly slain a griffin while clad in spiked porcupine hide armor, earning himself the title of the Porcupine Knight and a large fief as reward. Ambrose had never had any dealings with this knight back when he was a human. But after his transformation into a lich, the man and indeed all the surrounding lords had cut off contact entirely. Today, the Porcupine Knight found himself riding his warhorse to the edge of Ambrose's territory. He circled half the perimeter before pulling up his reins, his brows furrowed in disapproval. Dressed in gleaming silver mail and a heavy cloak embroidered with a porcupine crest, he looked every bit the proud and imposing noble. Beside him rode a man in mage's robes. Though the mage was thin, pale, and scholarly in contrast, the knight addressed him with surprising deference. "Mr. Harvey," he said, inclining his head slightly, "you can see for yourself that this lich has gone too far." The young Harvey peered into the distance, where human silhouettes moved about, busy clearing land. There was no mistaking it. Those were people. Quite a few of the Porcupine Knight's freedmen had fled his domain recently. He had assumed they'd run off into the wild to fight goblins or gnolls for land. Never had he imagined they had found refuge in a lich's territory, nor that the lich had welcomed them. A lich, living peacefully with humans. Unthinkable. After a long pause, Harvey said, "My lord, as your magical advisor, I recommend filing a petition with Alchemia." The Porcupine Knight frowned. "You don't think I should march on the lich directly?" According to Alchemia's laws, lords were forbidden from poaching one another's populace. If such an offense occurred, the injured party could report it to the city, and, if the case were proven, receive official sanction to attack. Victory would bring generous rewards, sometimes even an expansion of territory. If he followed Harvey's advice, Alchemia would mediate the dispute and keep the lion's share of benefits for itself instead. It was a far less tempting option, to say the least. Harvey replied gravely, "My lord, undead are not to be taken lightly, least of all liches. We don't even know this one's name. For all we know, the moment we step into his lands, 1,000 skeletons could rise from the ground." The Porcupine Knight's lips curled. "Then we'll unite the neighboring lords. They've all lost freemen too, and probably to this same Lich, at that. In an armed militia, each man can handle 3 or 4 skeletons. Even if he does have 1,000, we'll crush them. And besides..." He leaned closer. "We could ask him for help." Harvey fell silent. He knew exactly who him referred to, a powerful paladin from the Lion Empire, currently a guest in the Porcupine Knight's estate. The man had arrived with a band of elite adventurers in tow. To the Empire, nothing was more abhorrent than the undead. They didn't need gold to hunt a lich. An excuse was more than sufficient. With allies like that, the Porcupine Knight's confidence made sense. Even so, Harvey's instincts screamed at him to stay away. As a student of divination, he had learned never to ignore his intuition, and his intuition told him this lich was far more dangerous than he appeared. "My lord," he said carefully, "if you've already made up your mind, then allow me to suggest 2 precautions. Yes, do rally the other lords and coordinate with the paladin. Declare war through proper channels, according to the city's laws. That way, even if we lose, we can withdraw safely and deny the lich any right to pursue us. While you prepare, I urge you to gather intelligence on him. Perhaps there's another path forward." As an advisor, Harvey could only offer counsel. The decision was not his to make. The Porcupine Knight nodded. "You're right. One should always know one's enemy before a battle. I'll contact the other lords. As for gathering information, Harvey, I know nothing about magic or the undead. I'll leave that to you." Harvey inclined his head. "Of course, my lord." "Though what?" the knight demanded. "My lord, Alchemia's finances are deteriorating fast. This is only the beginning. Even if you win, there's no guarantee you'll have enough gold to satisfy those alchemists' appetites." The Porcupine Knight's expression darkened, then hardened again. "We're like ants compared to the tree that is Alchemia. The tree will fall no matter what we do. So before it collapses, we must grow stronger." The economic crisis in Alchemia was far worse than Ambrose had imagined. Even the lesser lords were already making contingency plans to prepare for the city's eventual collapse. But whether Alchemia would fall was none of Ambrose's concern, at least, not for now. He was fully absorbed in his experiments on the creation of spirit golems. Under Master Morgan's guidance, Ambrose had found a path forward. By optimizing his mimetic soul, he was able to create artificial souls at a cost of roughly 200 gold each. 200 gold was extravagant by any measure. A human slave's soul wasn't even worth a single gold coin on the market. Yet compared to Master Morgan's original ritual, which cost 50,000 gold to perform, Ambrose's version was practically free. And there was still room to reduce the cost further. The first stage of the process was now complete. The problem of the soul was resolved, but the design of the body presented a new set of challenges. Living mercury was the ideal vessel for a soul, yet it lacked many essential organs. Who knew what those madmen in Alchemia had originally intended when they created it? Apart from its remarkable resistance to magic, living mercury was malformed and lacking in many ways. Without any organs, it was fragile to the point of absurdity, nothing but a blob with the instinct to devour metal. Implanting a soul into such a vessel would be a waste of both time and materials. Ambrose would have to give the living mercury organs. The best way to do that was by referencing the anatomy of a slime, since that was what living mercury was based on. Ambrose sighed. "I never realized how little I know about slimes." Even for an immortal lich, the vast ocean of magical knowledge out there could be humbling. Every year, legendary spellcraft published new theories of magic, and countless others didn't make it into the journal at all. Ambrose was a diligent scholar, but omniscience was beyond even him. It was time to seek expert advice. He asked around in the Elegiac Society's chat group, but the other legendary undead all gave the same answer: none of them had ever studied slimes. It made sense. Slimes were weak, ugly, and nearly useless, an utterly obscure field of study. Even undead, who had eons of time on their hands, had little interest in such pitiful creatures. With no better options, Ambrose hauled out back issues of legendary spellcraft and began flipping through them one by one in search of references to slimes. The result was disappointing. Even in that venerable journal, mentions of slimes were vanishingly rare. He could only conclude that slimes were spectacularly worthless. After much thought, Ambrose realized that the only true experts on slimes must be those who had created living mercury in the first place, the alchemists of Alchemia. But now, with the city deep in a financial crisis, prices were skyrocketing across the board. If he were to inquire about exclusive research materials at a time like this, he'd surely be gouged mercilessly. Overcharging others was one thing. Being overcharged himself would be agony, akin to bathing in holy water. After weighing his options, Ambrose decided he could find no shortcuts. He would have to take the traditional Lich's approach, catch a few hundred slimes and study them firsthand. Dissect enough of them, and he'd become a slime expert himself. Once again, Ambrose cast a transformation spell and reverted to human form. This was a world steeped in racial prejudice, and walking around as a Lich was nothing but trouble. Taking on a human guise spared him 1,000 inconveniences. Appearing as a black-haired youth, he stepped out of his laboratory and made his way toward the gates of the old castle. As he passed Isabel's workshop, Ambrose glanced in, purely in the spirit of a responsible employer. Thankfully, the girl was behaving herself and hadn't pilfered any of his materials. He had once made a sentient ghoul to assist in his experiments, only for the creature to devour a third of his inventory within days. Furious enough to make his soulfire flash blue, Ambrose had been forced to dismantle the overfed ghoul to recoup some losses. Isabel, sensitive as ever, sensed his presence. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she hurried over to greet him. "Master? I'm so glad to see you again." "Master?" Ambrose blinked. "You're calling me that now?" Isabel nodded earnestly. "Thanks to your guidance in alchemy, I've made great progress. Perhaps it's a bit presumptuous, but I'm truly grateful, Master." Ambrose didn't object. The title suited him well enough. And since he was now a master, it only made sense to check on his student. He asked, "Do you have any questions for me?" Her eyes lit up. "Yes. Just a moment." She pulled out her notebook and flipped it open. "When extracting belladonna, I can't seem to control the heat properly." "Watch the timing of the bubbles," Ambrose replied without hesitation. "Once the first bubble appears, stop heating within 30 seconds. The animal speech potion, I followed the recipe exactly, but the quality was terrible." "That's because of the temperature. The castle's a bit cold. Increase the suspension ratio by about 5%. Whatever Isabel asked, Ambrose had an immediate answer ready. The more she questioned him, the more she felt a growing awe for the black-haired young man before her. So many of her doubts, which her previous teacher had ignored or dismissed, he resolved in seconds. To Ambrose, these were all basic alchemical principles, hardly worth mentioning. But to Isabel, they were priceless insights, knowledge that could save her years of frustration. The more she learned, the deeper her respect grew. She even felt a trace of reverence. Flipping through her notes, she asked eagerly, "And one more, the strength of the hill giant potion?" Ambrose stopped her mid-sentence. "Wait. That's not something you can make, is it?" "I saw the recipe, and I do have the ingredients." "Overreaching will only cause you to waste materials," Ambrose said sternly. "That's a high-grade potion. Even if I taught you step by step, you wouldn't be able to grasp it yet." He rarely used such a sharp tone, but the strength of the hill giant was an expensive brew. Failure would mean losing ingredients worth a small fortune, enough to make his bones ache. The other potions she had asked about previously were meant for general use and would be consumed in large quantities on a day-to-day basis. After half an hour of questions, Ambrose finally raised a hand. "Alchemy is a subtle art. You don't expect to become a master in a single day, do you? Learn what I've already taught you first." Isabel accepted the rebuke without complaint. Compared to her last teacher, Ambrose was practically an angel. He didn't insult her as an idiot or half-wit, and he never hoarded his knowledge. Many of the questions in her notebook had haunted her for ages, but every time she'd asked about them before, she'd received only vague, unhelpful answers. Ambrose gave her a few final reminders about conserving materials and turned to leave, only for Isabel to call out again. "Master, please wait. I have one last question." Ambrose paused, puzzled. "What is it?" Isabel hesitated, then asked softly, "Master, you're an undead, aren't you? An undead who lives in this castle?" Ambrose. Ambrose stared at Isabel, deadpan. The question she just asked was so ridiculous he couldn't even be bothered to respond. "Are you so tired that your brain's gone soft? Go get some rest." Shoo. With that blunt dismissal, he turned on his heel and left the workshop. Humans really were too fragile. Just a few extra nights of work and they'd suddenly start to hallucinate. Isabel stood watching his retreating back, completely baffled by his sudden irritation. I must have touched a nerve. Of course. To someone like him, being reminded he's a ghost must be painful. A young genius alchemist, now trapped as a wandering spirit in this old castle. What a tragic story. I'm such an idiot for asking that. She clasped her hands together, her expression softening. Still, even though he was angry, he still continued to worry about me. How gentle. Her heart warmed. There really were kind undead in this world. She silently swore never to bring up anything related to the undead again. That night, Ambrose left the castle under the cover of darkness. Finding slimes turned out to be far harder than expected. They were one of the weakest magical creatures in existence, and their sheer weakness made them particularly difficult to locate. In this world, slimes weren't your usual cute, jelly-like blobs. They looked more like piles of half-rotten sludge that lurked in damp, dark corners. Too much light or heat would kill them. They thrived in places that were cool, wet, and quiet, the kind of environment that kept their bodies from evaporating and gave them plenty of shadows to hide in. Slimes frequently remained immobile and waited for prey to come to them. Their fluid, gelatinous bodies allowed them to glide silently across floorboards, drip down from walls or ceilings, or squeeze into cracks. While hidden, they were very difficult to find. Once prey wandered close by, slimes would pounce on them. Their bodies, filled with corrosive acid, could melt through skin and bone in seconds. Most prey ended up as dinner, though in truth, many slimes usually fed on grime, fungus, or whatever garbage they could absorb. Ambrose hadn't studied slimes before, so he had no clue where to start. Catching one or two would be easy enough, but he needed hundreds for his experiments. It was time to call in the professionals. When in doubt, issue a bounty and get adventurers working on the problem. It worked 9 times out of 10. That was why Ambrose flew toward Alchemia in the middle of the night. He landed in the bustling South Cross Street. Winter was creeping in, and taverns were doing excellent business. The Iron Slag was one of the city's cheaper establishments, cheap enough that even destitute mercenaries could afford a drink. Though they watered down the ale until it was nearly transparent, 10 copper a cup was enough to draw a crowd. Broke adventurers filled the tavern, cursing, slamming tables, and occasionally groping the waitresses who weaved through the throng. On a good night, they'd get slapped rather than stabbed. Naturally, this was exactly the kind of place Ambrose needed. The blast of heat and sweat that hit him when he stepped inside made him grimace. Liches and humidity did not get along. Warm air made his very bones feel sticky. In the corner, a dwarf was mangling a song. To Ambrose, it sounded as if 2 rocks were being smashed together. Would it kill them to hire a human bard? Or an elf? Dwarves and music should be a prohibited combination. He shook his head, pushed through the crowd and made his way to the counter. The orc bartender, polishing a mug that would never be clean, grinned. Young magician, huh? Don't think I've seen you before. First time here. First drinks on the house. He slid over half a mug of beer, a cloudy yellow mess that Ambrose was sure smelled sour even without a nose. Through the faint flicker of his soul fire, Ambrose could sense the rancid tang of watered-down swill. He took one polite sip, then set a few copper coins on the counter. I'm looking for information. That was the rule: pay first, ask later. The orc pressed a thick finger down on the coins. His massive digit covered 5 at once, which he deftly scraped into his pocket. Ah, a generous customer. What do you want to know? Ambrose. Ambrose sighed inwardly. He should have spread the coins out more. Orc fingers were like sausages. Just one tap, and 5 coins would vanish. Human fingers would only have covered 2 coins at most. Still, no use crying over spilled copper. I'm looking for a large nest of slimes. The orc bartender nodded thoughtfully. Then you should go to the sewers under Alchemia. Personally, though, I wouldn't go down there. There've been dangerous things creeping around lately. Mutant slimes, apparently. Mutant? Ambrose leaned forward. What caused that? The orc gave him a sly look. Another drink? 10 copper gets you the story. Ambrose slid over the coins with a warning. It'd better be worth it. The orc pocketed the coins without missing a beat. You know how expensive it is to dispose of alchemical waste, right? The city's been broke lately. Instead of paying for proper containment, they've been dumping the stuff into the sewers. That told Ambrose everything he needed to know. Industrial pollution, but magical in nature. No wonder the slimes were mutating. And if they'd been dumping all their waste down there, slimes wouldn't be the only ones affected. He rubbed his temples. Wonderful. Probably just a matter of time before something truly horrible crawls up from below. Ambrose knew quite a bit about alchemy. He quickly made a list of common alchemical byproducts in his mind's eye. If they were combined in bulk deep in the sewers. Still, this was no time to back off. If he wanted samples, he had to move now, before the real monsters showed up. I need someone who knows the sewers inside out, Ambrose said. Put up a job request for me. Originally, he'd planned to just buy the slimes from adventurers, but the danger and therefore the prices had skyrocketed. Better to hire a local guide and catch them himself. Even a watered-down legend like him could handle a few slimes. The orc's eyes lit up. Ha! You're in luck. There's a team heading into the sewers tonight, and they're short one mage. If you join them, they'll pay you a significant fee instead. Ambrose froze. He gritted his teeth. You shouldn't have said that. The orc blinked. Said what? I didn't say anything rude, did I? Ambrose's voice became husky. You shouldn't have said pay, significant, or fee. The orc tilted his head, bewildered. What's wrong with those words? Ambrose let out a weary sigh. Because now. I can't refuse. Sigh, why can't I just keep these hands under control? Ambrose rubbed the gold coins between his fingers. His sigh seemed to come from the depths of his very soul. That adventuring party heading into the sewers had generously paid him a 1-coin interview fee. Even if they didn't mesh well, Ambrose would still have earned a gold coin for nothing. Of course, it wasn't strange for adventurers to offer something when trying to recruit a magician. Such talent was rare and expensive. But a whole gold coin just for showing up. That was absurdly extravagant, almost like tipping that dwarven singer just to make him shut up. Whatever hesitation Ambrose had before instantly evaporated the moment the coin landed in his hand. Still, once he pocketed the money, unease started gnawing at him. Adventurers weren't exactly known for their moral integrity. Most of them hovered somewhere between unemployed drifter and licensed bandit. If they could afford to hand out gold like this, it usually meant one of two things: either the job was really dangerous, or someone was planning a good old-fashioned backstab. After all, magicians were almost always rich. Mugging one could easily net a few enchanted trinkets worth thousands of gold coins. Then again, if that was their plan, great. Ambrose grinned. Bandits robbing a lich? Good luck with that. Alchemia could hardly say anything about a little self-defense here and there. He could even clean up the whole party and turn a tidy profit. He might be a washed-up legendary magician, but even a washed-up legend was still a legend. And with his lich identity hidden, Well, bullying a bunch of adventurers would be child's play. The real problem was if the job itself turned out to be a nightmare. If they were paying this much without intending to betray him, it probably meant they were desperate, and that was never a good sign. In that case, the hassle might not be worth the fee. Still, worst case, he could just walk away. A free gold coin was nothing to complain about. Ambrose sat quietly in the corner of the tavern, waiting for the team to show up. The orc barkeep had said they were traveling from outside the city, so they probably wouldn't arrive until around dawn. In the meantime, Ambrose carefully planned several mutual robbery contingencies, and a few price negotiation scripts, just in case. But when the adventuring party finally walked through the door, all those schemes went right out the window. There were 3 people, a knight clad in full plate, helmet and all, a war priest wearing chainmail and carrying a hammer the size of his own head, and a young man in a magician's robe, noticeably poorer than his armored companions. Paladins and a war priest from the Lion Empire? Ambrose muttered. There was no mistaking them. Each of them wore the Lion Empire's crest of rose and dragon, the emblem reserved for the Royal Order of Paladins itself. The 2 in the lead were probably viscounts at least, and each with their own fiefdoms at that. No wonder they were throwing gold around. Compared to regular adventurers, these guys were basically upper-class elites. Still, what were Lion Empire paladins doing in Alchemia? The 2 nations could barely stand each other. Alchemia prided itself on equally discriminating against everyone who couldn't perform alchemy or magic, while the Lion Empire equally discriminated against everyone who wasn't human. Like villains quarreling over who was worse, they'd been sneering at each other for decades. The Paladins considered Alchemia a den of heresy. The alchemists thought the Empire's endless, holy light, evil, glory, charge speeches were basically barbarian war chants with slightly better vocabulary. They weren't open enemies, but they had never been on friendly terms, either. So when 2 fully armed Lion Empire paladins walked into a city tavern, everyone noticed. The place went dead silent. A few of the regulars were lizard folk and drow. No one wanted to be around if one of the paladins suddenly stepped forward shouting, "Let holy light shine upon the wicked. Have at thee." Thankfully, the shabby young magician with them stepped forward, laughing nervously to dispel the sudden tension. We're back again. This place is just as lively as ever. Why don't you take a seat? I'll grab us some top-shelf ale. Ambrose blinked. He recognized that voice. It was Harvey, the apprentice magician who'd once wandered around with that porcupine knight near his domain. Hearing Harvey's words, the room relaxed a little. If they'd been here before and no bloodbath had occurred, maybe it'd be fine this time too. Even so, several patrons quietly finished their drinks and slipped out. Sharing a roof with paladins was a stressful experience, especially for those with, moral flexibility. The 2 paladins didn't seem to mind the wary looks. They simply took a seat against the far wall. They were smart, disciplined, and fully armored, even while drinking a textbook example of Imperial training. Harvey scurried around trying to appease them. He was soon drenched in sweat. The Porcupine Knight had clearly gone to great lengths to curry favor with these high-ranking guests. No one knew what exactly brought the Lion Empire to Alchemia, but at least Harvey had managed to recommend himself as their local guide. Apparently, the 2 had suddenly decided to explore the city's sewers. Harvey had nearly died from all the paperwork, permits to enter, adventure clearances, team formation approvals, the works. Finding teammates for paladins wasn't easy. Sure, they were strong and honorable, but also rigid, judgmental, and openly racist, not exactly party-friendly traits. And in a city where humans were the minority and magicians even rarer, finding someone who fit their holy and pure standards was basically impossible. The last few candidates had all ended in disaster. Thus, the interview fee had risen higher and higher, until it hit 1 gold coin. When Harvey had finally received word of Ambrose's interest earlier today, the paladins had rushed over without delay. The orc barkeep eagerly introduced them. "Nice to meet you. I'm William Harvey, apprentice magician," the young man said, studying Ambrose curiously. He was surprised to find that the black-haired youth before him looked nothing like any human he knew. His eyes, complexion, and delicate features carried an almost elven beauty. That said, a pretty face didn't mean much in magic. Casting spells required brains, not charm. "Pleasure to meet you," Ambrose said smoothly. "I'm Megamantiga." Harvey blinked. "Ahem. The pleasure is mine, Master Megaman. You probably already know what we're looking for, a magician specialized in frost magic dash." Before he could finish, Ambrose lifted his palm. A ball of glittering frost formed above it. Harvey recognized the spellwork immediately, Ray of Frost, a basic cantrip. It was nothing too impressive, at first, until the icy light split into two perfectly stable rays. "Dual casting?" Harvey whispered. "No. It's a matter of pure control." The difference was night and day. Any real magician could tell that this wasn't showmanship. It was proof of mastery. Harvey gave a low whistle. He had addressed this, Megamantiga, as master only out of courtesy, but it was suddenly sounding very appropriate. He turned toward the Paladin, giving an affirmative nod. "This is our fifth candidate," Harvey said carefully. "And probably our last. So please, don't repeat what happened last time." They had had a falling out with their last candidate. Harvey pleaded with the two Paladins not to have the same thing happen again, otherwise, they might really be out of options. The Paladin didn't respond to the warning. Through the slit of his helmet came a voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Master Megaman," he said, "my faith forbids me from working alongside the wicked. I would like to cast Detect Evil upon you. Would you consent?" "Ambrose." Harvey couldn't even bear to watch. He'd seen this play out before. The previous few magicians had nearly flipped the table at this exact line. Detect Evil was a spell unique to holy professions. It let its caster sniff out the wicked hiding among ordinary folk, cultists, criminals, that sort of thing. The problem was, Detect Evil only detected evil. It didn't tell you what kind of evil. Even a stray malicious thought could trigger it. And really, who could swear they'd never had an evil thought? A list of the 10 most annoying things that paladins do would undoubtedly include randomly casting Detect Evil. Saying, "Mind if I cast Detect Evil on you," might sound polite, but it was really just strapping someone onto a moral guillotine. Say yes, and you might show up as evil for the most trivial of reasons. Say no, and everyone assumes you're hiding something. Their other magician candidates had blown up over it. One had even come close to starting a bar fight. If Harvey hadn't stepped in to stop them, someone might have died right there. He thought that after a few such disasters, the Paladin would have learned to restrain himself. Apparently not. Ambrose didn't speak at first. He also found the request absurd. No wonder everyone disliked these tin can zealots, especially the ones from the Lion Empire, who were practically religious fanatics with nicer armor. Harvey worried Ambrose might lose his temper on the spot. But to his surprise, Ambrose stayed calm. Almost too calm. The moment he'd seen the Paladin walk in, Ambrose had already guessed this was coming. No matter how flawless his disguise magic was, Paladins had an innate sense for undeath. Even if they couldn't see through it, they'd feel that something was off. So when the Paladin made his request, Ambrose merely replied, "As a Paladin, you must know how offensive that kind of request is." The Paladin replied smoothly, "Detect Evil harms no one. It merely senses wicked thoughts. If you have none, you'll be untouched, and your integrity proven." Ambrose shot back, "Most people don't need to prove their integrity. Their lives don't hinge on being virtuous. But for you noble knights, integrity is just an accessory, a price tag for your faith and honor. To everyone else, those ideals are a burden. Can you admit that?" The Paladin nodded slightly. "For the faithless and the heretic, virtue means little. You've said plenty. I take it you refuse?" He didn't seem surprised. Refusal was the usual reaction. Hardly anyone ever agreed to a moral inquisition. But Ambrose demurred. "Not exactly. I'm just making a reasonable proposal. Since this test is purely for your religious satisfaction, shouldn't I be compensated for shouldering the associated risks?" The Paladin froze. Harvey's jaw dropped. He had never seen anyone charge money for being the recipient of a detect evil. How was this magician making it sound so reasonable? The paladin's expression didn't change, but his fingers twitched slightly. He was clearly hesitating. Something about this felt wrong, yet he couldn't find a flaw in the logic. Ambrose added lightly, "What's wrong? Not willing to pay? Seems your faith isn't worth much, then." That did it. The war priest beside him reached for his hammer, ready to smite the magician first rather than argue. "Oh, did I strike a nerve?" Ambrose continued smoothly. "Faith requires sacrifice, doesn't it? You paladins know that better than anyone. Yet here you are, just pushing the burden onto others. If your Lord of Dawn saw this, I wonder upon whose head his holy fire would fall." The tavern erupted in cheers. "Ha! Well said. Yeah. Sacrificing yourself might be an act of faith, but sacrificing others is just cult-like behavior. I've always hated those self-righteous tin cans. Lapdogs of the Lion Empire." A good number of the patrons of the bar weren't human, and Ambrose's words hit home. A few even shouted that they'd buy him a drink. Amid the uproar, the paladin restrained the furious war priest and said evenly, "How much do you want?" Ambrose smiled. "That depends on how much your faith is worth." "This rhetoric is meaningless," the paladin said. "My faith cannot be measured in gold. But you are right, moral judgment does carry a cost. So tell me, how much is your morality worth?" Harvey nearly applauded. Now that was a counterstrike worthy of the Empire's so-called paladins. He'd flipped the question back. If Ambrose named any price, it implied his morality could be bought, branding him as immoral. Paladins, after all, weren't idiots. They had to undergo rigorous martial training, but they also studied history, literature, and philosophy. They were zealots, yes, but educated zealots. Ambrose raised a brow, mildly impressed. He'd underestimated this particular paladin. "How much is morality worth?" he mused, then smiled. "You're asking me to put a price on my morality. I could just name a number so high you couldn't possibly afford it, but that would be childish. I'm no paragon of divine virtue, and tossing out a fake figure would only make both of us look bad." He spread his hands. "So rest easy, my price will be perfectly fair." The paladin said, intrigued, "I've never heard of a standard for pricing morality before. Master Megaman, I confess I'm curious about yours." Ambrose replied confidently, "According to Alchemia law, if either party in a transaction deceives the other, the violator must pay tenfold the damage. That's the standard here. Your commission listed a payment of 500 gold coins for this venture. Since it's a contract made within Alchemia, we'll follow its rules. If you wish to test my morality, then pay 5,000 gold. If you do so, I'll accept your detect evil. Sound fair?" 5,000 gold was a small fortune to most, but to a paladin of the Lion Empire, an actual landed noble, it was at most a painful inconvenience. And worse, Ambrose's logic made sense. The tavern was already half cheering, half mocking the holy duo. If this dragged on, even the Lord of Dawn's reputation might start taking hits. And that, no paladin could allow. "Fine," the paladin said. 5,000 gold. I accept." He drew a small pouch and poured out a clinking cascade of coins. A magical storage bag was worth over 10,000 gold by itself. Truly, money was no object for this lot. Ambrose calmly counted the coins, completely at ease. Harvey, meanwhile, stared at him, torn between admiration and disbelief. Was this magician truly so confident his soul would pass the test? Or was he just that good at bluffing? Ambrose counted the gold piece by piece, then pulled out a sheet of parchment, wrote out the contract in full, and nailed it to the tavern's bulletin board for public record. Only after all these formalities did he turn to the paladin and say, calm as could be, "Go on, then. Cast your detect evil." The paladin warned, "If you use magic to resist detection, that counts as a breach of contract." Ambrose replied pleasantly, "If it makes you feel better, you may seal my mana first." The paladin shook his head. There was no need for that, he would know if the spell were tampered with. Truth be told, Ambrose's composure was so perfect that the paladin almost believed he truly had nothing to hide. The holy light flared and washed over Ambrose. Detect evil produced a color. Pure souls glowed in flawless white, while corrupted ones bore dark stains or a faint crimson hue. The more wicked the soul, the darker the light. For ordinary folk, a few fingertip-sized shadows might appear, greedy thoughts and minor desires, nothing explicit. Cultists of dark gods, however, would be stained in darkness and steeped in spiritual filth. When the spell touched Ambrose, a dense, suffocating darkness erupted and swallowed him whole. Harvey. The paladin. The tavern patrons. Everyone thought they were hallucinating. That much darkness. Not even cultists radiated evil like this. Had the paladin just pinged a god of darkness himself? The paladin recovered first, roaring, "You're an undead." Indeed, aside from dark gods themselves, only the undead could yield such a result. It wasn't a matter of deed, but of nature. The undead were antithetical to the living, evil by their very existence alone. So all undead were pure black, without exception. Ambrose merely waved a hand, dispelling the shadows, and said with an unbothered smile, "I'll be taking that 5,000 gold, then." The paladin's fury was nearly tangible. His sword rang free of its sheath, radiant with holy light. This was Sacred Slash, the signature technique of paladins. One strike, and most undead would turn to dust. "Filthy undead," the paladin growled. "You've no right to that gold." Ambrose pointed casually toward the contract on the wall. "It says here these coins are my moral compensation for accepting the risk of your detect evil." It never said anything about a required outcome. "My identity as an undead is public now. Shouldn't my tarnished reputation deserve payment?" The tavern burst into performative outrage. "Yeah. Disgusting undead scum. Right. Bag of bones. Who'd drink with that thing? Down with the undead. Glory to the light. I can't believe I was drinking in the same bar as an undead. I'm gonna hurl." Their overacting caused the paladin's grip on his sword to tremble, as if he were about to burst in outrage. Ambrose shrugged and spread his hands. "You see. My reputation's ruined already. The money's justified. Despicable. Shameless." That was all the paladin could manage. Noble upbringing had its limits, it left him painfully short on insults. Ambrose was entirely unbothered. Just as the paladin looked ready to swing, Harvey hurried over. "Sir, it's not a crime to be an undead in Alchemia. But cleansing one would be. You'd be breaking the law." Harvey gave a subtle glance around. The paladin belatedly saw what awaited him. Two lizardmen warriors at the nearest table had already gripped their axe hafts. A drow in the corner was calmly loading a crossbow. Even the dwarf bard, who'd been caterwauling minutes ago, had set aside his loot and drawn a dagger. Behind the bar, the Orcish barkeep lined up empty bottles within throwing distance. There were enemies wherever he looked. Those who discriminate equally against all non-human races would earn equal hostility in return. And if the target of that hostility happened to be a paladin of the Lion Empire, well, even the undead started to look like good company. The paladin realized he'd walked straight into Ambrose's trap. Drawing his blade now would turn the whole tavern against him. Strong though he might be, he could hardly fend off dozens of adventurers in cramped quarters like a bar. The paladin could only glare as Ambrose swept up the gold. He sheathed his blade unwillingly. Then, he hissed through clenched teeth, "It seems that adventuring was the right choice. I'd never have learned a lesson like this in Lion. My thanks to you, Master Megamantiga. Next time we meet, I'll cleanse your soul with honor." With that, he left, taking his companions with him. Despite his palpable rage, he was able to keep his cool. This paladin might end up a dangerous foe. The tavern erupted in cheers, whistles, and jeers, celebrating like they'd just won a battle. As the paladin trio reached the door, Harvey looked back at Ambrose. A premonition stirred. Somehow, he knew that this undead, masquerading as a man, was likely the master of that infamous old castle outside the city. He had no proof, just a gut feeling. It was the kind of intuition only a divination apprentice could have. If so, today's meeting might not be such a bad thing. When the time came to recruit the Paladin to take on the Lich, maybe he'd even say yes. Ambrose, meanwhile, was studying Harvey with quiet curiosity. An apprentice magician, he'd said, but Ambrose's instincts told him otherwise. There was more depth to that young man than even the Paladin. Once again, it was a diviner's intuition at work. Before becoming a Lich, Ambrose had been a master of divination himself. He'd ascended to the realm of legend in that domain, though the blessing he'd gained from it had nothing at all to do with foresight. After the Paladin's departure, the tavern remained lively. A drow called out with a laugh, 5,000 gold from a Paladin with just a few words, "You'd better be careful. You'll be wanted in the Lion Empire before long." A lizard man chimed in, "Right. You won't live long anyway. Why not spend it? Buy us a round. 5,000 gold is enough for a month of drinks for everyone. Let's start with 10 mugs for me." Their shouts piled higher and higher, but Ambrose didn't hesitate to refuse them. "Not a chance. Didn't you say you'd puke if you drank with an undead? And you, filthy and shameless, was it? As for you, you called me a bag of bones not even dogs would chew. You expect me to buy you drinks? Ha! You'd sooner see the god of wealth rain down gold." "I didn't." "Hey, that wasn't me," cried the drow who'd insulted him earlier. For a race famed for trickery, being out-schemed was an intolerable humiliation. The crowd turned angry. "We were playing along with your act. Damn stingy undead. He's even swindling us. This was part of your plan too, wasn't it? Keep your gold and buy yourself a coffin. Undead really don't have hearts. Should have let him taste that sacred slash." The curses grew more colorful by the second. Ambrose didn't so much as blink. Please. Did they really think a few drunk adventurers could rile up a Lich who'd outlived dynasties? They were all just a bunch of children trying to outwit a Lich who had lived for centuries. Ambrose didn't buy drinks for the crowd, but he did toss a few gold coins to the dwarf bard. That was a massive tip by any tavern standard, instantly making Ambrose the bard's top patron in years. The little fellow's face lit up with joy. Bowing low, he called out, "Generous Lord of Undeath, allow me to sing a mournful elegy in your honor." Ambrose replied, perfectly deadpan, "No need. That tip was to make you stop singing." For a moment, there was silence. Then, the tavern burst into laughter and cheers. The dwarf glared at him furiously. It was a blatant insult, the kind that deserved a coin-flinging, ale-splashing, curse-screaming response. But, the tip had been too generous. Ambrose leaned back, thoroughly pleased. Money meant nothing if he didn't spend it, and spending someone else's money was true luxury. Of course, he hadn't forgotten what he was here for. He fished out another coin and flicked it toward the Orcish barkeep. "I need a top-tier guide for the sewers, and make it fast." The barkeep's ears twitched. In Alchemia, all the waste from magical experiments was conveniently dumped straight into the sewers. The longer it sat there, the more mutant monsters would breed within. As their numbers grew, stronger individuals began to emerge. If left unchecked, at least one of them would surely evolve into a legendary class threat in time. That would be a catastrophe. Besides, those paladins from the Lion Empire hadn't shown up here by coincidence. They claimed it was just training, but Ambrose wasn't buying it. Something was stirring beneath the city, and if he didn't move fast, it might disrupt his own experiments. And gold, as always, got results. By dawn, 3 guides stood before him, each completely different in appearance and temperament. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Just from their gear, Ambrose could tell what professions they were. "Let me see, 1 rogue, 1 ranger, and—" "Miss, are you a druid?" he asked, puzzled. Rogues and rangers made fine guides, but a druid? That was odd. Sure, Alchemia accepted all kinds of people, but druids were practically an exception. Druids believed in the balance of nature, in the harmony of all living things. They despised interference, especially the kind of rampant magical tinkering Alchemia was infamous for. Anyone who'd seen a mercury slime could tell that the place was the antithesis of druidic ideals. The two sides might as well have been at war. Druids avoided alchemists like the plague. But the druids were too scattered across the continent, and there were never enough of them for a direct confrontation. Even so, druids would keep their distance even from the vassal towns of Alchemia, and they staunchly refused to interact with anyone affiliated with alchemy. It was exceedingly rare for one to appear in Alchemia. "Yes, I'm a druid," said the young woman confidently. "You need a guide, right? I've been in the sewers before. I know where the slimes gather." She looked about 20, fit and sharp-eyed, exuding that wild, natural aura druids carried. "Hold that thought," Ambrose said. "Let's hear from the others first." The rogue was first. 300 gold, he said flatly. "Flat rate. I'll take you to 2 slime nests. Can't promise they're still there, though." He went on shamelessly, "The sewers change every day. I can confirm those nests once existed, but won't make any guarantees as to their state now. No refunds, either. Oh, and I don't fight. If we encounter any danger, I'm gone." A professional scam, polished to perfection. He wasn't even pretending to be honest. The fact that he wouldn't make any guarantees was damning enough. What would stop him from pointing at any random spot before walking off? Ambrose didn't bother haggling. He might as well be a con artist. Next came the half-elf ranger, who at least looked trustworthy. 500 gold, he said. "I guarantee I'll lead you to at least 100 slimes. You'll have to catch them yourself. If there's danger, I'll call my beast companion to cover our retreat, but my safety comes first." Reasonable enough. Fair terms but outrageously expensive for a guide. Ambrose's budget was 200 gold, tops. He tried bargaining, but the half-elf was as stubborn as a dwarf and wouldn't drop so much as a single coin. Before he could continue, the druid cut in impatiently. "Sir, maybe it's time to hear my offer." Ambrose raised a brow. "You're still here. You heard me earlier. I'm an undead. You, a druid, want to work with the undead." The druid crossed her arms and said matter-of-factly, "Why not? Alchemia is open and inclusive, isn't it? When in a city, follow its rules. Druids and undead can cooperate just fine." Ambrose didn't believe a word of what she was saying. Undead were an abomination to nature, a reversal of life's natural flow. Druidic doctrine condemned them absolutely. When he spoke to the others earlier, he'd even warned them about his identity just to avoid accusations of deception. He had fully expected the druid to walk out the moment she heard the word undead. Instead, she'd stuck around and volunteered. She had to have some ulterior motive. Ambrose wanted nothing to do with her. Secrets led to trouble, and trouble delayed experiments. Logic screamed at him to refuse outright, but the druid's next words pulverized his logic. "I can work for free." The word struck like a divine revelation. Every syllable rang out with beauty and truth. "What did you just say?" Ambrose asked, stunned. The druid shoved past the other 2 guides, leaned forward on the table, and declared, "I said I'll work for free. I'll guarantee we find plenty of slimes. And if danger comes, I'll cover your retreat myself. I promise your safety." Ambrose stared at her, his expression unreadable. In his head, only one thought echoed, "I've never met such a bald-faced scammer. Work for free. Cover an undead's retreat. Not even a slime would buy that story. Trying to scam a lich," he thought dryly. Now that's new. A druid offering to help an undead for free and even willing to risk her life to protect him. Ambrose could hardly count the number of absurdities in that claim. He snorted. "Don't feed me such childish lies. Such freebies exact the greatest cost. Tell me your real goal, and maybe I'll consider working with you." The druid glanced around and said, "Let's talk somewhere private." Ambrose snapped his fingers. A veil of pure darkness descended, enclosing the 2 of them in silence. This barrier blocks sound and light, Ambrose said. Most detection spells won't pierce it. Now, speak. The druid's eyes widened. As a spellcaster herself, she recognized the level of mastery behind that casual gesture. Casting required both incantation and gesture. That was Spellcraft 101. Silent casting alone was the mark of an expert, but Ambrose had even managed the spell in an instant. In battle, he would surely outpace the adepts of the famed Tri-Fireball Order, who prided themselves on being able to cast 3 fireballs within 6 seconds. This undead was far stronger than she had imagined. She had, it seemed, found the right person. Taking a deep breath, she began, "My kin and I ventured into the sewers beneath Alchemia. Down there, we encountered something terrible. My people are still trapped inside. I need your help to rescue them." Ambrose raised a brow. "Your kin are trapped, and you expect to save them alone? If you want me to get involved, it'll cost extra." "You won't need to fight," the druid insisted. "I have my own methods. You only need to help me find them. You're undead, so you're especially sensitive to life force. You'll be able to locate them in the tunnels easily. In return, I'll help you find the slimes you're after." Ambrose considered this. "How long have they been trapped?" The druid fell silent for a moment. "More than 2 months. Ambrose. 2 months." Ambrose blinked. At this point they'd be bones, if that. Seeing his skepticism, the druid's voice quickened. "My kin are strong. They can protect themselves. They're only trapped. If I can find them, I'll be able to free them. They're still alive, they must be." The last sentence came out as a whisper, half-choked with tears. Ambrose found himself growing more curious about these sewers. Not only had the place drawn the Empire's paladins, but now druids as well. What was next? A legendary dragon nesting beneath the streets. "What exactly did you encounter down there?" he asked. The druid hesitated, clearly aware of the value of her information. "You'll have to agree to help first. Otherwise, I can't tell you more." "No problem," said Ambrose. "I'll even sign a contract right now. If your kin are still alive, I'll help you find them." He saw no reason to refuse. Compared to the other 2 guides he'd interviewed earlier, this druid offered far better value for the risk. After all, the choice of guide wouldn't change how dangerous the sewers were. And unlike the others, she had witnessed the horrors that lay down there and lived to tell about it. The druid eagerly signed the pact. Only then did Ambrose learn her name, Naomi Watts. The surname struck him as odd for a druid. Most druids bore names tied to nature and to the particular circle to which they were associated. Moongrove, for instance, was a famous surname associated with a circle of lunar druids. Watts, on the other hand, sounded distinctly human, almost noble. Judging by the name, her family even likely had some connection to lightning. The druid surely had her own share of secrets as well. But Ambrose wasn't one for gossip. He cared only about what waited in the sewers. "Now," he said, "tell me what's really down there, Miss Watts." Naomi frowned in thought. "I'm not sure what it was. I was exploring the southern district's sewers when the filth suddenly changed. One moment, it was sludge and rot. The next, a beautiful garden that looked just like home." Her description painted a vivid picture. To Ambrose, it sounded unmistakably like a large-scale illusion spell, a deadly mirage hiding unseen threats. Biting apples that snapped back when touched, sheep that sprouted claws mid-bleat dangerous, yes, but not insurmountable. The druids were likely trapped inside a phantasmal maze, unable to break free. As for Naomi herself, she had apparently been forced out by her companions and sent to find help. Ambrose folded his arms. "So you came back alone? Where are the others? Don't tell me your entire circle's holed up in the sewers." "That," she said curtly, "has nothing to do with our agreement." "Heh. Fair enough. But from what you've told me, this monster doesn't sound too hard to deal with." For all their annoyance, wide-area illusions suggested one thing: weak combat capabilities. If the creature had possessed raw destructive power, it wouldn't have needed such tricks. An adept from the Tri-Fireball Order could have turned those druids to ash and probably collapsed half the sewers, 2 in 6 seconds flat. A dozen monsters adept at illusion magic flashed through Ambrose's mind. None of them worried him much. Then let's not waste time, he said. We'll set off now. He dispelled the barrier and filed their contract at the tavern's guild counter. Most adventurers' inns offered such services, the legal registration of contracts to prevent disputes. Cities across the continent recognized their validity. Without these contracts, no sane man would risk his life on a stranger's word. Cheap ale and dwarven drinking songs were hardly enough to attract so many patrons. Outside, Naomi was already hurrying toward the sewer entrance when Ambrose caught her arm and murmured a spell. Both their figures shimmered, then vanished completely. Naomi gasped. What are you dash? Her answer came when the tavern door creaked open again. 2 men stepped out, the rogue and the ranger who'd interviewed beside her earlier. And judging by the way they scanned the street, they hadn't left on a whim. The ranger even whistled, summoning a hound that began sniffing the ground. But the animal circled in confusion, unable to catch a scent. Of course it couldn't. Druids blended naturally with their surroundings, their scent indistinguishable from the wild. As though Ambrose was a lich, he abhorred contamination by dint of being an alchemist. Even his corpse had no odor whatsoever. Still, the 2 men didn't give up. They set off toward the sewer entrance, clearly intent on trailing the lich and the druid. Only when they were gone did Ambrose lift the invisibility. Naomi frowned. What do they want? They tried the oldest trick in the book, Ambrose said with a sneer. One plays a bad liar, while the other offers a fair price that's far too high. When I didn't bite, they decided to trail us instead. They're hoping to swoop in if we find something valuable or just kill us and loot our corpses. These were what adventurers were like. In lawless territory, they were little better than bandits. So what do we do now? Naomi asked nervously. She was clearly new to this line of work. No wonder she'd been stuck in Alchemia so long without finding a team. Desperation had even driven her straight into the hands of an undead. Ambrose grinned. We follow them. They won't give up. They'll go into the sewers sooner or later. They want to take advantage of us, so why shouldn't we take advantage of them? A sharp, delighted smile crossed his face. He'd missed his chance for a good double-cross earlier, but fate, it seemed, had sent him a second helping. A fine gift, courtesy of the god of fate himself. In the southern district stood a monument giving off waves of stench so foul that every passerby took the long way around. Even the citizens of Alchemia, well used to the occasional puff of alchemical smoke or failed potion, found themselves gagging after more than a few breaths. This was one of Alchemia's massive sewer entrances. Everyone knew the sewers were a cesspool by nature, but this smell was new. Once upon a time, even a hint of odor would have been scrubbed away within minutes. This was Alchemia, after all, where even sewer hatches were designed as pieces of public art. But that was 2 or 3 years ago. These days, people just pinched their noses and hurried on. When Ambrose and Naomi arrived, they caught sight of the rogue and ranger ducking into the sewer from afar. Naomi couldn't help but mutter, they'd risk their lives just to hurt someone else. The 2 of them had actually braved that suffocating stench just for the sake of a scam. The naive young druid looked genuinely shaken by that level of malice. Ambrose, on the other hand, barely reacted. Figures. She was obviously one of those druids raised in a sheltered little grove somewhere, kind-hearted, honest, never having to experience the uglier parts of the world. Now that her clan was in trouble, however, she had no choice but to face reality head-on. Welcome to the real world, Ambrose said flatly. He'd lived through centuries and seen enough treachery to fill a library. Compared to that, this little incident didn't even register as a blip. Naomi fell silent, her expression hardening. Master Megaman, should we go in now? Not yet, Ambrose said. You're a druid. You can summon beasts, can't you? How about ravens? Naomi nodded. Summoning animal companions was a druid's bread and butter. The raven call was beginner-level stuff. Through a ritual, she could project a raven from the wilds. It wasn't a real bird, but it was close enough. It would be perfect for reconnaissance. Ambrose pointed at the manhole beneath their feet. Summon a raven and send it through. Make it fly around and check under the sculpture. Naomi instantly understood his intent. He suspected those two had laid traps at the entrance. He's so cautious, she thought. I really did pick the right undead. Still, druids and the undead were mortal enemies. Naomi couldn't help worrying that, even if she saved her clan, she'd later be punished for having worked with an undead to do so. But now wasn't the time. Ambrose was her only hope, and any retribution she might face could wait until after the rescue. Following his instructions, Naomi called forth a raven and sent it fluttering down through the sewer grate. The instant it entered, her face twisted. The familiar bond between druid and beast involved sharing nearly every sense. The raven's nose was hers now. The stench hit her like a wall, nearly making her lose control. She gritted her teeth and guided the raven around the tunnels. No sign of the rogue and ranger, no sign of traps. Barely keeping down her nausea, she dismissed the raven and relayed what she saw. Ambrose snorted. 2 amateurs. If it were me setting up an ambush, I'd have left at least 5 magical traps at the entrance. So, should we go in now? Naomi asked. No rush, Ambrose replied. Maybe they're just good at hiding things, and you didn't notice. Naomi's temper flared. Then why didn't you check yourself in the first place? You're undead. You don't even have a sense of smell. Caution never hurts, Ambrose said, entirely unbothered. Don't worry, I won't make you suffer through that again. We'll take a different approach. He cast a spell, and both their bodies shimmered. Naomi expected to fade into invisibility again, but this time, her body dissolved into swirling mist. This was the vapor form spell. Their bodies turned gaseous, consciousness intact, as they drifted lightly through the air. In this state, they were immune to physical attacks and most lesser spells, but also unable to do much besides float. Naomi couldn't help murmuring in awe, you magicians really do have a spell for everything. Magicians differed from other spellcasters. They relied on intellect, not faith or instinct. As long as a spell could be understood, they could cast it. Whether they were masters or mere dabblers was another story. As drifting clouds, they slipped through the narrow grate and entered Alchemia's underground world. But the moment they were inside, Ambrose abruptly dispelled the transformation. What in the world happened here, he muttered. Decay, corruption, malice, those sensations pressed in like a physical weight. Even a lich would find it unbearable. Even in vapor form, he'd felt the filth trying to infect his essence. Who knew what kind of abominable residue he might have absorbed if he remained that way? Returning to solid form was the safer bet. Naomi fared worse. Her resistance was weaker, and her contact with the miasma had already turned her complexion pale green. Once back in human form, she could barely stand. Ambrose was just about to purge the contamination when Naomi's hand flared with light. A small oak statue appeared in her palm. A surge of pure, verdant energy washed out from it like a tide. Life itself seemed to bloom in the fetid air, forming a sanctuary of clean, living space amid the rot. Naomi's color returned immediately. The corruption in her body evaporated as if it had never been. Ambrose, however, stayed outside the emerald light, instinctively wary. To him, that radiance was far more menacing than the stench of the sewers. He studied the statue and said, astonished, an idol of Sylvanus? Your circle was blessed by a god. Sylvanus was the god of nature, the deity most druids worshipped. But the devotion went one way only, most prayers went unanswered. Yet Ambrose could feel divine power emanating from that little statue. This was no mere token. It was an artifact blessed by the god himself, a relic any druidic circle would guard with their lives. Things had just gotten complicated. A relic like that would never leave its tribe unless the tribe itself had been wiped out. Which meant Naomi Watts was either the sole survivor of a massacre, or she'd stolen the relic herself. Thick, vibrant life energy filled the fetid sewers, carving out a small, breathable haven where Naomi could finally catch her breath. Ambrose only needed one glance at the idol before him to tell that it bore at least 3 kinds of blessings: regeneration, poison immunity, and unfettered movement. Not only that, all of them were wide-area enchantments. It was enough to make even a lich jealous. This was the nature of divine relic, something so powerful that even a random mortal could wield it to miraculous effect. This statue would be worth at least 1,000,000 gold on the open market. That said, druidic relics had to be recharged by sacred rites and rituals every now and then. If someone else were to claim it, its powers might be depleted within a matter of months. But no matter how potent such a relic was, Ambrose couldn't enjoy any of its benefits. For the undead, the divine power of Sylvanas was even more dangerous than the sewer's miasma. The stench and filth merely made Ambrose uncomfortable, but that natural green barrier around the idol would corrode his undead body as if it were acid. After all, the undead were fundamentally opposed to the natural order of life, and were anathema to Sylvanas himself. The idol of Sylvanas can purify the sewer's toxins, Ambrose said. It probably breaks illusions too. That's your trump card for saving your kin, isn't it? Naomi took several deep breaths before replying. Yes. I've come down here many times, but by the time I reached the place where my people were last seen, they were already gone. The idol's protection keeps me safe, but I need your help to find them. The druid clearly had no ill intentions in mind, so Ambrose saw no reason to break their contract, especially not when Alchemia would gleefully seize his assets for breach of magical ethics. Then let's get a move on, Ambrose said. Take me to where they disappeared. Illusions always left traces. If he could identify what kind of creature had created it, tracking down the missing druids would be much easier. Naomi led the way, holding the idol of Sylvanas. With its blessings, the toxic air and filthy water didn't bother her at all. To speed things up, she even transformed into a sleek black panther, with the idol clenched gently between her teeth. Ambrose had to cast flight just to keep up. Before long, they reached a relatively open area, a sort of buffer zone with a wide stone floor, still surrounded by filthy channels reeking even worse than the entrance. Yet oddly enough, the ground was spotless. There were no corpses, no blood, nor even a cockroach in sight. I've come here several times, Naomi said. There's never been anything. But before Ambrose could start his inspection, countless crimson lights suddenly flickered to life all around them. Naomi barely had time to react before the lights rushed toward her. Her natural aura, brilliant in the dark sewers, was like a torch that attracted the attention of every hungry monster for miles. She froze for a second, and understandably so. The idol had always repelled the sewer creatures before. Why were monsters daring to charge her now? Ambrose, however, didn't hesitate. 2 beams of frost shot from his palms, carving icy lines through the air. The first wave of attackers froze solid before they even reached Naomi. Only then did she see what they were: rats, huge ones, each the size of a wolf, their mangy hides covered in sores and tumors that seemed ready to burst. Just looking at them made her eyes itch with phantom contagion. Ambrose kept firing Ray of Frost, sweeping the area until every last mutated rat was nothing but a block of ice. Naomi stared, wide-eyed. Sure, Ray of Frost was a basic spell, but channeling it continuously at such speed wasn't something ordinary magicians could do. She instinctively edged closer to Ambrose for reassurance, only for him to immediately backpedal 2 steps. Careful, he warned. I don't want to be offered up as a sacrifice to Sylvanas. Naomi flushed with embarrassment. A druid, seeking safety from an undead? Ridiculous. She quickly changed the subject. What were those things? I've never seen them before. Ambrose crouched beside one of the frozen corpses. A scalpel appeared in his hand, and he began to dissect the mutated rat with clinical precision. The wet sound of tearing flesh made Naomi avert her gaze in horror. Ambrose, of course, was unfazed. This level of gore barely registered. Fur, muscle, veins, nerves, organs, bone. He stripped each layer methodically, then extracted the rat's lingering soul for inspection. I think I know what your people ran into. You do. What? Naomi asked quickly. Ambrose pointed at the mangled corpse. These rats were magically altered. That kind of handiwork is usually the sign of a hag. A hag? Naomi blinked in confusion. You've never heard of hags? Ambrose said. Don't druids scare kids with stories like, behave or a hag will get you? Naomi bristled. We druids don't frighten children with horror stories. That's something you undead would do. That'd be pretty stupid, Ambrose replied. The undead don't have children. Naomi. The naive druid girl was speechless. Just moments ago, she'd almost felt that Ambrose was powerful and dependable. Now she silently recited the teachings of Sylvanus, the undead truly are irredeemable. Anyway, Ambrose continued, hags are monsters originally from the spiritual plane who crossed into the material world long, long ago. The 9 kingdoms still tell tales about them, cruel, ugly crones who delight in tormenting mortals. They often use magic to twist living creatures into servants, which is exactly what happened to these rats. They're venomous and aggressive, though not terribly strong. Ordinary folk could kill a few, but without an antidote, they'd die from poison soon after. Even in death, these things spread disease. On this continent in which the 9 major kingdoms bickered endlessly, the so-called war between good and evil was just a matter of sides. The Lion Empire, for instance, despised the undead, but that didn't mean that all liches like Ambrose were irredeemable monsters. And though Ambrose viewed the Lion Empire as a soulless cult of zealots, that wasn't quite the case either. It was a matter of stance and perspective. But hags were a different story entirely. They were pure evil, born twisted and cruel to the bone. Hags looked like hideous, warped old women, with hearts just as ugly as their faces. Even their means of reproduction were a crime against nature. Hags couldn't bear children of their own. Instead, they would steal human babies, sometimes straight from their cradles or even from their mother's wombs. Then, they would devour the infant and give birth to a human-looking girl. The child would grow up appearing perfectly normal until her 13th birthday, at which point she would transform into a creature identical to her mother. Generally, most hags would return their children to the grieving couple from whom they had stolen them. For more than a decade, those children would live as normal girls in a normal family. Then, one day, those girls would change. Sweetness would curdle into malice, love into cruelty and coldness. And no matter what their parents tried, nothing would bring their beloved children back. In the end, they would die by the hands of the children they raised. Their final sights would be their children's faces transforming into the same grotesque masks as the monsters who had created them. Such cruelty and torture would perforate those mortal souls as they perished, and the hags would exult in the depth of emotion and suffering that they had caused. That was the nature of hags. Upon maturing, hags would quickly become masters of dark magic and develop monstrous arrogance. Some even believed that they could one day stand above the gods themselves. They loved nothing more than toying with mortals. A favorite game was to curse an unfortunate victim with a deadly poison, then appear before that victim's final moments to offer a deal, sacrifice the one you love most, and I'll cure you. They relished the moment when their victims realized the truth of the matter and just what they had done to preserve their own lives. That was what hags lived for. In a sense, they were worse than the devils of hell. After all, devils at least kept their word. Ambrose explained all this to Naomi in painstaking detail. By the end, her jaw had dropped so far it might as well have hit the sewer floor. By Sylvanus. Are there really such vile monsters in the world? They eat babies, replace them with monsters, and let the parents raise them? That's beyond evil. Just hearing the story made her skin crawl. And if her kin had run into something like that? Ambrose continued, most hags are illusionists. Large-scale enchantments are child's play to them. They cast spells strong enough to deceive whole armies, rip steel apart with their claws, and, worst of all, they never work alone. Hags love turning people into puppets. Even a fully armed regiment could take heavy losses fighting one. And if you don't kill her in one go, she'll just keep coming back again and again until you're the one who dies. I've even heard of 3 hags working together to unleash a plague in the elven capital. Entire cities died. Thousands perished before a legendary high elf drove them off. Naomi's face had gone pale. Then my kin are in grave danger. What should we do, Master Megaman? She asked nervously. Ambrose folded his arms with a grave expression. It's tough. A hag's not something you deal with lightly. Only a legend can take one down with certainty. Hiring professionals would cost you what, tens of thousands of gold coins at least. And that was before prices skyrocketed in Alchemia. These days, you're looking at double that. Naomi's panic only deepened. Tens of thousands of gold coins. She couldn't even afford a fraction of that. Did that mean her people were doomed? But Ambrose's tone suddenly shifted. Naomi blinked. But what? A sly grin crept across Ambrose's face. But I happen to know a hag-slaying expert. With my connections, he'll do it for a mere 10,000 gold. Really? Naomi frowned. Something about this sounded suspiciously like a scam. Of course. Ambrose puffed out his chest. If you don't believe me, I'll swear it by the Lord of the Dead himself. This expert can guarantee a kill. If he fails or the hag escapes, you won't have to pay a single coin. Naomi groaned. But I don't have that kind of money. I don't own anything worth dash. Ambrose waved her off. That's fine. Once we rescue your people, I'm sure their belongings together will cover the cost. Druidic gear sells well across the 9 kingdoms. Think of it as a service first, payment later kind of deal. It still sounded off, but Naomi didn't have any better options. If she could save her people, 10,000 gold would be worth it. And if she couldn't, well, then it wouldn't matter. She nodded quickly. All right, then let's go find this expert of yours. Where is he? Ambrose smiled. No need to go anywhere. He's already here. A pale blue glow began to seep from his body. The young man's dark hair and flesh withered away, his skin receding into bone. A black robe settled over his frame, green soulfire blazed in his eye sockets. Floating above the ground, staff in hand, he was every bit the image of an undead sorcerer of legend. Naomi's eyes widened. A lich? You're a lich. Of all the undead she'd imagined him to be a vampire, perhaps she hadn't expected that. Liches were the mightiest of all spellcasters among the undead. No wonder his magic was terrifying. Wait, she said slowly, the expert you mentioned, is you. Naomi suddenly felt as if she had been scammed. Exactly, Ambrose said confidently, his voice echoing with a magical resonance that reminded Naomi of wind blowing through a graveyard. I'm very experienced with hags. Don't worry. You're in good hands. Naomi, however, wasn't quite reassured. But you said only a legend could defeat one. Ambrose twirled his staff lightly. The corpses of the mutant rats around them burst apart, bones knitting together with a series of sharp cracks. Within moments, dozens of skeletal creatures stood ready, awaiting their master's command. The Lich spread his arms wide and declared, with great dramatic flair, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Megamantiga, legendary Lich. The stench in the sewers was enough to make the air curdle. Twisting pipes and channels tangled in every direction. Anyone unfamiliar with the layout would get lost after just 2 turns. It wasn't just the ever-present reek, there were also plenty of dangerous creatures lurking in the dark. Fortunately, thieves and rangers were stealth experts. Hastin and Hares were brothers by blood. Most folks who knew them called the pair Bear and Husky. The two usually pretended not to know each other, occasionally teaming up for a double act to scam Rookie Zor on bad days, pull off a few robberies of their own. This time, they'd set their sights on tricking Ambrose. They hadn't expected that the Lich would have more tricks up his sleeve than the both of them combined. He'd followed them straight into the sewers, vanished without a trace, and now the brothers were the ones in trouble. One blink, and the filthy tunnels around them had dissolved, replaced by a lush, sunlit garden. The foul air turned to fragrant perfume. The bandit, Bear, frowned. This doesn't make sense. Since when did Alchemia's sewer system have a garden? Husky just shrugged. Who knows? Those alchemists can make all kinds of weird crap. Wouldn't surprise me. Bear still felt something was off, but after hearing that, he relaxed. Yeah, fair point. Still, this place isn't bad. Smells great too. He took a few deep breaths. His muscles loosened, and his mind fogged over. He didn't notice that his eyes were turning bloodshot. Within minutes, both brothers were staggering forward like sleepwalkers, drooling vacantly as they wandered deeper into the garden. Then she appeared, a radiant goddess, wrapped in shimmering gold light. "Mortal men," her ethereal voice rang out, "you have trespassed upon divine ground." The brothers' dull faces lit up with awe. They dropped to their knees before the shining figure. Drool dripping from his chin, Bear stammered, "Oh beautiful goddess, who exactly are you?" "I am Mistra, goddess of magic," she said serenely. "You are fortunate to have found my garden. I shall grant you one wish." Husky blinked, confused. The goddess of magic? But I'm a ranger. Bear didn't care. His eyes gleamed with feverish desire. "Great goddess, I wish for you." To him, she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, the very embodiment of every fantasy he'd ever had. He'd long since lost all reason. Reverence be damned. All he wanted was to make that fantasy real. Husky gawked, horrified. That was a goddess. But to his utter shock, the golden Mistra only laughed, a soft, melodic giggle. "You have good taste, mortal," she said sweetly. "Very well. I shall grant your wish." Bear's grin split ear to ear. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her as if she were his last breath of air. Husky watched, half jealous and half stunned. Maybe he'd make the same wish next, but a sudden surge of force yanked him sideways. His vision blurred. The golden light shattered, replaced once again by the dark, stinking tunnels. Around him stood 6 burly men and women draped in leaves and crowned with deer antlers. One of them, a dark-skinned giant, grabbed his arm. "Don't move," the man warned. "The hag's illusions are too strong. We're barely holding them off. If you run back out there, we can't save you." Husky blinked, dazed. "Illusions? Wait, where's my brother?" He turned, then froze. Bear was a few dozen meters away, locked in a grotesque embrace with a hideous old crone, her body covered in boils and rot. Irk. Whether from the backlash of the illusion or the sheer horror of what he saw, Husky doubled over and vomited until his stomach had been wrung dry. When he looked again, his brother lay sprawled in the witch's arms, grinning in bliss. His body was caked in filth, oozing pus and grime, yet his expression was one of pure satisfaction. Worse still, they were lying atop a mound of rotting, mutated rats. Irk. Husky puked again. When he finally stopped retching, he turned toward the antlered men with shaky gratitude. "Thank you, seriously. If you hadn't pulled me out, I'd be dash," he gagged again. Just like him. After a frenzy of thanks, Husky blinked. He asked, "Are you all druids?" The dark-skinned man nodded. "I am Van Jones. We are all druids of the Goldenvine Circle. Just like you, we stumbled into the hag's illusion. Now we're trapped here too." Husky glanced around. There were 6 druids in total, 4 men and 2 women. 3 of them were chanting, maintaining what looked like a defensive ritual. Van Jones explained grimly, "We're maintaining an elderthorn barrier to block her illusion's influence. But despite rotating in shifts, we're reaching our limit." Husky noticed how pale and exhausted they all looked. They had dark circles under their eyes, and their faces were drawn. "So what do we do?" Husky asked anxiously. "There's gotta be a way to stop her. I need to save my brother." He knew he wouldn't be able to do so alone. Van Jones gave a weary sigh. "We don't know. We're clinging to the dregs of our faith. We've tried everything. Summoning beasts, invoking nature's wrath, but the hag is too elusive. Nothing we do can touch her. Their magic was draining fast. Once the barrier fell, they'd all be lost to the illusion again." They had saved Husky both out of compassion and a desperate hope that maybe he might bring salvation. But that hope was fading fast. Van Jones bowed his head. May Sylvanas take us home. Perhaps it's time our souls returned to the land. Wait. Husky blurted out, thinking about whom he had met in the bar. You have a young druid in your tribe, right? Short blonde hair. A woman named Naomi? Van Jones's eyes widened. You know Naomi? No, but I met her. She's not alone. She found help and came down here too. If we hold out just a little longer, they'll come. We can still make it. He was trying to sound brave for the druid's sake and his own. At this point, the only thing he wanted was for Ambrose to show up and blast that hag into bone dust. But Van Jones's face twisted in shock. Naomi came back. That foolish child. She's throwing her life away. All our sacrifices and for naught. Don't say that. Husky shouted. Her new ally's strong, really strong. He's undead, perfect for fighting down here. If anyone can handle that hag, it's him. Van Jones grabbed him by the collar, eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? He roared. Undead? Naomi had no idea her kin already knew she was working with an undead. Right now, she was sticking close behind Ambrose, terrified he might leave her behind at any moment. Until today, Naomi had essentially grown up sheltered. She'd heard that the world was dangerous, sure, but she'd never seen it firsthand. Not until the hag appeared only then did she understand the true nature of the world. And meeting Ambrose was the second great turning point in her life. She'd heard of legends before. Allegedly, a druid who reached that level could turn an entire city into a forest in a matter of minutes. A legendary druid's nature magic was as devastating as a natural disaster. But that was all hearsay. She'd never witnessed it herself. Now, Ambrose was showing her what it really meant to be a legend. Dozens of small, misshapen skeletons moved in perfect formation under his command, like a disciplined army. They advanced relentlessly through the sewers, tearing through anything that crossed their path, slimes, fishmen, mutated crocodiles, and the like. Whatever the creature, it was shredded to bits within moments. The released souls became part of Ambrose's spell, feeding power into his growing army. He'd buffed his undead with spells like Bear's Strength and Cat's Grace, doubling, even tripling, their combat power. The leftover bones of slain monsters reshaped themselves into new malformed skeletons, swelling his ranks even further. Naomi stared, dumbstruck. Even Alchemia's city guard wouldn't stand a chance against this skeletal horde. Ambrose's magical energy seemed inexhaustible. If this Lich ever turned on her, Naomi guessed he could wipe out the entire Goldenvine circle before sunset. Was this the power of a legendary Lich? Ambrose effortlessly directed his skeletal legion to sweep through the sewers like a black tide. These were easy fights. Those sewer beasts had no magic to speak of, and raw muscle was useless against a sea of bones, especially when those bones had been modified for close combat several times over. Each little skeleton looked roughly like Jacques Type 1, with 3 legs and a crude set of claws. It was simple but brutally efficient. No fancy techniques were necessary. They just charged forward and ripped apart anything before them. It wasn't as if Ambrose was trying to make skeleton monks. Thanks to Raoul's field testing, he'd been able to make a few optimizations. This batch, he supposed, was Jacques Type 2. With his magic running full throttle, Ambrose advanced swiftly through the sewers, his army swelling behind him until Naomi could no longer see where it ended. Then, all at once, he stopped. What's the matter? Naomi asked, puzzled. Found it, said Ambrose calmly, pointing ahead. Naomi squinted into the dark but saw nothing but pitch-black tunnel. Ambrose didn't bother explaining. He simply sent his skeleton army charging forward. Moments later came a chorus of shrill squeaks, rats. The skeletons had met the hag's swarm, and the battle began in earnest. But within half a minute, the squeaks fell silent. Only the steady clack-clack of bony feet remained. Clearly, the rat horde had been completely annihilated. Ambrose's expression didn't change. He guided his troops forward again, until a distant, guttural shriek tore through the tunnels, a sound like a dying crow crossed with an owl's cry. "That's the hag?" Naomi asked. Ambrose nodded. "That's her. Looks like her little army's all gone." "Huh, but why didn't she drag your skeletons into her illusion? Wouldn't that give her the advantage?" Naomi asked, genuinely confused. Ambrose turned to her with a sigh. "You really don't know even the basics, do you? Right, you druids don't ever invest in intelligence. You cast by intuition, by borrowing nature's power." Though druids were spellcasters like magicians, the nature of their spells was completely different. "Fine, lesson time," Ambrose said, twirling his staff lazily. "Every self-powered caster needs to worry about energy expenditure. A large-scale illusion drains you constantly. You've got to keep manipulating your target's senses every second they're trapped inside, right?" Naomi nodded slowly. "That makes sense." "Exactly. An illusion is a clash between souls. Maintaining one consumes mental energy. That hag's already trapping a whole group of druids inside her illusion. She's stretched thin just keeping them bound. If my entire skeleton army charged in, do you think she could confuse hundreds of souls at once? Skeletons have souls too, you know." Her brain would pop like a melon, and her illusion would collapse instantly. Naomi's eyes widened as she finally understood. The hag couldn't influence that many minds at once, so she'd sent her rats to fight instead. Unfortunately, the rats hadn't even lasted half a minute. Naomi flushed with excitement and shouted, "Elder Jones. I'm here to save you." Ambrose glanced askance at her. He couldn't bring himself to tell her that the illusion persisted, that no sound could get in. Close enough, anyway. No point dragging this out. He'd exaggerated the hag's strength earlier. He'd told Naomi she was unbeatable except by a legend, but that was just to scare the newbie druid a little. In truth, for a lich of his level, a hag was an easy foe that a snap of his fingers could take care of. Ambrose's focus pierced straight through the flimsy illusion barrier and locked onto the hag's soul. One good blast of ray of frost and she'd be reduced to a popsicle. Just as he lifted his staff, the hag shrieked, "Wait. We can talk this out. If I've trespassed on your domain, I'll leave at once. We're both creatures of darkness. Why fight? Surely we can negotiate." Her voice was sharp and shrill, making Naomi's ears ache. She turned to Ambrose, wide-eyed with worry. Would he actually listen to her? If Ambrose decided to switch sides, Naomi knew she wouldn't stand a chance, even with Sylvanas's blessing. She swallowed hard. Taking a deep breath, she muttered to herself, "No way. He's calm, rational, and even polite. He wouldn't betray me over a hag's words, right?" Ambrose, without missing a beat, asked flatly, "How much are you paying?" Naomi. Perhaps it was time for her to start running. "How much gold can you offer?" When Ambrose asked that question, both Naomi and the hag froze in disbelief. Even the hag herself hadn't expected negotiations to go this smoothly. It took her a few seconds to process Ambrose's response before she blurted out excitedly, "You want gold? Fine. I can give you 5,000 gold." Naomi's stomach dropped. 5,000? Would this lich really betray her for a mere 5,000 gold? No way, she reassured herself. We agreed on 10,000. The druid's offer is still higher, right? Ambrose, however, didn't bite. He just said coolly, "Only 5,000. That's not enough. The druids offered me 50,000. Naomi. So much for that comforting thought. Turns out this lich could lie as easily as he breathed. Wait. The hag actually looked startled. 50,000. That was absurd. Even if she butchered every druid and sold their hides and bones, it wouldn't get her anywhere close to 50,000 gold. Oh ho ho. You're a worse liar than I am, Lich. I won't waste time. I can go up to 20,000, final offer. Deal or not? Naomi's heart skipped a beat. 20,000 was double her own offer. And knowing this Lich's personality, he might actually take it. And then, as if to confirm her worst fears, Ambrose suddenly turned around and flicked his staff toward her. Before Naomi could react, the small idol of Sylvanas in her hand was yanked away by an invisible force. She looked up to see a glowing, spectral arm floating in the air. Mage Hand. A basic spell, as common as Ray of Frost. Almost every caster knew it. But to cast it that fast took real skill. Naomi's lack of combat experience didn't help. She'd never imagined the Lich would turn on her that quickly. The idol had barely left her grip before Ambrose's next spell struck. A lattice of dark red light materialized around her, forming a glowing cage. Naomi realized with horror that she couldn't even twitch a finger. Human stasis was a fairly advanced spell that was particularly effective against humanoids. Until it wore off, Naomi was as helpless as a statue. Ambrose calmly turned back to the hag. "I'll hand you the druid while you hand me the gold." "Oh, and I'm taking the idol of Sylvanas myself." The hag gave a raspy, delighted cackle. Out of the shadows crawled a few misshapen rats, carrying a tiny spatial pouch on their backs. Ambrose guided his mage hand to lift it cautiously, examining it from every angle before opening it. No traps. Good. But after counting the gold, his brows furrowed. Why are there only 18,000? The hag snapped, "That bag's worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 itself. You're really quibbling over 2,000 gold." Ambrose sighed dramatically. "Fine. I'll take a loss. Consider it a discount." The hag nearly exploded. This Lich had no shame whatsoever. If she could beat him, she'd have ripped him apart and made him into a toilet seat by now. From within the illusion, the trapped druid saw everything clearly. Van Jones, the dark-skinned druid, clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. To see Naomi frozen like that made his blood boil. But he was powerless. All he could do was pray silently, "Undead truly are vile, deceitful creatures. Sylvanas, O great Father, please save your faithful." No divine light came. No thunderous punishment fell from above. Ambrose and the hag stood there perfectly fine, entirely unsmited. After pocketing the pouch, however, Ambrose didn't immediately hand Naomi over. Instead, he began, "Things sure are busy in Alchemia lately. First paladins from the Lion Empire, then druids and even hags crawling through the sewers. What's everyone doing down here? What's so special about this dump?" The hag chuckled darkly. "You really don't know? With your power, you must be someone important even among undead. Haven't you heard the prophecy? They say the sewers of Alchemia hide a divine secret. Whoever finds it can ascend into a god." "Huh?" Ambrose looked at her like she just said the moon was made of cheese. "You're telling me this cesspit is where you can become a god?" Hearing the mockery in his tone, the hag bristled. "You think it's fake?" Ambrose didn't answer. He just shifted the topic casually. "So, have you found any clues to godhood?" The hag sneered. "Even if I did, you think I'd tell you? Would you even believe me?" "Fair point," said Ambrose, nodding. "Guess there's nothing more to ask." That was when the hag realized that something was wrong. A chill ran down her spine. Every instinct screamed danger. She was shrouded in darkness, her escape spell already primed. Fleeing was what hags did best, that was how she'd survived this long. She didn't hesitate. The instant her intuition flared, she triggered the spell. The spell allowed her to teleport to a random location within a few hundred meters. In these winding sewers, even 10 meters could mean several walls and tunnels between her and her enemy. She'd be safe. But when the light of the spell faded, she found herself standing directly in front of Ambrose, barely 10 meters away. "Impossible," she gasped. Out of hundreds of possible spots, how could she have landed right in front of him? Panicking, she cast another teleport. Her execution was perfect. There was no delay, no flaw. And yet, she reappeared barely a meter from where she started. Ambrose floated there silently as she blinked around like a flickering lantern, teleporting over and over, but every time, she stayed trapped in the same spot. The hag's voice trembled. A spell that overrides teleportation. Are you a diviner? Ambrose smiled faintly. Impressive. Someone still knows about divination. I thought the art lost to time. The hag's stomach dropped. Teleportation, her biggest trump card, was useless. She couldn't escape. Her only option now was to fight. But before she could even lift a hand to cast, Ambrose's staff glowed. Light washed over her. A second later, she began to laugh. It started as a snicker, then a giggle, then full-blown, uncontrollable, body-racking laughter. She bent over, coughing, choking, blood flecking her lips, until she collapsed. Even then, she continued laughing hysterically, writhing on the filthy floor. Natasha's uproarious laughter was a simple control spell, but one that was brutally effective. Once caught in it, you could do nothing but laugh yourself half to death. As the hag convulsed, the red glow trapping Naomi finally faded away. Ambrose turned to the dazed druid. All right. The hag's under control. Your people should be safe now. Naomi just stared at him blankly, unable to tell what was real anymore. What are you spacing out for? Ambrose said lightly. Did you really think I'd break our deal? But, you took her gold, Naomi said softly. And I haven't paid you yet. Ambrose grinned. Ha ha ha. You think I'd let her keep it? Once I kill her, the gold would still be mine either way. I was just baiting her to learn what secret this sewer's hiding. Naomi's worldview shattered a little more with every word. This world was far too terrifying. She wanted to go home. The hag lay on the muck-choked floor, laughing herself nearly breathless, yet she could not break free from the spell. Only when the druids at last bound her with living vines did Ambrose finally stop channeling it. Though she had only been controlled by the spell for a little while, it had wounded her badly. She coughed up blood and could not form coherent speech. Her body was a ruin. The druids of the Golden Vine Circle stood back, wary of the Lich's power. They dared not step too close. Instead, they hauled Naomi aside and pressed her for an account of what had happened. Naomi told them everything, how she'd met Ambrose in the tavern, how they'd struck a bargain, and how they'd come into the sewers to rescue their kin. At first, the druids could hardly believe what she said. No true worshipper of Sylvanas would willingly consort with an undead creature. By Sylvanas doctrine, they were to purify all undead they saw to restore natural balance to the world. But Ambrose was exceedingly powerful. If they were to attack him, they would surely perish. They conceded reluctantly that, since Ambrose had saved them, they would set doctrine aside this time. That was how they convinced themselves, at least. Van Jones, having accepted the uneasy truth that he had been saved by a lich, immediately began to scold Naomi. Stealing the idol of Sylvanas was not merely foolhardy. Sacrilege, he thundered. Even if every one of them died here, it would be a lesser shame than risking the circle's holy relic. Naomi protested that the seniormost druid elder had allowed Naomi to take the relic himself. Van Jones gaped. How could that be? Has he gone crazy? Naomi shook her head. The elder must have had a vision. Didn't we come to these sewers on his orders to begin with? Van Jones started to ask questions, then fell silent as a fellow druid glanced toward Ambrose. It was not the time for such conversations. Ambrose, however, was no longer interested in their squabbles. He had already stripped a few pieces of enchanted kit from their rescued comrades: an amulet, a leather cuirass braced with nature magic, and enchanted shortbow goods that together would net roughly 10,000 gold. He was done with the druids as clients. Instead he turned to the ranger who'd been rescued hares, nicknamed Husky, and said casually, "Look, I saved your life. You'd consider me your benefactor, wouldn't you?" Husky nodded eagerly, embarrassed by his earlier intent to swindle Ambrose. He'd considered trying to blackmail or rob the Lich, but upon seeing the Lich's power, his greed had evaporated like morning mist. "Thank you, Master Lich," he gabbled. "We're very grateful." "I don't want gratitude," Ambrose replied. He made a small pinching motion with two fingers, an unmistakable sign. Husky grimaced worriedly. "We're poor, Master Lich." How much can you give me? Ambrose demanded. Husky reached into a tattered pouch. The contents were pitiful, 2 gold coins and a handful of copper. Only 2. Ambrose complained. Husky sucked in a deep breath. Master Lich, we simply don't have any money. Otherwise, we wouldn't have. Ambrose waved a skeletal hand. All right. You look like you have good bone structure, at least. Skulls like that might be put to use. Husky's knees went weak. No, wait. We have more gold at home. If you send us home, we'll fetch it for you. Ambrose considered the proposal. Very well. I've taken 10,000 gold from these druids in exchange for saving 6 of them. For you too, I'll charge 2,000 each as a token of appreciation. Isn't that reasonable? Husky did the arithmetic and blinked. But, Master Lich, if it's 6 druids for 10,000, that's less than 2,000 per druid. Rounding, Ambrose interrupted dryly. The Lich's eye sockets glowed with a cold, amused light, as if he were about to turn Husky into a skeleton. Husky gulped and immediately nodded. Of course. Good. Now, sign this promissory note. Ambrose produced a sheaf of parchment and wrote up names, sums, and interest rates, each item calculated to the letter of Alchemia's usurious statutes. No one could find fault with this document. Husky signed it under duress, then looked back at his brother, still unconscious and reeking of rot. Master Lich, he's still out. I'll sign on his behalf. Ambrose shook his head. There's no need for all this trouble. A spell struck bare. The bandit, still dreaming of his goddess, awoke all of a sudden. Blearily, he murmured, Goddess. Goddess, where are you? But as the illusion faded and reality reasserted itself, the bandit saw the bound hag and retched. Seeing Bear's exceedingly pained expression, Ambrose smiled. I offer memory erasure services, 300 gold per targeted memory. I can excise whatever you wish with surgical precision and no side effects whatsoever. Interested? The bandit took the offer without hesitation. Even if it had cost him 3,000 gold, he would have scraped the money together. Otherwise, it might cause permanent trauma to his body and certain functions thereof. Ambrose pocketed the signed papers with a satisfied flourish. He had no fear that these 2 brothers would fail to pay. If necessary, he had many, persuasive means to collect. Next, he unfurled another sheet and handed it to Naomi. Mark the slime's lairs, he instructed. Now that her circle had been saved, Naomi would hardly keep traveling with the Lich. She traced out the pools and damp caverns where she had seen enchanted slimes. Then, with a furtive glance and a curt nod, she left with her people. With the equipment stowed and the contracts folded away, Ambrose turned back to the prostrate hag. Here lay the real prize of the night, not the trinkets or the meager coin, but the creature underfoot. He stepped forward, voice lowering to a businesslike tone. Now that we have time, he said, tell me again about that prophecy of godhood. Start from the beginning. In the dim, stinking depths of the sewers, a wicked Lich was interrogating a hideous, twisted hag about the secrets of godhood. From any angle, it looked exactly like the prelude to a villain's grand, evil scheme. In truth, though, Ambrose didn't get anything useful out of her. The hag's so-called prophecy was just something she'd heard from other hags. The blasphemous experiment to defy the gods has finally succeeded. The result lies hidden in the sewers beneath Alchemia, a relic capable of manifesting divine power itself. Whoever obtains it shall ascend and become a true god. The hag spoke as if she were reciting a divine revelation, but Ambrose only felt the weight of human stupidity. If Alchemia had truly made a relic that could grant godhood, why would they leave it underground? Wouldn't the council head of Alchemia, mysterious and all-powerful as he was, simply use it himself? Why would he allow the city's economy to spiral into ruin? And gods weren't something you could become just by working hard enough. That was mortal delusion. Legends were the closest thing to gods on this continent. Legends referred to those who had transcended mortality but hadn't quite reached divinity. People sometimes called them demigods. They did wield a faint trace of divine power, enough to bend the rules of the mortal world. Ambrose's own legendary boon was one such example. Creating a soul was a power that only gods wielded. But even that level of power was worlds away from true divinity. Mortals had only two real ways to ascend. The first was sheer, absurd luck, being chosen by the primordial creator, the god of gods. That being could elevate any creature, even a lifeless rock, to godhood with a single thought. There were no requirements nor side effects, it was just a matter of divine whim. But Ambrose had never heard of anyone that lucky. The second was to become a legend first. It was akin to passing the first round of interviews. And then you waited. If fortune favored you, a god might choose to help you ascend, perhaps by sacrificing their own divinity in the process. That was it. Those were the only two ways mortals became gods. If the old gods didn't retire, no new gods could be promoted. Otherwise, with hundreds of legends walking the world, surely some of them would have become gods by now. There was, of course, one last path, shrouded in legend, the most outrageous of all. Some said it was possible to carve out an entirely new path, to create a brand new divine dominion where none existed before. It was rumored that the god of alchemy had done just that, forging godhood out of nothing, earning the creator's acknowledgement and thereby becoming a new deity. But even then, notice the catch, you still needed the creator's approval. No matter how strong you were, unless you caught the eye of the top brass, you'd stay a legend forever. Mortals just loved their fantasies. They'd believe any nonsense about a divine relic that could turn them into gods. And yet, something about this didn't sit right with Ambrose. It made sense for ignorant druids and sewer hags to believe such rubbish, but the Lion Empire was crawling with powerful legends. None of them should have fallen for a rumor this stupid. Yet their paladins were indeed here in Alchemia, preparing to explore the sewers. Something had to be down here. Seeing Ambrose deep in thought, the hag hurried to speak. There's more. The prophecy includes details, times, places, omens. Swear by the gods you'll let me go, and I'll tell you everything. Ambrose gave her a cold look. Prophecies, he said flatly, are crap. The hag blinked at him in shock. How could he say that? He was a diviner himself. If he denied prophecy, wasn't that blasphemy against the god of his own faith? But Ambrose truly didn't believe in prophecy. That was why he had given up on divination. It was simple, really. His soul wasn't noble enough. He couldn't live in accordance with what he foresaw. Those who wielded the power of prophecy were bound by it. They couldn't pick and choose which visions to believe. Nothing like, oh, this good one must be destiny, and that bad one must be faulty. The laws of the world didn't tolerate double standards. And those who couldn't truly accept fate would be eaten alive by every grim vision. In trying to outsmart death and twist destiny, they would rush headlong to meet the very doom they feared. The fear of death was nothing compared to the fear of impending, prophesied death. That kind of torment would drive people mad. Ambrose wasn't the sort who could calmly accept fate. If he were, he wouldn't have chased immortality. Maybe that was why, when he ascended to the realm of legend, his gift had nothing to do with prophecy at all. He'd accepted his own weakness and chosen a different path. Transforming into a lich had been partly about survival, partly about escaping that crushing contradiction, and, well, partly about money problems. Even so, after centuries of study, vestiges of divination still clung to him. His divination magic would forever be preserved at the state it had been at the brink of his ascension, forever a half-finished masterpiece. That was why Ambrose was what people called a half-baked legend. He was a man who'd abandoned the power that was the foundation of his growth. To stand on equal footing with true legends, he'd have to spend centuries clawing his way back up. Not that the hag deserved that story. Ambrose slowly raised his hand, and a small flensing knife shimmered into existence between his fingers. It seems, he said, your usefulness has run its course. Wait. No, please dash. The hag's face twisted in terror, but Ambrose didn't hesitate. The knife flashed, and the hag's patchy scalp was peeled away in one swift stroke. Foul, dark red blood splattered across the stones. Beneath it, her pale skull gleamed wetly in the torchlight. The hag's scalp twitched and pulsed in Ambrose's hand, the runes etched across it writhing like a nest of maggots. It was disgusting but valuable. A hag's strength was concentrated in her skin. With the right mix of ingredients, it could be refined into a permanent attribute-enhancing potion. Strength, intellect, or agility could each be boosted depending on the ingredients added. Such potions only worked on those below the realm of legend, but they still sold for tens of thousands of gold. In today's inflated Alchemian market, Ambrose was confident he could get 40, maybe 50,000. When the hag had tried to buy her life for a mere 20,000 gold, she had sealed her fate. Stripped of her power, the hag collapsed in the filth. The toxic air of the sewer did the rest. Within moments, she was convulsing. For those without any magical protection on hand, the sewer's toxins were lethal. Ambrose carefully drew out her soul, converted her body into a skeletal minion, and turned toward the next tunnel. It was a profitable day, to be sure, but he hadn't forgotten why he came down here in the first place. He was here to catch slimes. Hopefully, Naomi's map wouldn't lead him astray. Ambrose stood before a freshly drawn magic circle, waiting for the squirming, glistening creatures to shuffle right into the trap. The moment one touched the circle, it vanished, instantly teleported away. A row of reinforced cages was already waiting within Ambrose's castle. Each captured slime would appear neatly inside one of them, imprisoned and ready for study. Naomi had been spot on. This was indeed a major nest of slimes. Ambrose captured the majority of the ones he had found, but didn't go overboard. After bagging around 50, he called it a day, but set up a hidden teleportation array before he left. Any slime that happened to crawl into it would be instantly whisked away. It was less efficient, sure, but potentially a steady, self-refilling source of test subjects. With the slime problem handled, Ambrose returned to Alchemia. He dropped off the equipment he'd gotten from the druids at the local consignment house. Judging by the current market, it'd probably take 2 weeks to sell everything. In good spirits, Ambrose went back to his castle and dove straight into his experiments. As for that so-called prophecy beneath Alchemia's sewers, he wanted no part of it. His instincts told him it was some mad scheme, and anyone poking around down there now was just hopping straight into a trap. Once Ambrose entered research mode, he focused fully on what was before him. And thanks to his recent windfall, he could afford a few, luxury upgrades to his experimental designs. Naturally, things went much smoother after that. Slimes were simple, low-tier scavengers to begin with. Their bodies were mostly amorphous goo, with little more than basic digestive and neural structures. Intelligence-wise, they were bottom of the barrel, driven by nothing but hunger and the urge to split. Still, the slimes from Alchemia's sewers were a bit unusual. They were noticeably smarter than average, and parts of their gelatinous bodies showed traces of metallic mutation. Ambrose quickly figured out why. The city's reckless dumping of alchemical waste had tainted them. Consuming that sludge had given them the equivalent of a lethal disease. Their lifespans were shortened, their temperaments violent, and some of the slimes even became cannibalistic. That caused Ambrose a bit of trouble. He had to first filter out their pathological traits before he could properly study slime physiology. It took time, but after dissecting well over 100 of them, Ambrose finally advanced to the second phase of his project, the modification of living mercury. Living mercury was itself a mutated slime, one with astonishing magic resistance but no vital organs, and no soul. From the moment it was made, it was destined for a slow, pitiful death. Ambrose's goal was to give this living mercury what it lacked, to rebuild a perfect vessel capable of housing an artificial soul of his own design. Now that he was studying the living mercury closely, Ambrose couldn't help but admire the sheer genius and insanity of Alchemia's alchemists. Their techniques were breathtaking, if nothing else. Had the project succeeded, it would have ranked among the greatest of legendary magics. Reproducing a failure was far easier than inventing something new. Through careful reverse engineering, Ambrose quickly discovered a way to recreate the living mercury transformation. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. The missing organs were restored. The experiment hadn't taken much time, but it had burned through his wallet. The whole thing had taken over 120,000 gold in total. He had used up several full bottles of living mercury, just the counterfeits, of course, but it had still made his heart ache. If not for the old hag's scalp, he wouldn't even have had the funds to finish the experiment. That was how even legends could end up broke. Sure, a lich could live comfortably doing nothing, but for a scholar like Ambrose, every experiment devoured gold. No amount of profit could keep up. In his lab, Ambrose carefully placed a memory crystal on the table and began recording. Optimization of new spirit golem synthesis, trial 46. After multiple trials, I have successfully constructed a stable spirit golem vessel. The modified living mercury now possesses a full suite of organs, increased lifespan, and an additional innate ability, shape-shifting. Inspired by mimics, I implanted this ability into the living mercury to allow it to alter its appearance. After all, our goal is to create spirit golem soldiers. A blob isn't much use in battle. Now, it's time for the final fusion. Let's see if the artificial soul will integrate properly with the living mercury vessel. Narrating as he worked, Ambrose lifted the prepared artificial soul and placed it atop the surface of the mercury. As he chanted, the soul sank into the liquid. The once still mass began to ripple, then tremble. After a minute or two small black dots, like eyes, appeared on its silvery surface. Then the thing stirred, wriggling in its glass jar, like a newborn eager to escape and see the world. Ambrose quickly released it. The creature gleefully slithered across the table, swallowing every scrap of metal it found. When it finished, it bounced up and hurled itself into Ambrose's arms, nearly cracking his ribs. Ambrose chuckled and patted its smooth head, feeling the faint resonance of their linked souls. As its creator, he'd naturally built in a few safety measures. The creature was hardwired to love him and to be utterly loyal to him. He was about to continue testing its capabilities when Isabel burst into the lab. "Master Lich," she cried, voice urgent. "Bad news. There's an army outside the castle. There are hundreds of them out there." Ambrose only sighed, mildly annoyed but not surprised. He'd known this was coming. After taking in so many freemen, it was only a matter of time before the local lords got twitchy. Frankly, he was amazed they'd waited this long. "Well," he muttered, "time to settle this once and for all." He stepped out of the lab. As he emerged from the castle gates, a surprising sight greeted him. Among the gathered soldiers stood a familiar face, the Paladin from the Lion Empire, the very same one he tricked out of several thousand gold. Ambrose blinked. Seriously? Is he that petty? The Paladin had actually brought an army to collect the bill. Outside the castle, a ragtag army had gathered despite the chilly winds. Winter was coming, and the soldiers were shivering in their threadbare coats. Ambrose paid little mind to this motley band, which had been assembled hastily by a few nearby lords, and instead fixed his attention on the Paladin standing at the front. It had been more than half a month since they'd parted at the tavern. Ambrose hadn't expected a Paladin of the Lion Empire to be associating with these petty lords. It felt rather beneath his dignity. This time, Ambrose made no pretense of being human. He had appeared in the castle clearing in the skeletal guise of a lich. No sooner had he manifested than the Porcupine Knight rode forward and addressed him with righteous fury, "Filthy lich, I am Sir Aldrich Gies. You have bewitched my people with foul sorcery. If you don't return my subjects today, as a noble of Alchemia, I shall declare war on you." Sir Aldrich was unusually confident for the occasion. Despite facing a lich hovering in the air, he thundered his accusation without a flicker of fear. He had no need to worry. He was flanked by thousands of troops, advised by a court magician, and accompanied by a Paladin of the Lion Empire. Paladins could easily suppress the undead, after all. With a Paladin at his side, what had Sir Aldrich to fear? Ambrose inspected the assembled men with cool interest. Is the Lion Empire about to interfere in Alchemian affairs? War, you say? The Paladin's voice was grave. Master Megaman, there's no need to pin crimes on me. I am in Alchemia as an adventurer. Being hired to wage war against the undead is within the provisions of Alchemia law. I must thank you for the lesson you imparted last time. Observing local laws is indeed important. Oh. You must have been busy these last few weeks. You managed to dig up most of my background, I suppose? Ambrose asked. The paladin shook his head. We ought to have done so, but mortals live too briefly. Even the lords around me only know that you became an undead less than a century ago. Beyond that, I could find no records of your background. Honest to a fault, Ambrose remarked. It was hardly surprising. Such was the gulf between the long-lived and the fleeting lifespan of mortals. In a world where living to 30 or 40 was the norm, Ambrose had a habit of occupying his castle for decades at a stretch. After 2 generations of mortals, the story would become naught but a legend. There's a terrible lich in that castle, or, no, I heard it's a handsome vampire. In a short time, a single truth would disintegrate into a dozen conflicting tales. None of the lords present could claim an ancient lineage. Uncovering Ambrose's past was like researching someone who'd lived several dynasties ago. Had Ambrose not used a familiar alias Megamantiga at the tavern, the paladin might never have known the castle belonged to him. Even in Alchemia, few knew the full extent of Ambrose's history. One paladin did not possess enough status to uncover deeper secrets from the city's circles. The minor lords were even less qualified to do so. The paladin said, in a tone of genuine conviction, honesty is our creed. Even when facing the undead, I will keep to it faithfully. Ambrose considered this, then silently revised the plan he'd been preparing. Time is money, he told them. Cut the speeches. You've come for my prisoners, yes. Prisoners? Sir Aldrich hesitated, sensing a trap, but could only repeat himself. Return my people and make lawful restitution, and we can avert war. The minor lords had not only come for the 100 or so escaped freemen, but also in hopes of squeezing some coin from Ambrose to bail them through the crisis. To them, the storied great houses were surely absurdly wealthy. Here was a man who had lived centuries and didn't maintain a sprawling household. He had to be overflowing with treasure himself. A modest sum of gold from his coffers might well be enough to weather them through this crisis. Money was the key. What Sir Aldrich did not expect was that Ambrose was thinking the very same way. Floating a few feet above the ground, voice as emotionless as bone, Ambrose said, "Human, do you think you can avoid rightful payment with your wily lies? Bewitched your people. Ha! Your men trespassed onto my grounds and caused me damage. By Alchemia's rules, you owe me compensation." A hush descended. They had prepared for many possibilities, for Ambrose to speak with haughty contempt and strike at them, or perhaps to be cowed and choose to negotiate. They had thought through various tactics. But none of them had expected Ambrose to lie outright and then turn the accusation back on them. After a long moment of sputtering, Sir Aldrich snapped, "Quibbling won't do. If you didn't bewitch them, how did they wander into your domain of their own accord?" Ambrose chuckled and countered, "That's on you. Weren't they your subjects? They broke into my lands and set off my warding traps. Who's to say it wasn't on your orders?" Then, producing a memory crystal, Ambrose projected the image of Raoul forcing his way into the castle and triggering the trap. Sir Aldrich grew furious. "This is a lie. I never ordered such a thing. How do we know this isn't falsified?" Ambrose waved the objection off. "It's easy enough to verify. Paladin, can you affirm whether that memory crystal is a forgery?" The Paladin's laugh was cold. "Master Megaman, I won't be fooled twice. Memory crystals are hard to fake, but if you had ensorcelled that human, you could have ordered him to stage the scene and record it. Testing the crystal's authenticity is meaningless." "You really are getting wiser," Ambrose said with a smile. "I suppose I must charge tuition, then." The Paladin's face was hidden behind his helm, only the tightness of his grip betrayed his inner turmoil. Being publicly humiliated and swindled by Ambrose back at the inn would forever be a wound to his pride. Ambrose gave him no chance to answer. He instead turned back to Sir Aldrich. "It's plain, isn't it? I have evidence your men trespassed, whereas you only have conjecture. Whatever reasons your people had, trespassing represents a provocation. You lords will pay for your subjects' deeds. According to your code of law, ransom for a skilled freeman starts at 30 gold. But your men damaged my wards, which cost 300 gold. They stole and damaged my skeletal automata, the repairs cost 2,000 gold. If you want your people back, pay for the damage I sustained. Otherwise, I shall extract their souls and their bodies, and everything else they have to offer as materials for my experiments to make up for my losses." Ambrose's voice was cold and venomous. His every word dripped with the theatrical menace of a storybook villain. The problem was, no one believed him. Even the Paladin seemed taken aback. The Lich's tone might be threatening, yet somehow it sounded like he was actually protecting the humans. One of the other lords standing beside the Porcupine Knight shouted furiously, "Who are you trying to fool? I saw my people plowing fields under your command. Don't think that just because you're a Lich, you can steal another lord's peasants." Ambrose replied indifferently, "You humans let your sheep graze for themselves, don't you? I'm feeding these captives. If I don't let them farm, am I supposed to hand-feed them instead?" "Damn undead," the Porcupine Knight roared, though he had no real argument left. Was this how it would end? After all the expense of mustering this army, could he not even find an excuse to strike? They had planned for every possibility, except this one. Their cause for war was crumbling before it even began. Even so, the Porcupine Knight's main fear wasn't about starting the battle, but rather about finishing the Lich off. If they couldn't do so, Ambrose could easily report their unlawful aggression to Alchemia. Then they would be the ones branded as troublemakers. Fairness and truth meant little. All Alchemia needed was an excuse to punish a few overeager border lords, and these men had just offered one on a silver platter. The Porcupine Knight could already see it, his house fined, his land stripped, the Lich's domain seized by decree and returned to the city. It would be a disaster for all sides, one that was entirely unacceptable. Just then, his court magician, Harvey, stepped up quietly beside him. "My lord, an unforeseen issue has popped up," he whispered. "I suggest we withdraw for now. We'll need another approach." The knight scowled. Withdrawing would be akin to wasting a fortune. Every extra day the army camped out here bled him of food and coin. To come here, fight no one, and leave empty-handed? It was unthinkable. Harvey could see the hesitation in his liege's eyes. As an advisor, he should have been offering bold plans. But the moment Ambrose appeared, a shiver had gone through his mind. His honed diviner's senses were screaming at him like alarm bells. Danger. The Lich was lethal. Stay, and ruin would follow. "My lord," Harvey urged again, "if we continue this standoff, war will break out. I fear the outcome will not favor us." Before the Porcupine Knight could answer, the Paladin suddenly spoke. "Sir Knight, perhaps this is when mercenaries may prove their worth. Allow me to lead the charge." He couldn't let evil stand unchallenged. A Lich flaunting his unholy power before him, how could a servant of the light ignore it? The Porcupine Knight's eyes lit up. That was exactly why he'd courted these Imperial Paladins, to slay the Lich for him. If they could destroy Ambrose outright, who would care who fired the first shot? "Paladin," the knight said, "are you truly confident you can handle him? If he escapes, we'll all pay the price." "Rest assured," the Paladin said confidently, "we know how to deal with the undead. A Lich's true weakness isn't his bones, but rather his phylactery. As long as it's hidden in that castle, he won't flee. Once we breach the fortress, I will find the phylactery and end him for good. Now, give the order." "Very well. In the name of House Jais, I command you to destroy this evil. Harvey, aid the Paladin with all your magic." The knight's voice rang with authority. Harvey sighed inwardly. He could only obey. Moments later, 3 riders left the formation, a paladin in full armor, a priest of light, and a young apprentice mage. They advanced slowly toward the hovering Lich. The paladin didn't even consider an ambush. He raised his sword high and declared, "Evil undead, in the name of the radiant dawn, I shall purify your soul with holy light." With that, he charged. The army surged behind him. 1,000 soldiers thundered forward, a living tide of iron. Ambrose blinked, mildly surprised. He'd underestimated their resolve. But that was fine. He had been running low on experimental material, after all. With a flick of his staff, the ground trembled. Countless skeletons clawed their way up from the earth, forming ranks at his silent command. Daylight did nothing to them, they marched without hesitation, clattering in unison. Seeing such frail, staggering undead, the paladin only grew more confident. Holy light flared from his armor, flooding the field in brilliance. His weapon blazed, and even his warhorse gleamed with sanctified radiance. He crashed into the skeletal ranks. Their brittle bones shattered before they even touched him, purified to dust by the brilliance of the light. Ordinary skeletons were no match for a paladin of the Lion Empire. They couldn't even slow him down. In moments, the paladin was nearly upon Ambrose himself. The Lich rose higher into the air with a murmur and a casual wave, flight magic lifting him effortlessly. The paladin didn't falter. He'd seen plenty of flying undead before. Raising his weapon, he shouted to his companion, "Now!" The priest of light began his chant, voice ringing with divine authority. "In the name of the Lord of Dawn, I command thee, kneel before the holy light." A beam of radiant force shot toward Ambrose. It was the priest's most common divine art compulsion. The spell, imbued with the will of a god, compelled the target to obey, to kneel, drop his weapon, and flee the battle. When powered by a benevolent deity, it couldn't force self-harm, but the indirect effects were more than potent enough. Imagine a warrior forced to fall prone before his enemy's blade. The spell couldn't kill, but the sword very well could. If Ambrose were caught by the spell, he'd plummet from the sky, crash hard, and then be decapitated before he could rise again. Even a lich needed time to reform, and the paladin would easily be able to storm his fortress and find his phylactery by then. Heh! Ambrose chuckled. Underestimating me, are we? A red flash shimmered across his bones. The divine light struck him and rebounded. The compulsion spell slammed into the priest instead, nearly knocking him off his horse. Spell counters were part of every magician's repertoire. With the right preparation, a single counter could unravel even powerful divine magic. The priest didn't panic, though. The paladins and clerics of the Lion Empire had fought countless undead before, nothing Ambrose had yet done was unexpected. In truth, the spell had only been bait to draw the Lich's attention. Now came the real strike. The priest unfurled a scroll and chanted swiftly. In less than a second, a pale blue barrier flared into being, encasing Ambrose like a crystal dome. It was an anti-magic field. All magic was suppressed within its domain. Spells unraveled, enchantments failed, and summoned creatures vanished. Even enchanted gear became nothing but dull steel. Ambrose's flight spell would collapse. He'd fall helplessly, unable to cast again. That was the theory, at least. In practice, the Lich didn't fall. He simply vanished. The paladin's heart sank. A projection. Damn it. An instant later, a wave of sickly green light erupted from the direction of the castle. The spell rained down upon the charging soldiers like a shower of tainted meteors. Their screams rose in a chorus as flesh dissolved and bones were bleached white. In moments, the field was littered with corpses and skeletons. From the castle gates, Ambrose's voice echoed in a calm, disdainful, and amused tone. Too young, too reckless. Tell me, what kind of lich would face a paladin in person? Do you think I built an entire magical fortress just as decoration? Never pick a fight with a spellcaster in his tower unless you mean to ambush him. That was just common sense. Of course, the world rarely followed common sense. The battle had already begun. There was no turning back. The castle's magical defenses flared to life. Countless jets of corrosive energy lanced from its battlements like cannon fire, streaking into the ranks of the enemy. Mortals could not withstand that kind of magic. Any touch would dissolve flesh into bone. The paladin and the priest of light, however, were untouched. The anti-magic field swallowed every spell as it crossed into the dome. Inside its radius, both men were effectively immune to magic. The anti-magic field could not be pierced except by divine magic. The difference between a half-baked legend and a true legend became obvious then. Every legend was a demigod who had transcended mortal limits and acquired a seed of divinity. Under ordinary circumstances, a legendary lich like Ambrose would easily be able to humble these young Lion Empire adventurers. But having abandoned the school of divination, Ambrose no longer possessed any magic at this level. He had no choice but to avoid the anti-magic field entirely. Fortunately, it was powered by a scroll. Once its duration ended, the suppression would lapse. And those scrolls usually only lasted a minute or two. Ambrose's unhurried calm contrasted sharply with the attacker's panic. Harvey dodged between curtains of corrosive light, guided by his razor-sharp instincts. He held out long enough for the first barrage to end. He was unscathed, but sweating. One misstep and he would have been turned into a skeleton in an instant. The apprentice diviner's meager reserves could support a personal shield, but not against that level of devastation. Behind him, the Porcupine Knight had survived as well, though 3 of the lords who'd marched with him lay gone. Man and horse alike had been rendered bleached bone. The soldiers suffered worse. Over 200 had died from the first volley. There were few wounded. The magic had simply been too savage. Any brush could mean outright death. Harvey wanted to demand why they had provoked this lich at all. They had made a grievous miscalculation. The lords had positioned their men at what they believed to be the edge of the spell's reach. Who would have guessed the castle's defenses had been specially tuned to extend their range? Harvey wondered briefly whether Ambrose had altered his defenses after sheltering the free folk. The truth was simpler. Ambrose had retrofitted his fortress with details pilfered from the Lion Empire's defensive blueprints, a gift from Black Rose. These included clever, cheap tricks like extended-range warding. That investment had paid off handsomely. Ambrose nodded at the battlefield in satisfaction. The Lion Empire was truly skilled at what they did. Harvey felt sick with contrition. He had counseled the Porcupine Knight to withdraw more than once, only to be soundly ignored. If he lived through this, he swore, he would resign. Yet for the moment, duty held him fast. He spurred forward toward the Paladin and shouted, "We can't hold much longer. Can you deal with this lich? If not, we must withdraw." The Paladin looked almost incredulous. "Not 1 in 5 men are dead. Can your army not hold out any longer?" He admitted he'd underestimated Ambrose, but these Alchemian lords were feeble. How could their men's morale collapse just from such meager losses? Even the weakest legion of the Lion Empire would shrug off such attrition. Harvey fought the urge to slap the man. This is a militia of tenant farmers. They are nothing like an army raised and tempered by faith. Do you have a plan or not? The Paladin couldn't help but marvel at the nature of the world at large. But of course. We'll breach the fortress and find his phylactery. If you cannot hold the line, withdraw. Don't hinder us. With that, he and the priest charged straight toward the Lich's castle. The anti-magic field still persisted around them. They were able to reach the gates of the castle while shrugging off all the magical spells slung their way. Harvey hesitated for a heartbeat as the sky blazed with streams of magic, then urged his horse forward and followed the Paladin. His intuition guided him against retreat at this juncture, that charging forward with the Paladin was the better choice. He could only hope that his intuition wasn't mistaken. When the Paladin noticed Harvey joining the assault, he even called back over his shoulder, "Your courage is admirable. May the radiant dawn protect you." Harvey nearly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, even if divine protection were real, an apprentice magician like me should be praying to Mystra, goddess of magic. These zealots can't even stop preaching in the middle of battle. Under the protection of the anti-magic field, every arcane trap before the castle gate fizzled into harmless smoke. The mundane pitfalls and crossbow bolts, meanwhile, barely scratched the Paladin's armor. His long sword flicked aside the quarrels with casual sweeps. The 3 riders reached the gates of the ancient fortress, losing only 2 horses along the way. But as they arrived, the shimmer of the anti-magic field began to waver, then vanish, entirely. Close behind, Harvey drew up beside them just as they reached the gates. Ambrose had already retreated deeper into the castle the moment the charge began. Now, seeing the Paladin at his gates, he smiled faintly and pressed a hidden lever. Just as the Paladin readied himself to smash through the gates, a series of clicks and grinds echoed ominously. The 3 men froze for an instant, uncertain what had been triggered, but the steadfast Paladin chose to press on. Holy light flared along his sword, blazing bright enough to blind. Sacred slash was excellent both for slaying liches and demolishing residences. The sword struck. The heavy oaken gates exploded into splinters, and the impact shook the earth so violently that cracks split across the stone courtyard. Harvey, marveling at the Paladin's strength, couldn't help but frown. Impressive strike, but, wait, aren't those cracks spreading a little too fast? Before he could finish, the ground before the gate gave way with a thunderous roar, collapsing into a vast, black pit that yawned endlessly below. All three men, taken completely by surprise, plunged straight into the darkness. From his magical surveillance, Ambrose watched their descent with quiet satisfaction. He reached out to pat the shimmering blob of living mercury coiled beside him and murmured, "Your turn, little one. Show me what you can do. If you manage to take down a paladin of the Lion Empire, I'm going to make a fortune." Ambrose had always been a simple sort of lich. Whether it was taking in refugees, aiding druids, feuding with paladins, or starting wars with neighboring lords, every move and scheme served one purpose only: profit. It was no different this time. As a legendary lich who possessed the technology to forge artificial souls, he had minimal need for human souls. This war, from his perspective, was a complete loss. The castle's magical defenses devoured gold every second they stayed active. Killing a few intruders wasn't nearly worth the expense. So, Ambrose had to earn at least a little interest. The three who had fallen into his trap would serve perfectly well as free test subjects for his new creation, the living mercury spirit golem. Harvey was beginning to think that magic simply wasn't for him. The so-called school of divination was a joke. His instincts had told him that following the paladin's charge was the right call, yet here he was, falling into a pit trap. He'd seen pitfalls before, of course. But who in their right mind dug dozens of meters deep right in front of their own gates? What kind of effort was that? And for what? A few spears at the bottom would have done the job. Why make it so absurdly deep? That question was soon answered. As they fell, the pit narrowed like a funnel before eventually turning into a slanted chute. The three of them slid down one after another, tumbling like refuse flushed down a drain. And just as Harvey began to fear he was about to land somewhere profoundly unpleasant, something snagged his robe and sent him veering into another tunnel. By the time his backside was thoroughly scraped raw, Harvey found himself inside a metal cage. With a loud clang, the bars sealed shut. He didn't even have time to lament his poor tailbone before realizing who stood before him outside the cage, the terrifying Lich Ambrose himself. The Lich's eyes, burning with soul fire, were fixed upon him. Harvey forced a trembling smile. "Master Megaman, I was coerced into this, truly. Won't you believe me?" The Lich chuckled. "Does it matter to me whether you were coerced or not?" Harvey fell silent. This Lich was far too blunt. He didn't offer even a pretense of mercy. Still, as a magician who had invested all his stats into intellect, Harvey's mind worked fast. If I wasn't thrown straight into a spike pit, that must mean I still have some value alive. "Master Ambrose, what may I help you with?" Ambrose didn't bother to hide it. Simple. "You're worth more alive than dead. I want your ransom." Harvey's jaw dropped. Of all the reasons he could have imagined, this one had never crossed his mind. Then he recalled how the Lich had effectively tried to ransom the refugees for coin from the Porcupine Knights and neighboring lords. Just how desperately did this Lich need money? "Ah. How much are you planning to ask for, Master Megaman?" "At least 10,000 gold, Ambrose replied. "You're a magician, after all." Harvey let out a weary laugh. "Then I fear you'll be disappointed. My employer can't afford that much." "Impossible. A force of over 1,000 men, and they can't spare 10,000 gold." Ambrose frowned. Gold might be scarce, but surely they had assets of equal worth. These were lords he was talking about, after all. Harvey sighed and explained, "Master Megaman, have you not heard what's happening in Alchemia? If things weren't that desperate, they wouldn't have banded together to attack your castle in the first place." "Is it really that bad?" Before Ambrose could continue, another clang echoed through the chamber. The priest of light had fallen into the next cell. Ambrose casually cast a human stasis spell. By the time the spell wore off, the priest had already been force-fed several vials of potions of sleep and was already unconscious. Well then, Ambrose said, turning back to Harvey, we'll continue this discussion later. With that, the Lich floated out of the cell. Seeing the restless, misshapen skeletons pacing outside his cage, Harvey quietly slipped the bit of wire he'd been hiding back into his sleeve. Even if he could pick the lock, a half-trained magician stood no chance against this many undead. Trying to escape now would be suicide. He sighed heavily. So much for the Lion Empire's boasts that paladins can easily suppress the undead. Sure doesn't look like it. Ambrose drifted into another sealed chamber. The paladin had landed there safely and was now pacing the room, pounding on the walls in search of an exit. But it was futile. The cell was encased on all sides by dense stone, with only the chute above and a single heavy iron door. Perhaps scarred by the earlier trap at the castle gate, the paladin hadn't dared use sacred slash on the door. Ambrose set the blob of living mercury down before the door and gave a command, "There's a paladin inside. Teach him a lesson he won't forget." The mercury creature quivered in understanding. It slithered forward, oozing through the gaps in the iron door. The paladin's senses were keen. He noticed the intrusion immediately. He'd never seen living mercury before, though, and assumed the Lich was trying some new form of vile alchemy. Raising his sword, he waited tensely. What happened next, however, went far beyond his expectations. The mass of mercury crawled toward him, alive. A slime? No, what in the light's name is this? The paladin was an adventurer of no small renown, but this was new. Some abominable undead construct, perhaps. No matter. Whatever it was, one sacred slash would end it. Holy radiance flared along his blade as he swung. The sword cut so fast the air itself rippled. Watching through a scrying crystal, Ambrose felt his bones rattle. If that strike had hit him, half his skeleton would have been shorn clean off. Such was the might of a Lion Empire paladin, and there were legions of them. The shining arc descended, only for a sharp metallic clang to echo through the cell. The sword had not struck flesh or slime, but steel. A silver-white blade had emerged from the mercury slime's body to meet the holy strike head-on. The two blades locked in a mess of flying sparks. The mimicked blade split nearly to its core, but the holy light guttered out harmlessly against it. "Impossible," gasped the paladin. "That thing's not undead, and it even resists magic." Just one exchange told him that this foe was something extraordinary. Before he could recover, the mercury began to flow again. The sword lengthened, sprouting a hilt, a hand, and an arm. Eventually, a knight of shining mercury stood before him, clad in heavy armor, with an eerie resemblance to himself. The mimic raised its sword, imitating the paladin's earlier stance. Then, with a single swing, it unleashed a torrent of silver light, fiercer and more violent than even the paladin's sacred slash. This blob of living mercury possessed three abilities. The first was an extraordinarily high resistance to magic, an alchemical miracle born from the labs of Alchemia. It was absurd enough that even a paladin's sacred slash barely left a mark. The second was its instinct to devour what it saw, inherited from its slime ancestry, though now limited only to metals rather than flesh. And the third, the most valuable ability, granted by Ambrose himself at great cost, was its new soul-bound talent, shape-shifting. The living mercury was all but an infant, new to the world and unskilled in wielding its gifts. All it could do was imitate what it saw. As such, by mimicking the paladin's form, it transformed into a vaguely humanoid figure of gleaming mercury, roughly similar in outline but with indistinct details. It looked like a half-melted wax statue version of the paladin. Still, crude or not, its imitation of the paladin's movements was unnervingly precise. The living mercury swung its sword in a mirrored sacred slash. There was no holy light, only sheer mass and momentum, but the blow was powerful enough to make the armored paladin stagger 2 steps back. Pressing the advantage, the mercury repeated the same strike again and again, fast as lightning. But the paladin had already adapted. Twisting his wrist, he caught the next blow along the blade of his sword, deftly dissipating the force. Then, with a sharp turn, he countered. The blade cut deep into the living Mercury's head, splitting it cleanly in two. The strike would have ended a man, but for the living Mercury, it was a mere inconvenience. The split halves of its head flowed together and solidified, trapping the Paladin's sword inside its liquid body. Then, copying his motion, the creature spun and slashed back toward his helm. But before the blow could land, a golden radiance flared around the Paladin's head, aegis of faith, a divine ward born of unshakable devotion. It could block all sorts of attacks. The mercury blade skidded off the light as if off a patch of ice, leaving the creature off balance. The Paladin seized the opportunity to strike. His sword danced in a blur, carving the mercury slime apart until it lost all human shape. The living mercury had been utterly outmatched in a single exchange. Its lack of technique showed. Yet as the Paladin stepped back to recover, the mangled metal began to flow again. Within seconds, the living mercury stood once more, copying the Paladin's latest techniques flawlessly. Ambrose, watching through a scrying orb, was very pleased by this development. He had tuned the living mercury's soul by hand to ensure that its shape-shifting was paired with the ability to perfectly imitate what it saw. From how well it could mirror the Paladin's attacks, it was clear that Ambrose's work had paid off. Still, imitation alone was not enough. The Paladin's swordsmanship, honed by faith and discipline, was leagues beyond what the slime could manage. As naive as the Paladin remained in matters pertaining to adventuring, his swordsmanship was on the level of a grandmaster. Their blades clashed again and again. Despite the very same strikes, the very same timing, every exchange ended with the Paladin's blade sinking into the living Mercury's body while his own armor remained unscathed. Even when their swordplay mirrored one another perfectly, subtle differences in angle, weight, and tempo left the duel one-sided. If not for the living Mercury's ability to regenerate, it would already have been cut up into a dozen pieces. And the Paladin quickly discerned its flaw. The creature might be able to mimic his movements, but it couldn't really think. It couldn't tell a feint from a follow-up. It couldn't innovate or predict his actions. Thus made confident, the Paladin eased his pace, turning the battle into a live exercise. He stopped using his divine techniques, conserving his holy energy for what he knew was the real threat, the Lich watching from beyond the walls. There was no point wasting strength on a puppet when the puppeteer still waited. So the Paladin stayed on the defensive, testing, waiting, letting the creature burn through its reserves. He knew regeneration and transformation both cost energy, energy derived from digested metal. Eventually, it would run out. And when it did, he would end it with a single strike. Ambrose couldn't help but admire him. The Paladins of the Lion Empire truly live up to their reputation, he murmured. The continent's strongest empire indeed. But admiration didn't pay the bills. If his prototype were to lose, the footage from his memory crystal would be useless for business. Editing out a defeat was such a hassle. He had no choice but to intervene. Through the iron door, he whispered, "Silly child, don't let your humanoid form restrict yourself. Why do you only wield one sword? You can have as many arms as you like. Shape-shifting is meant for imagination, not mere imitation." The words were a revelation. The living Mercury paused mid-regeneration. Instead of sealing its split head, the two halves stretched outward, lengthening into twin rapiers that shot straight toward the Paladin's face. The technique was the same, but now there were two blades coming at impossible angles. The Paladin barely reacted in time, his steady tempo shattered. He managed to deflect both and countered with a brutal pommel strike that dented the creature's chest, but it was already too late. The living Mercury had been freed from its shackles. In human form, it might not be able to rival the Paladin's swordsmanship, but who said it had to be human at all? Its liquid body twisted and expanded, sprouting arms and blades by the dozen. Like a spinning windmill of silver, it whirled forward, slashing from every direction. The Paladin felt as if a squadron of his comrades had turned on him at once, all wielding the same flawless swordplay, all striking in perfect sync. The problem wasn't where the next strike would come from. It was that there were too many swords to block. Against humanoid foes. If you ever face something enormous, many-limbed, or monstrously deformed, don't try to suppress it with swordsmanship. Use divine magic immediately. He finally understood that advice. When the enemy was no longer human, most sword techniques lost their purpose and could even become fatal openings. The Paladin had already taken several hits after just a few exchanges. If not for the durability of his armor, he would have been carved into pieces. The living mercury, now unshackled, moved with the manic delight of a child who had just discovered a new toy. It attacked with increasing fervor, its body warping into impossible shapes, striking from angles the Paladin's training could never anticipate. The tide turned swiftly. Seeing his disadvantage, the Paladin's sword flared with holy radiance once more, but this time, lightning arced along the blade as well. This was an advanced variant of Sacred Slash, infused with the power of thunder. He had meant to save it for Ambrose, but who would have thought he'd be driven to desperation by such a bizarre creature? The heavens themselves seemed to roar as the thunderous blade descended. Even though the living mercury conjured several long swords of its own to block, the divine strike was unstoppable. This empowered Sacred Slash could pierce through even the monster's innate resistance to inflict a fearsome wound. Yet in the end, the sword only severed one of the creature's arms. I missed. How can that be? The Paladin stared in disbelief at his own blade. He had honed this attack over thousands of hours of training. How could it have missed? The wounded mercury slime grew enraged beyond reason. Ignoring its injury, it surged forward and engulfed him completely. The Paladin, having exhausted his mightiest attack, simply couldn't dodge in time. The creature's body wrapped around him like molten metal. Then, the devouring began. The Paladin struggled fiercely as bursts of holy light flashed from his body. The living mercury bubbled and hissed as if boiling under the radiance, yet it was useless. His armor and weapon were soon dissolved and absorbed, leaving him in nothing but his thin undershirt. Golden hair, handsome features, noble bearing, and a sculpted body elsewhere, this young Paladin's looks would have sent noble maidens swooning. But the living mercury was unmoved. Still fuming, it condensed another blade, preparing to pierce his unprotected heart. Without armor, the Paladin was doomed. But just then, Ambrose called out, "Don't kill him. Paladins are worth a lot of money." Furious though it might be, the living mercury couldn't disobey Ambrose. It slammed the Paladin's head into the ground in protest, smashing his once perfect face. Ambrose chuckled. "Still sulking, huh? You should know that you only survived that last Sacred Slash because I stepped in. Otherwise, you'd have been vaporized." He had underestimated his opponent. An advanced variant of Sacred Slash was the sign of a high-ranking Paladin. And one so young was surely among the Lion Empire's finest. He might even have been personally knighted by the Emperor himself. Ah, he'd really lost out. High-ranking Paladins all had valuable equipment, but the living mercury had consumed it all. Well, there was no helping it. He'd simply double the Paladin's ransom. Ambrose glanced at the Paladin, who was still struggling to rise, and said mildly, "Don't waste your strength. Your comrades are already in my custody. If you want them to live, behave yourself and stay put." The Paladin's voice was firm, "We are servants of the Lord of Dawn. To die in combat is to ascend to heaven. You cannot threaten me with death. We've long been ready to give our lives." Ambrose smirked. "Heh. But not all your companions serve the Lord of Dawn, do they? Will you let them die for your piety? You swore an oath of devotion, didn't you? Protecting the weak is part of that vow." The Paladin froze, startled that Ambrose knew so much. Every Paladin took a sacred oath before their god. The oath of devotion, the oath of the ancient, and the oath of vengeance were the most common. Those bound by devotion were required to act with justice, uphold their word, and protect the helpless. It even extended to showing mercy to foes and never resorting to dishonor. Harvey was one of their companions, an ordinary man who fought beside them. If Ambrose used Harvey's life as leverage, the Paladin could not, in good conscience, allow harm to befall him. To do so would violate his oath, and that was a sin far heavier than death. "State your demand," the Paladin said grimly. "I will never ally with the undead. Even if you threaten me with that magician's life, I will not cooperate. Who said anything about cooperation? Ambrose replied lazily. I'm only asking you to sit quietly as a prisoner. Once the Lion Empire pays your ransom, you'll be free. He had already done the math in his head. The priest, he would ransom for 800,000 gold. The Paladin, 1 million. Not a coin less. It sounded outrageous, perhaps, but this was about market value, after all. And if the Paladin was worth that much, how much more valuable would be the living mercury, a creature that could match and perhaps even outmatch a Paladin in combat? Living mercury might well be the biggest business deal he'd make in centuries. And it certainly wouldn't come cheap. The Paladin, however, only sneered. Save your efforts. The Empire never ransoms its prisoners. The Lion Empire does not yield to threats, least of all from the undead. Demand gold from us, and you'll only bring the wrath of the Paladin legions upon yourself. Ambrose smiled faintly. Wouldn't that be exactly what you want? Then tell me, why stop me from courting death? Now, your name. The Paladin hadn't expected such audacity. Was this Lich truly willing to provoke the Lion Empire over a handful of gold coins? He couldn't fathom it, but he knew he had no other choice. Unless he wanted Harvey's blood on his conscience, he would have to accept captivity. My name is Alan Watson, he said calmly. Watson. Ambrose tilted his head. Is James Watson, the chief editor of Legendary Spellcraft, any relation of yours? The young Paladin blinked. You know my father. The soul fire within Ambrose's empty sockets flared violently. Through gritted teeth, he hissed, well now, isn't that a coincidence? I've known your father for many years. Under the dim, amber light of a candle, a young magician wrote feverishly across a sheet of parchment. Poor Alan has once again suffered cruel torment, yet even at death's door, he still prays steadfastly to the Lord of Dawn. I can't help but be moved by the strength of his faith, though I also wonder what, exactly, that faith has given him. We are both prisoners of the same Lich, yet only he endures torture, while I, a mere apprentice, am allowed to write letters home. William Harvey filled page after page before finally submitting his essay, My Paladin Friend Alan, a brief evaluation on the influence of faith on young minds, to Ambrose. When Ambrose finished reading it, he nodded in approval. Not bad at all. You're a decent author, young man. Ever considered switching careers and writing novels instead? Harvey forced a polite, nervous smile. Master Megaman, will a story like this really get published in Legendary Spellcraft? It had been Ambrose's idea, of course. He'd told Harvey to write, from his own perspective, a tale about a devout young paladin named Alan who, driven by his faith, provoked a powerful lich and suffered for it after his capture. The sprawling 30,000-word essay subtly suggested that Alan's faith wasn't a result of genuine devotion but rather indoctrination forced upon him by an overbearing father and a fanatical upbringing. In short, the editor-in-chief of Legendary Spellcraft, James Watson, was depicted as a religious zealot who had twisted both his son's life and the teachings of the Lord of Dawn. Harvey felt his stomach sink. If this ever got published, not only would he be blacklisted by Legendary Spellcraft, the Paladin legions might even march straight to the castle gates not to punish Ambrose, but to haul him, William Harvey, to the stake. Ambrose, however, seemed delighted. The main journal certainly won't publish it, he said cheerfully. But one of the subsidiaries might. Congratulations, young man. You're officially a contributor to Legendary Spellcraft. The flagship Legendary Spellcraft journal focused on advanced magical research, while its subsidiaries thrived on sensationalism and entertainment. Titles like My 80-Year-Old Elf Lowly Wife, Drifting Through the Court of the Silver Moon, or The Domineering Prince of the Lion Empire sold by the thousands. The subsidiaries, embarrassingly enough, often outsold the flagship journal itself. Ambrose couldn't exactly send a ransom note to the Lion Empire reading, Your paladin and priest are in my hands. Send me a few million gold or I'll kill them. If he did, the Empire would just declare him an enemy of the state and dispatch a holy army to crush him. Alchemia surely wouldn't intervene. So he chose a subtler route. This submission was, in truth, a coded message to James Watson, Your son is alive. Pay the ransom if you want to keep it that way. Within the essay, Harvey repeatedly mentioned a ransom and the promise of release once payment was received. Ambrose was certain the clever old editor would read between the lines. Harvey knew it would land him in serious trouble, but as a prisoner, he had little choice but to obey and to hope Ambrose would keep his word. To his surprise, the Lich had been far kinder than expected. The Paladin and the priest were unharmed, simply confined. The tortures described in the essay were entirely fabricated. Once, Harvey asked why Ambrose didn't simply use torture if he wanted to make a point. Ambrose's reply stunned him. Why bother? I'm busy enough running experiments. I barely have time to sleep, let alone torture people. And what would be the point? I can't harvest their souls, and if I injure them, I'd have to spend money to heal them. Why waste gold and time? It made perfect sense, and yet, Harvey couldn't shake the feeling that something about that logic was off. A Lich refraining from torture purely because of cost efficiency? No one would ever believe that. Still, he didn't press the issue. He was treated well, given his own room, allowed to read, even afforded quiet evenings by candlelight. If it weren't for the skeletal sentinels always watching him, it could almost have passed for home. He certainly didn't want to antagonize this benevolent Lich and have his comforts revoked. Ambrose sealed the essay, dispatched it to legendary spellcraft through a courier, and promptly returned to his laboratory. He wasn't exaggerating when he said he was busy. He still had to edit the live combat footage of the living mercury, finalize his experimental notes, and prepare a comprehensive report for Lady Rose, the wealthy undead noble who'd commissioned the project, in hopes of getting her to finance his research. As far as Ambrose was concerned, the living mercury met her specifications. It boasted superb magical resistance, was immune to the Lion Empire's undead detectors by virtue of not actually being undead, and was capable of reshaping its body to infiltrate the capital through drain pipes or by scaling walls. In sufficient numbers, such constructs might even breach the Empire's fortifications. As long as none of the Lion Empire's legends intervened, of course. Magical resistance wasn't the same as immunity. The living mercury would perish wholesale to wide-area divine magic. After a long day's work, Ambrose finally bundled up the data and transmitted it through the necromantic codex. The response came almost immediately. Black Rose, that was fast. I thought it would take you another month or two just to finish a prototype. Designing high-tier undead constructs was hardly easy, especially ones built to invade the Lion Empire. Megamantiga, standing on the shoulders of giants makes it easier. I drew inspiration from Master Morgan's work on spirit golems and used that as the framework for my new creation. It should meet your expectations. Black Rose, Master Morgan. What a coincidence. I was his student. Ambrose blinked. No wonder she wanted vengeance on the Lion Empire, Master Morgan had been slain by its paladins. It was a sentiment he could respect. Megamantiga, in honor of Master Morgan, I can offer you a discount. Black Rose, oh. How much of one? Megamantiga, let's say. 0.5% off. There was a long pause. Black Rose, better not. If my teacher knew that his name was only worth that little, he'd rise from the grave to smash your phylactery. Megamantiga, fair enough. Respect should come from the heart, not from a price tag. Black Rose. There was no reply after that. She was probably busy reviewing the data. Ambrose leaned back in his chair, satisfied, awaiting her feedback, until a new message suddenly blinked into view on the codex. But the sender was someone else entirely. Dullahan's crown, hey, Tiga, mind if I crash at your place for a few days? When Ambrose saw the message pop up, he froze. Hadn't the Dullahan's wife said he wouldn't be able to leave home for years? How was he still sending private messages? He quickly replied, Megamantiga, weren't you grounded by your wife? Dullahan's crown, grounded? Don't spread nonsense. It was just a small domestic disagreement. Megamantiga, come on. You might fool others, but don't try to fool yourself as well. Dullahan's crown, quit yapping. Anyway, I'm heading out for a bit. Mind if I crash at your place for a few days? That pitiful tone made Ambrose hesitate to bring up rent. He decided to be generous for once. After all, the undead didn't eat or drink. Megamantiga, sure. Stay as long as you want. Dullahan's crown, good man. I'm on my way. Ambrose suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, a burst of light flared in the center of his laboratory. Wait, that's the teleportation array I used to send him the living mercury sample. Don't tell me this lunatic is going to teleport himself here. Panicking, Ambrose poured his power into the array to dismantle its restrictions. Transferring a bottle was one thing, but teleporting a legendary powerhouse. That could blow the whole array sky high. He had barely managed to do so when a towering giant emerged from the gloom. He was a few meters tall, clad in heavy black armor, and forced to stoop to avoid breaking the ceiling. Quick, Megaman, disable the array. No, destroy it, the headless giant boomed, his voice deep as a gong. He slammed a gauntlet fist down. The impact shook the entire lab as if there had been an earthquake. The intricate teleportation circle shattered into dust. Ambrose winced in pain. Calm down. My place can't take this level of abuse. The Dullahan glanced around casually. Megaman, your base is kind of shabby, you know. Doesn't really suit a legendary lich. Ambrose's brief moment of sympathy evaporated. Don't compare this place to your dragon graveyard. If you don't like it, go back. And that teleportation circle was expensive. He mentally added a 200 gold per day lodging fee to cover the damage. Relax, I'll pay you double, the knight replied. His huge frame began to shrink. He soon settled into normal human proportions. Then he pulled out a custom-made helmet and fastened it to his neck stump, one which fit perfectly with his enchanted black chest plate. When he clicked it into place, the visor lit up, glowing faintly as if there were eyes within the helmet. He now looked like a perfect death knight. Ambrose couldn't help but gape at him. Seriously? You're running away from home in disguise? Is your wife trying to kill you? The Dullahan ignored the jab and handed him a small pouch. I didn't have time to bring much on the way here. Here's a little something as thanks. Ambrose peeked inside, not coins, but instead a pile of high-grade magical reagents, most of them rare draconic specialties. Even a handful of these would sell for a fortune. He did a quick estimate, the pouch's contents were worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 gold. Hardly. There's no need for such formality between us. Come, let me show you around. If there's anything you need, just say the word. Ambrose's attitude flipped instantly. For that kind of gift, he was ready to swear brotherhood with the Dullahan on the spot. Thankfully, the Dullahan wasn't hard to please. After a brief look around, he asked, this place isn't far from Alchemia, right? I heard any race is welcome there, even the undead. Right. As long as you don't start fights, you can enter safely. Do you want to visit the city? Ambrose hesitated. Considering he'd just received 300,000 gold's worth of materials, it was his duty to play host. But he was in the middle of negotiating with Black Rose, a client worth far more than that. Missing a message from her would be disastrous. The Dullahan noticed his hesitation and laughed. Don't worry about me. I'll just have a drink and look around. You handle your business. What a great guy, Ambrose thought. Generous, considerate, though, how does a headless man drink? Does he pour it straight down his neck? He said aloud, no problem, but I'd suggest changing your look. Alchemia might tolerate undead, but if you stroll in like this, everyone's going to be on high alert. Unlike Ambrose, who was a half-baked legend, the Dullahan radiated strength. His entire being was steeped in an aura of dominance, and the enchanted armor he wore practically glowed with magic. It was clearly artifactier. If he went about dressed like that, people would immediately assume that the undead were about to invade Alchemia. Fair point. The knight twisted a ring on his hand. His form rippled as he transformed from a deathly juggernaut into a rugged human mercenary. A shape-shifting ring was an absurdly expensive toy. Shape-shifting wasn't a particularly powerful spell, rather, it was quite ordinary. But embedding a spell in an item cost a small fortune. Doing so for such a basic spell was like making an ashtray out of pure gold. Even broke, the Dullahan radiated the unmistakable aura of old money. The doubly transformed Dullahan now looked like an ordinary middle-aged adventurer, as long as no one stared at him too closely. Flashes of strength seeped out from his bearing subconsciously. It was little wonder that this man had once killed his way out of an encirclement of thousands of paladins from the Lion Empire and lived to tell the tale. All right then, I'll go have that drink. Don't wait up for me. He was gone before Ambrose could blink, elated about his newfound freedom. Ambrose sighed. How long has he been cooped up if going out for a drink makes him that happy? A legendary hero, afraid of his wife, marriage really is like being shackled down. He had no time to commiserate. Another message from Black Rose had just arrived. Black Rose, I have to admit, your spirit golem design is brilliant. If my teacher were still alive, he'd be thrilled. Thank you. Ambrose could sense the faint sorrow behind her words. Megamantiga, glad you like it. Black Rose, there are minor tweaks I might suggest, but overall, I'm very satisfied. It's exactly what I wanted. But you can't produce living mercury yourself, can you? To mass-produce these golems, you'll need to buy living mercury in bulk from Alchemia. Megamantiga, true, but don't worry. They sell counterfeit living mercury for much cheaper. Black Rose, no, that's not what I'm concerned about. You underestimate the scale at which I want you to work. I need at least 100,000 of these living mercury golems. If you purchase that much living mercury, Alchemia will surely notice. They'll investigate, and the Lion Empire will soon be on alert. 100,000. Ambrose nearly dropped the codex. He had planned to sell each golem for 50,000 gold, 5 billion total. If the alchemists of Alchemia heard about that, they'd lose their minds. They'd tear his castle apart for that kind of fortune. With that many golems, was Black Rose really planning to go to war with the Lion Empire? That would be suicide. Megamantiga, it'd be impossible to buy that much living mercury. I'll have to try breeding them myself. They do represent a true species and are able to reproduce on their own, though it's slow and metal-intensive. Black Rose, exactly what I thought. Time isn't an issue. I'll handle the metal supply. Megamantiga, teleporting raw metals is costly, and large shipments of or might attract attention from Alchemia. Magic could do nearly anything, but it didn't come cheap. Teleporting costly goods was fine, but doing the same for cheap materials in bulk was pure extravagance. Black Rose, no need. I'll crash the local or market myself. Once prices plummet, a few mines will go bankrupt. I'll provide the funds for you to buy one outright. Ambrose. Just how rich was Black Rose? Crashing an entire regional market just to buy a mine, was that what the world of the rich was like? A gilded, resplendent hall formed the seat of the Lion Empire's ecclesiastical tribunal. James Watson, editor-in-chief of legendary spellcraft, sat poring over a stack of reports taller than he was. His role as editor-in-chief was merely a side job. James Watson was, first and foremost, High Inquisitor of the Lion Empire. He provided rulings and judgment on matters of faith. The Lion Empire recognized a single lawful faith, that of the Lord of Dawn. Any worship of other gods within imperial borders was heresy. Recent territorial expansion had stretched that orthodoxy thin. New freemen from annexed lands could not drop their beliefs overnight. Old rites and old gods persisted stubbornly in rural villages and hamlets. Watson believed that these folk erred not by malicious intent, but because they simply didn't know any better. But they could be taught how to think. Rather than have them burn at the stake, he carefully read each report and crafted proposals for spreading the faith of the Lord of Dawn, carefully tailored to the specifics of each region. Sometimes, this involved gentle words and persuasive conversion, at other times, perhaps the iron hand of discipline. It seemed like a tedious affair, but James Watson had advanced all the way up the ranks from his original position as a village pastor. He was used to the work, and he was sure that the newly annexed would become steadfast, devout believers of the Lord of Dawn in a few years' time. Problems that others would have taken days, even weeks, to resolve, James Watson could deal with in the better half of a day. His efficacy was the main reason he had maintained this position for so long. Only after he had finished his official duties did he permit himself the diversion of editorial work. Among his greatest pleasures was outright rejecting the submissions of non-human species. After carelessly making up reasons to refuse a few dwarven and elven manuscripts, James Watson found himself looking at a strange essay. My Paladin friend Alan, a brief evaluation on the influence of faith on young minds. What nonsense is this? The title alone made it clear that this was a submission to one of legendary spellcraft's popular subsidiaries. Gossip and picaresque tales funded the press's more than serious academic work. James Watson didn't much care about such submissions. Regardless of their sales, they could hardly compare to the flagship legendary spellcraft's articles in impact. In fact, he would be thrilled if non-humans started to publish in these subsidiaries instead of in legendary spellcraft, leaving the latter a human-oriented magical journal. As a result, he tended to approve these subsidiary submissions after just a quick skim. But the title of this submission stopped him cold. A Paladin named Alan. James Watson glanced at the essay's author. He had never heard of a William Harvey before. Either a pseudonym or some obscure nobody, he thought. But the opening paragraph alone left James Watson gaping in alarm. Brows furrowed, he twisted the ring on his finger. A pale panel of light sprang up before his eyes, a visual transmission that should have connected him to his son. But where a clear image should have been, there were only static and hissing sparks. This ring was meant to be a direct line to Alan. But it no longer worked. The essay was unlikely to be fiction. The facts it hinted at were simply too specific. His son, Alan Watson, had been taken captive by a lich. Watson read the piece again, line by line, until his face turned ashen. On the surface, the essay painted the editor-in-chief as a fanatic, an irrational zealot who had warped the doctrine of the Lord of Dawn and used inhuman methods to brutalize both body and mind. Still, this was nothing compared to what he'd seen over the course of his long tenure. A slanderous essay would not unseat a man who had endured worse. What made Watson's blood run cold was a subtler, more dangerous claim. The writer, speaking as an observer, had argued that the faith of the Lord of Dawn was not essentially different from those of cults, that its doctrine, its rites, and its hatred of the undead were variations on common themes. Worse, the article insisted, the followers of the Lord of Dawn were more exclusionary than even the Druids. The Empire's form of piety, it argued, breed needless tragedies and strife. It cast the Lion Empire's religious policy as a distortion of the Light's teachings and implied that Watson himself had driven many of those tragedies in pursuit of ambition. It was the sort of conspiracy-tinged rhetoric that spread like wildfire. The argument had little concrete evidence, but this sort of nonsense was exactly what readers devoured and then repeated. Watson knew the danger. In a season of expansion and war, public opinion mattered. Even if the essay could not sway a battlefield, it could weaken the home front, sow doubt among the annexed provinces, and turn sympathy toward dissent. And the price of silence, Watson realized, had become personal. If he suppressed the piece, his son Alan might die. If he published it, the Empire would be set against him. There was no safe option. Why did he not go to the court of the Silver Moon as instructed? How did he end up in Alchemia? Watson muttered to himself. Could he have heard about the prophecy too? James Watson sighed wearily. He desperately wanted to give his son a thrashing. Alan had been assigned a trial of passage, but he must have had a change of mind. He had run off to Alchemia on his own. There'd been whispers of an old prophecy about a divine artifact in Alchemia sewers for years. It was all nonsense to a veteran like Watson, of course. But his son wasn't a fool either. How had Alan been tricked? Still, there was no point worrying about that now. Rage and fear bled together until Watson cursed, that foolish, reckless child. The manuscript was clear enough, at least, if he wanted Alan to live, he had to publish it with a comment stating that he was willing to pay a ransom. A few 100,000 gold would hardly be an issue compared to the article's political fallout. Publishing this essay would make Watson a traitor to the Empire. He stood for a long moment, grief and duty warring in his eyes. Forgive me, Alan. He pressed his palm to the crystal inset in the desk. Holy radiance flared as a paladin in silver-white armor manifested before him, slipping to a knee in reverence. Your will is my command, High Inquisitor. Pick out 10 members of the Knights Penitent and set off to Alchemia in search of my son, Alan. If he lives, bring him home. Otherwise, destroy the Lich that took him captive. Be careful. You may be facing a legendary undead. The Paladin replied with confidence, My lord, the Knights Penitent exists for this very purpose. We were forged to counter legends. The shame of that old failure will not be repeated on our watch. Watson's mind drifted, unwillingly, to the bold failure that the knight had referred to. Long before his birth, the Empire had sent an entire host of paladins to hunt down a certain Dullahan and had been slaughtered almost to a man. The tale of that catastrophe was a scar in the Empire's memory. It had been the catalyst for forming the Order of Adjudicators, an elite corps trained to do what ordinary knights could not, to hunt legendary undead with methods and magic beyond common men. The paladins who had founded the Order had died before they could overcome that shame, but the new generation had spent their lives in that grim apprenticeship, honing their steel and faith for the day in which they might restore their lost honor. Whether this Lich was that same old adversary mattered less to Watson than the chance to strike a decisive blow against a legend. He imagined the Lich's soul offered up as a votive to the Lord of Dawn, an end to evil and a balm for the Empire's wounded honor. Watson rose, hands clenched until his knuckles turned white. No matter what, do not accept any terms the enemy offers. The Lion Empire will not succumb to a threat. By your command, High Inquisitor. The umbral depths was a vast world hidden deep beneath the earth, larger than the 9 kingdoms of the continent combined. Sunlight never reached the depths, only the pale glow of luminescent moss and crystal veins brought light to the endless night. And yet the harsh realm teemed with life. Beings rarely seen on the surface, like the drow, deep gnomes, grey dwarves, and myconids were well adapted to this unique environment. But none of them thrived in it like the undead. The undead needed neither air nor food, and were immune to most toxins. They could reign unchallenged in lands where even the hardiest subterranean races could not endure. In one region of the umbral depths was a lake of pure mercury, vast and gleaming. The surface mirrored the faint light of nearby minerals and glittered like a field of stars. Yet that beauty hid a deadly truth: its vapors were fatally toxic to almost every living creature. Only the undead could exist there safely, building a castle along the shore and mining the precious ore beneath. And within the magnificent castle, a pale undead queen sat poring over her ledgers. Her skin was smooth and bloodless, her eyes and lips a deep crimson. She was Black Rose, the wealthy matriarch of the Elegiac Society. Black Rose was a lich. Long ago, while she was still alive, she had fled from the Lion Empire. Its relentless pursuit forced her to escape into the umbral depths, where she found herself trapped by the Mercury Lake and was forced to leap in. Master Morgan had recovered her body and soul, then helped her ascend into undeath. Mercury had seeped into every fiber of her being, preserving her flesh. She still looked nearly human, though her body was now far sturdier than bone. Under Master Morgan's tutelage, she mastered the necromantic arts and followed him back to the surface, where establishing her own tower in a desert kingdom. But when Morgan was slain by a paladin of the Lion Empire, Black Rose returned to the depths to the lake that had given her new life. There, over many long years, she founded her own kingdom of the dead. The beginning of it all had been brutal. She was a lone lich with no allies, fighting for territory among the subterranean races. More than once, she nearly perished, surviving only by the resilience of her undead body and the natural defenses of the Mercury Lake. Endless wars followed against the drow, grey dwarves, and myconids, until the dead outnumbered the living. The drow were the first to surrender, signing a vassal pact little better than bondage. The grey dwarves hesitated too long and were forced to become slaves. The myconids fled entirely, abandoning their lands. That was how Black Rose forged an undead dominion nearly a quarter the size of the Lion Empire. Her ability to offer Ambrose billions of gold came from the sheer wealth of her domain. Millions of undead mined day and night, piling up mountains of ore and precious gems alike. With such vast resources, she could easily manipulate the mineral markets of the 9 kingdoms. If she wanted to, she could crash them overnight. This might have been a devastating move for mortals, but to Black Rose, money was merely a tool. Her true desire was the destruction of the Lion Empire, no matter the cost. After reviewing her numbers, she signed the ledger and handed it to a drow attendant. "Lower next month's export prices," she said calmly. "Increase shipment volume according to these figures." The dark-skinned elf bowed deeply. "As you command, Your Majesty." When the servant left, the Black Rose murmured to herself, "That much undercutting will send the 9 kingdoms or prices plummeting. In Alchemia, the smaller mines will go bankrupt within weeks. Once that happens, I'll transfer him another 3 million gold, enough to buy a minor mine outright. It's a shame he refuses to move here and serve me directly. It would save me so much trouble." She smiled faintly. She truly admired Ambrose. His designs were brilliant, and his ingenuity outstanding. But when she invited him to the umbral depths, he declined outright. His reason was as blunt as it was honest: "You can't afford me." Billions of gold could buy his cooperation and his time, but it was far too little for his eternal loyalty. A peasant who earned a single silver a year cost at least 100 times that to enslave. As for a lich who could live forever, who could make billions of gold a year, his freedom was priceless. Perhaps even the entire wealth of the Lion Empire wouldn't suffice. Still, Black Rose was patient. The undead had eternity on their side. If a bone dragon could wed a Dullahan, and vampires could breed with mortals, then surely one day she would find a way to bind Ambrose to her, whether through loyalty, or marriage. Thinking of that odd couple, Black Rose opened the necromantic codex and wrote into the group chat. "Black Rose, Sister Bone, is your husband behaving himself lately?" She'd only meant to ask the dragon how she managed to tame such a proud and powerful undead, but the reply she got was rather unexpected. "Pale little skeleton, that heartless scumbag. He ran away from home. When I catch him, I'll lash him to the bone with my tail." Black Rose, what? He ran away? But you're so far from the continent. Where could he even go? Pale little skeleton, I don't know. All I detected were traces of a teleportation circle. I bet that Megamantiga fellow helped him out. I'm going to Alchemia to find that heartless scoundrel. Black Rose paused in thought, then smiled to herself. Black Rose, I'll come with you. As it happens, I'd quite like to meet Megamantiga myself. Ambrose hovered silently above the ground as he inspected his domain. Everything appeared to be in order. The humans who had come to seek refuge had finished building their homes, the newly cleared farmlands were already yielding results. With the help of alchemical potions, their first harvest would come within a few days, and by the looks of it, it would be bountiful. They were already marking out the grain they owed as tax. When they realized how much better life was here than before, their unease finally began to fade. After the previous battle, the Porcupine Knight and the other nearby lords had suffered heavy losses. None of them dared to provoke Ambrose again. Instead, they turned on one another. 3 lords had died in that war. What happened next was predictable: the survivors schemed to seize the fallen lords' territories. Ambrose had no idea what excuse the Porcupine Knight had come up with this time, nor whether he could recover his losses. But one thing was clear. More and more freemen were fleeing their lands and coming straight to the Lich's domain. He now had over 300 humans in his territory, a not insignificant number. The sudden influx didn't trouble Ambrose, because Raoul had grown into a capable administrator. Ambrose couldn't help but marvel at how much Raoul had grown. Hardship was a potent force indeed. The illiterate man who had once stumbled blindly into his domain was now managing hundreds of people with remarkable order and discipline. Everything was developing smoothly, Ambrose no longer needed to intervene. Even the 3 prisoners weren't a problem. Harvey, the apprentice magician, sat quietly reading in his cell. He seemed so at home there that Ambrose was half tempted to start charging him rent. Alan and his priest companion followed a strict routine of prayer and calisthenics. The Paladin had meant what he said. He had promised to behave as a model captive, and he would. Ambrose respected that. Few people truly kept their word. He then visited Isabel's laboratory and found that the girl's skill in alchemy had advanced considerably. She could now prepare complex potions without assistance, and Ambrose rewarded her with an enchanted ring. He had stripped it from the priest. Unfortunately, it could only be equipped by humans, but that made it perfect for Isabel. The ring was embedded with a basic healing spell that could be used once per day to close wounds and cure common ailments. Since Isabel now aided her brother in managing the freemen, a healing spell was far more practical than any offensive one. After making his rounds, Ambrose carefully polished his phylactery. And then, quite unexpectedly, he realized he had nothing to do. In the past, he had been perpetually busy conducting experiments and figuring out new ways to procure more gold, but he had just concluded negotiations with Black Rose and she had sent him his first payment. Ambrose's vaults were now flush with coin. But the second phase of his living mercury cultivation required vast quantities of metal ore, which he couldn't obtain until Black Rose began her economic offensive to bankrupt the local mines. So for the moment, Ambrose had nothing on his schedule. For a lich, that wasn't a good sign. Ambrose had lost the burdens of flesh, but also its distractions. Without desire or fatigue, what Ambrose would have to overcome was endless, unbearable ennui. Maybe I should count my gold again, he muttered. He quickly shook his head. No, that's idiotic. No matter how he counted his coins, they wouldn't start multiplying. A rational lich should enjoy both earning and spending gold. After some thought, he decided to find the Dullahan for a drink. After all, the man had given him the equivalent of a few 100,000 gold as a greeting gift. It would be rude for a host to let his guest drink alone all the time. Ambrose shapeshifted into a human, left his fortress, and flew toward Alchemia. The changes to Alchemia in his absence were immediately apparent. The city looked even more desolate. More shops had gone under, fewer people walked the streets, and those who did wore grim expressions. Here and there, desperate men stood by the roadside holding signs, "Family starving will work for food." This doesn't add up. Ambrose frowned. Have those alchemists still not reached an agreement with the Court of the Silver Moon? By his estimation, even the mad alchemists of Alchemia wouldn't keep this up forever. No nation would watch its economy collapse without doing something. With an entire army of alchemical constructs at their disposal, they could easily pressure the court with military might and force them to the negotiation table. That would have been the logical move. So why weren't they doing anything? The Alchemists' Council may be insane, he muttered, but they're not stupid. Still puzzling over the situation, Ambrose reached the South Cross Street in the Adventurers District and stepped into the Iron Slag. There, he found exactly whom he was looking for. Gareth, still in his human guise, was having a drinking contest with a 2-meter-tall orc. Both were chugging huge mugs of burning liquor. The orc's tusked face twisted in agony as the flames scorched his throat, but he stubbornly gulped down the last drop. Gareth, in comparison, looked far calmer. He drained his mug without spilling a drop. His expression or lack thereof didn't change at all. By the second round, the orc was swaying. By the third, he collapsed entirely, the flaming liquor splashing over him and igniting as he flailed. The crowd roared with laughter and applause. Ambrose gaped at the Dullahan in silence. Did the undead have nothing better to do than to bully the living in drinking contests? Gareth laughed out loud, slammed his mug onto the table, and bellowed, "I win. Drinks are on me tonight." The tavern exploded in cheers. Hurrah! Bless you, my friend. Gareth. Gareth. While the crowd chanted his companion's name, Ambrose found a quiet corner and called out to a familiar Orcish bartender. "A pint of ale," he said. "Master Megaman, long time no see," the bartender replied smoothly. "One moment." The orc's movements were almost dainty as he poured the drink. His elegance was at odds with his hulking frame. Ambrose nodded toward the cheering crowd. "What's going on over there?" The bartender followed his gaze and chuckled. "Ah, Gareth. He's certainly a character. Haven't seen such a good drinker in years. Great personality and generous, to boot." "I meant the buying everyone drinks part," Ambrose said. "Winning a contest and then paying for everyone. That's new." "That's why folks call him generous," the bartender replied, then added in a low tone, though, truth be told, it's the owner footing the bill. The owner? The orc nodded subtly toward the far corner. Ambrose turned and found a female orc, her skin the color of red-hot flame, muscles rippling like a lion's, and yet the way she gazed at Gareth could only be described as sultry. Ambrose's jaw dropped. Had Gareth found himself another female patron? Was his legendary boon the ability to be a womanizer? For a fleeting moment, Ambrose imagined a furious bone dragon unleashing her breath upon the tavern, reducing everything Gareth, the female orc, and the bar itself to smoking ash. Ambrose wasn't particularly interested in meddling in someone else's domestic affairs. But since Gareth was here as a guest, courtesy demanded that he at least say a few words of warning. Once the guests were happily enjoying their free drinks, Ambrose pushed through the crowd to where Gareth was seated. "Yo, Tiga, my man. Having a drink too?" Headless greeted him cheerfully, throwing an arm around his shoulders and introducing him to the leonine orc beside him. "This here's my bro." The orc gave him a bashful smile. "I've heard of you, Master Megaman Tiga. Allegedly, the last time you were here, you managed to swindle a paladin of the Lion Empire out of several thousand gold with just 3 sentences. Your tactics were truly impressive. I'm the owner of this bar, Una Hellfire." Hellfire. Ambrose had heard that name before. She was from a prominent clan among the orcs, if memory served. In other words, she was another wealthy lady. He greeted the bar owner with polite courtesy, then tugged Gareth aside and whispered, "What have you been up to?" "You're a married man." Gareth belched and waved a hand dismissively. "So what? I haven't done anything wrong. I just came out for a drink." "What, married men can't drink now? I don't even have a head, don't tell me I'm not allowed a drink." "Just a drink?" Ambrose snorted. "You've got that orc woman staring at you like she's about to eat you alive." He didn't believe that "just drinking" line for a second. Anyone with eyes could tell that Miss Una Hellfire was about 1 glass away from dragging Gareth upstairs and devouring him whole. "Una's a good woman," Gareth began. "But I only see her as a sister." A classic scumbag line. Back on Earth, Ambrose thought, men who said that usually ended up stabbed with a kitchen knife. "Gareth," Ambrose said wearily, "I don't care about your love life, but if your wife finds out, this could start a war. Not a figurative one, no. If the bone dragon really flew into a rage, Alchemia would have to go on full alert. Half the city could end up in ruins. Ambrose's own domain might turn to ash from the crossfire." At the mention of his wife, Gareth sighed and poured himself another drink. "I'm starting to think that maybe this marriage was a mistake." Ambrose stayed silent. That wasn't a conversation he wanted to have. Ever since his transformation into a lich, his heart no longer beat. The hormones that once clouded his judgment were gone. What fragments of emotion he had once felt had been worn away by centuries of time. In shedding joy and sorrow, he had gained eternal life, but he had paid the price. He could only analyze human behavior with the cold logic of a bystander. He couldn't even comprehend what was going on between Gareth and his draconic wife. Neither their species nor sizes matched, and yet they had somehow gotten married anyway. Love, it seemed, was a truly mysterious force. Perhaps there was a story there that he didn't know about. But before Gareth could continue lamenting his marriage, the tavern door burst open. A man in gold and crimson robes strode in, flanked by 2 metal automata from Alchemia. At the sight of his attire, the bar froze. Every drink returned to the table. That robe, in those colors, belonged to an administrator of Alchemia. Thanks to the Alchemist's Council's obsession with research, the city's government was simple. There were only 2 ranks, council members and administrators. Both were staffed by alchemists. Administrators handled just about everything pertaining to the city: civil affairs, law, military, and trade. Outsiders could never tell them apart. To everyone else, they were just one intimidating blur of authority. But there was one thing everyone in Alchemia agreed on. When an administrator appeared in person, it was always a bad omen. Alchemists far preferred their labs to the outside world. They had to be forced out, and only for critical matters. When that happened, their faces would screw up in rage, as if everyone they saw owed them a few million gold. They would much rather operate through remote-controlled constructs than deal with people face to face. The appearance of an administrator in this bar meant serious trouble. Most of the patrons were adventurers. And most adventurers had, at some point, done something technically illegal. Tension filled the bar in an instant. Two drow had already slipped toward the window, poised to make an exit. The administrator ignored the stares and walked straight to the bar counter. He placed 2 vials on the counter and said to the orc bartender, "I'm here to investigate a missing person case. The bottle on the left is a potent truth serum. It may cause brain damage and leave you an idiot. The bottle on the right is a lie detector. If you lie after drinking it, your organs will corrode. Choose one." The orc bartender stared at the ominously glowing vials, then glanced helplessly at his boss. Una Hellfire rose from her seat and walked up to the administrator. "Sir," she said evenly, "we run an honest business here. If you want to investigate, just ask. We'll cooperate. No need for such extreme methods." The administrator barely reached her shoulder, yet even before the lioness of a woman he remained cold as ice. "This case concerns a diplomatic incident raised by the Lion Empire," he said. "An affair between nations allows for no leniency. Choose a vial, or I'll have everyone here arrested for obstructing an administrator's investigation." The words hit like hammer blows. Even Una's fierce expression faltered. Gareth set down his cup. "Una, need a hand?" She smiled softly at him. "No, Gareth. I can handle it." Gareth shrugged helplessly. Ambrose exhaled in relief. That administrator had been lucky. He'd been seconds away from being reduced to paste. Ona turned to her bartender. "Tell the truth. No lies." That was her way of telling him to pick the lie detector. At the very least, it might allow him to survive. The orc swallowed hard, then downed the potion in one gulp. Only when he'd finished did the administrator finally ask, "Did a paladin named Alan Watson show up here several days ago?" Ambrose paused, his hand still on his glass. "Diplomatic measures, huh? So this was how they were going to play it." The Lion Empire was far more heavy-handed than he'd expected. This was something that could have been settled with a little gold, but they just had to take the most extreme approach. That editor-in-chief, James Watson, clearly didn't give a damn about his son's life. The orc barkeep froze at the question. He hadn't even spoken yet when his eyes flicked, almost involuntarily, toward Ambrose. The young administrator caught the glance immediately. He turned, his sharp gaze fixed on Ambrose. "So you're involved too," he said coldly. "Come. You drink as well." He placed 2 vials of potion on the counter. This administrator wasn't making a request, but issuing a command. There was no room for negotiation. In Alchemia, an administrator's word was law. To defy it was to defy the very order of the city. Gareth gave a dry laugh. He turned to Ambrose. "Hey, need me to step in?" The administrator sneered. "Resisting arrest, are you? Good. Saves me the trouble. I'll just lock you both up and get back to my experiments." Without giving Ambrose a chance to explain, he flicked a hand. The 2 magical automata behind him lumbered forward, gears whirring and steam hissing as they reached for Gareth and Ambrose. Their heavy metal steps made the floorboards tremble. A single grasp from those reinforced hands could crush stone into dust. The bar's patrons scattered. No one wanted to get caught in a fight with these golems. The administrator looked on with smug satisfaction. Here in Alchemia, alchemists were at the top of the hierarchy. Their word was law. Ordinary folk, those who didn't even know the basics of alchemy, were parasites at best. The Lion Empire persecuted heretics, Alchemia simply despised the unlearned. To the administrator, Gareth was just a shabby adventurer begging to be taught a lesson. But reality had other plans in mind. The automaton's steel hand clamped down on Gareth's shoulder, and didn't move him an inch. Instead, the golem's core whined as it overloaded, its gears screeching from an impossible resistance. Gareth snorted. "That's it. Feels more like a shoulder massage. The administrator's eyes widened. He hadn't seen Gareth use any magic, yet his golems, strong enough to bend steel, couldn't even make him budge. Ambrose sighed. He hadn't wanted to escalate matters, but the administrator attacking his guest left no room for compromise. You couldn't keep your standing in the elegiac society by backing down from this kind of insult. 2 arcs of lightning shot from Ambrose's fingertips into the golems. Both automata convulsed violently, smoke pouring from their joints before they collapsed into heaps of charred metal. The young administrator staggered back, horrified. These constructs were the pride of Alchemia, and were resistant even to most magic. How had they been fried so easily? You dare resist? You're defying Alchemia's laws, he shrieked. Cease this at once and I might grant you leniency. Otherwise, you'll be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Do you mean to make yourselves enemies of the entire city? He was shouting more for courage than authority now. Alchemia's standing might at least make these 2 men wary. Ambrose calmly reached into his cloak and produced a badge, setting it on the counter before him. The administrator froze. His pupils shrank. That's. He dropped to his knees so fast it was almost as if he had collapsed. My deepest apologies. I was rash. Please, sir, forgive my offense. Gareth blinked. Well, damn. Didn't know you were some kind of big shot around here. Ambrose shook his head. Not really. It's just the badge they give to distinguished scholars. I merely contributed a few potion formulas to Alchemia. It's an honorary title at best. Gareth frowned. Then why is he pissing himself? In Alchemia, Ambrose explained, knowledge outweighs race, faith, and even law. Only the Alchemist's Council can judge a distinguished scholar. With a single letter, I could have him barred from every laboratory in the city. His career would be finished. Unfortunately, the badge itself doesn't pay bills. Gareth grunted. So their world's just as twisted as the Lion Zealots. Good to know. Ambrose nodded. Prejudice is still prejudice. The bar owner, Una Hellfire, quickly rushed over, her eyes full of worry. Gareth, are you hurt? She asked, grabbing his arm to inspect it. Ambrose wasn't sure if she was truly concerned or just taking advantage of the moment. He ignored the soap opera unfolding beside him and instead picked up the lie-detecting potion, which he passed to the administrator. Drink up. I have questions for you. The man hesitated. Ambrose's tone was calm but chilling. You do know that, if I kill you, 2 published papers would clear my name. That was an exaggeration. He'd need legendary spellcraft-level research to offset that crime, but the administrator didn't know that. He believed that Ambrose was right, a distinguished scholar's manuscript was worth far more than an administrator's life. He trembled, then drank. The bitter potion twisted his face in pain. Once Ambrose confirmed the magic had taken hold, he asked, what order did the Lion Empire send? Why make the administrators handle a missing paladin? I don't know much, the man stammered. But this Alan Watson, he's the son of the Lion Empire's High Inquisitor. The Empire issued an official diplomatic notice asking us to help locate him. They've already dispatched an envoy who should be arriving in Alchemia soon. The Lion Empire wants Alan Watson found, dead or alive. An envoy? Is the High Inquisitor himself coming? No, sir. But the envoy carries great authority and is apparently from the Knights Penitent, a knight order second only to the Emperor's personal guard. The council considers it a serious matter, so they've sent administrators all over the city. I'm just one of many. The Knights Penitent, huh? Ambrose glanced at Gareth. Ever heard of them? Gareth, who was enjoying a massage from Una, shook his head and replied, can't say I have. Back in my Dulahan I only knew of the Emperor's Guard. Right. Ambrose turned back to the administrator. Tell your council this, stop your investigation. Alan Watson is in my custody. If they want to talk, they can come to me. He had no intention of hiding it. He'd already scammed Alan out of 5,000 gold, and the Paladin had taken part in a recent skirmish as a mercenary. None of this would stay a secret for long. It would be better to put the cards on the table and negotiate directly with Alchemia. Even if James Watson refused to pay, his son might still serve as a valuable bargaining chip. It would allow him to recoup a little of his losses, at least. The High Inquisitor's son might mean nothing to Ambrose personally, but to Alchemia, he would represent political leverage. Across the wilderness, a silver-white cadre of knights charged forward at full gallop. Their armor gleamed with a faint, sacred radiance, and even their steeds shone with the same divine light. These were the Knights Penitent of the Lion Empire, an elite unit composed of high-ranking paladins. Even their celestial warhorses came from a heavenly realm by invocation of a divine ritual. The knights had long since forsaken their birth names and were known to their comrades only by their code names. The knight in the lead was known as Starfall. For 3 days and nights, he had led the Knights Penitent in a relentless charge. He was determined to reach Alchemia as swiftly as possible. It was the first time in the Order's history that they would face a legendary undead head-on. The thought filled every knight with sleepless excitement. They could hardly wait to smite all evil in the name of the Radiant Dawn. But the distance between nations was vast, and the Lion Empire was not on friendly terms with its neighbors. A powerful military force like the Knights Penitent could never simply teleport within the borders of another kingdom. Thus Starfall had been forced to take a long, winding route. Only a single canyon now stood between them and open plains. According to their intelligence, however, that canyon was home to a massive gnoll tribe. Gnolls twisted, cursed creatures were born of savagery and evil. Since claiming this canyon, they had butchered countless human travelers. Starfall had already decided that he would purge the tribe, a fitting warm-up before facing a legendary undead. Though there were at least 1,000 gnolls, and the knights were exhausted after their long ride, Starfall was certain that 10 of the Knights Penitent were more than enough to exterminate the horde. But they had barely reached the canyon's edge when one of his companions called out, "Starfall, there's something concerning ahead." Starfall narrowed his eyes to scan the terrain. He immediately saw the issue. A thin, hazy mist drifted through the canyon. The lingering fumes of a cloud of death. As an undead specialist, Starfall was well versed in necromantic spells. Cloud of Death was wide-area necromancy in which its caster conjured a poisonous cloud to engulf the target zone. In common parlance, it was often called the City Killer. When cast by multiple necromancers in concert, it could blanket an entire city and wipe out thousands in minutes. But gnolls lacked the talent for necromancy. They couldn't have cast such a spell. A necromancer must have gone through their territory and initiated a fight. Activate toxin wards. We're going to check out the situation. At his command, the knight's armor flared with pale green glyphs, forming shimmering shields that would nullify almost any poison. They spurred their celestial steeds onward into the canyon. The poisonous cloud had mostly faded and posed little danger, but when they reached the crude encampment within, all 10 knights froze. The ground was carpeted with carcasses. There were hundreds upon hundreds of gnolls, all slain in horrific ways. Starfall dismounted and knelt to inspect them, his expression hardening. Many had not been poisoned at all. Some were pierced through by weapons, and others torn apart by brute force. Some were half-eaten, their torsos gnawed away, an unmistakable sign to any hunter of the undead. Skeletons, zombies, ghouls, death knights, abominations, too many traces of high-level undead, Starfall murmured, uneasy. The gnolls hadn't been ambushed. This was 2 armies clashing head-on. And the gnolls, a force numbering over 1,000, had been completely annihilated. We'll head deeper inside. No undead army can appear or disappear at will. There must be bones, fragments, something. A tribe this large should have had shamans, a chieftain. They couldn't have died without a fight. He was speaking as much to reassure his men as himself. The scene before them was too unnatural, too precise. As they advanced, they found only more gnoll carcasses. There were no skeleton fragments nor undead remains. Here and there, they spotted hoofprints, deep and wide. Death Knights, Starfall realized grimly. An entire regiment. The nightmare steeds of the dead could trample through rough terrain with ease. Judging by the marks, the Knoll shamans had been impaled by lances before they could even start chanting. Farther ahead, they finally found a mangled ghoul corpse, left behind only because it had been torn apart completely. Around it lay a heap of Knoll dead, and atop that heap sprawled a massive Knoll chieftain, nearly the size of a grizzly bear. Its body was hollowed out, chest and abdomen caved in, its organs devoured. These were characteristics of a ghoul attack. Starfall examined the body closely. The Knoll chieftain had been run through by a Death Knight's lance, then tossed aside as food. The chieftain hadn't even managed to wound his enemy, the twin blades of his massive great axe were spotless. The dismembered ghoul nearby, Starfall deduced, had likely been torn apart in a quarrel among its own kind over food as the undead army's only casualty. But what struck him most was this: the cloud of death had been conjured after the battle. Not as a weapon, but as a way to clean up the battlefield. They weren't here to harvest corpses. Nor for loot, Starfall said coldly. They were just passing through. And these gnolls were unlucky enough to stand in their path. The air grew heavy. Every paladin could read the signs. A massive undead army had marched this way, heading straight for Alchemia. Dozens of Death Knights. Thousands of skeletons. Ghouls. Other horrors. And worse, multiple necromancers among them. What kind of being could command such a force? What host was so mighty it didn't even bother to scour its enemies for loot? Starfall looked toward Alchemia, his unease hardening into resolve. Be ready, he said. We may be facing more than one legendary undead. The knights stiffened, but before fear could take hold, one spoke up: if that army's moving toward Alchemia, perhaps it means to attack the city. If so, we might consider joining forces with Alchemia's defenders. Starfall's eyes lit up. Good thinking. We'll fly on ahead and warn them of the danger. He unfurled a mass flight scroll. Moments later, 10 streaks of silver light shot into the sky, soaring carefully past the ground below, past the marching horde of the dead. None of them noticed the vast shadow concealed higher still, hidden within the clouds. When they had vanished, the clouds stirred as a colossal bone dragon, 30 or 40 meters long, descended from the sky. It landed before an ornate silver carriage drawn by 16 nightmare steeds, gleaming like a mobile palace. The bone dragon rumbled, "Sister Rose, why didn't you crush those annoying paladins?" From within the carriage came a cool, silken reply. "Didn't you once tell me that you saved Gareth in the Lion Empire, and that was why he fell for you?" There was a pause. Then, with alarming interest, Black Rose continued, "I'd like to try that, too." Things had taken a turn that even Ambrose hadn't foreseen. With little choice, he dragged Gareth back to his castle. No longer able to drink, Gareth could only amuse himself with Alan Watson, claiming, "I'd like to see if the new generation of paladins has improved any." Ambrose only had time to mutter, "Don't kill him," before turning to his own work. Given how Alchemia operated, once that unlucky administrator reported the news, it would take at least 5 hours for the message to reach the Alchemist's Council. Then, it'd take another hour or two for a series of pointless debates over who would speak to Ambrose. That gave him roughly 7 hours to prepare, 7 hours to secure the best possible terms at the negotiating table. He dragged out a mountain of magical materials and even pulled Harvey, the apprentice magician, out of his cell to serve as an assistant. Utterly confused, Harvey began helping Ambrose set up a large ritual circle. At first, he had no idea what it was for. But as the circle took shape, he began to recognize several of its runes. Sacrifice, foresight, mana conduit, manifestation. The more he deduced, the more sweat gathered on his brow. This was a prophetic ritual, one unique to the school of divination. Harvey had only ever read about it in tomes. Its principle was simple: offer up a sacrifice, and the ritual would reveal a glimpse of the future. The more valuable the sacrifice, the clearer the vision. Harvey's hands went cold. What could be more valuable than a life? Obviously, he was to be the sacrifice. The Lich must have lost his patience at last and was no longer willing to feed and house him for free. Should he fight back? He hesitated. Cooped up in the castle, Harvey had indeed thought of escaping. He'd been studying like mad ever since his capture, hoping to strengthen his spellcasting. To his surprise, he'd learned a lot. Ambrose's library contained an astonishing number of rare texts on the niche school of divination, almost enough to make him forget his fear at times. He'd grown stronger, wiser, and sharper. Perhaps he was strong enough to fight back. Every ritual depended on precision. A single misplaced sigil could cause catastrophic backlash. Perhaps he could exploit that to wreck the ritual. If he were lucky, he would badly wound the Lich in the process. He didn't need to kill Ambrose. Liches only truly died when their phylacteries were destroyed. All Harvey wanted was to wreck Ambrose's current body, then flee while the Lich reconstituted himself. Stay calm. You can do this. The critical note is, here, and if I adjust this line just a little. While Ambrose wasn't watching, Harvey subtly altered a few runes. These were minuscule shifts to the formation that, taken together, would result in a fatal flaw. If Ambrose failed to notice what was happening, the ritual would turn on him. A violent magical backlash, an explosion, perhaps even a mana storm. Whatever the result, Harvey would have his chance to escape. Everything was ready. He took a deep breath. "Hey," Ambrose said casually, "why are you standing where the sacrifice goes? Get over here. You're manning the ritual." "What?" Harvey froze. Ambrose continued, "You've spent days reading about divination. Don't tell me you can't even recognize the circle's purpose. That'd be disappointing." Wait, I'm not the sacrifice." Ambrose gave him a scornful, almost pitying look. "Don't flatter yourself. The more precious the sacrifice, the better the result. You're barely worth 10,000 gold at best, and this circle cost nearly 200,000 to construct. Using you would be a waste." Harvey. He wasn't sure if he should be relieved or insulted. No, that wasn't the main problem right now. He'd tampered with the ritual. If he were performing it, the backlash would hit him. Harvey suddenly felt like a clown. Ambrose watched him dither until his knees began to tremble. Then the Lich sneered. "Enough with the theatrics. You think I didn't notice your little tricks? Relax. You won't die. You knew." "Of course I knew. The moment you started fiddling with the runes, I was already correcting them." Harvey blinked, then frowned. "But why let me take over the ritual, then? Just to humiliate me?" From what he'd seen, Ambrose wasn't the type for pointless cruelty. He was practical to a fault, never wasting time, energy, or resources. This ritual was costly, he wouldn't risk it for a prank. Harvey felt like he needed the clarification, even if it meant angering the odd Lich. "To test you, of course. You're an apprentice diviner, aren't you?" Harvey nodded. "It wasn't something I intended to hide." "Master Megaman, you're a diviner yourself, aren't you? Your library holds countless texts on divination, and some are even one-of-a-kind manuscripts." Ambrose shook his head. "Not anymore. I gave it up." "Why?" Harvey asked, baffled. Ambrose didn't answer directly. "If you foresaw that you'd die tomorrow, what would you do?" Harvey thought for a moment. "I suppose I'd spend my last day recording everything I've learned, so that someone might benefit from it." Ambrose smiled faintly. "And that's the difference between you and me. I can't accept fate that calmly. So I abandoned it." Harvey fell silent, thoughtful. Then he asked, "But I'm just your captive. What's the point?" "I want you to work for me, of course," Ambrose said lightly. "Your lord refused to pay your ransom, so you'll work off your debt instead. I'll pay you 2 gold coins for overseeing this ritual. That should cover today's meals." Harvey. 2 gold coins for a chunk of hard bread. Harvey muttered. "You're worse than a thief." Ambrose ignored him. "Back to the point. I let you tamper with the circle because I wanted to gauge your understanding. I'm satisfied. Harvey, you're no longer at the level of an apprentice. You can call yourself a true diviner now." Harvey's heart leapt. Despite all else, being recognized by the master diviner before him was an honor. Now, Ambrose said briskly, get to work. Then, reluctantly, almost as if he were in pain, Ambrose poured a glittering cascade of gold coins onto the altar. The sound of 30,000 gold coins clattering made his soulfire flicker like a candle in the wind. Most of the advance payment from Black Rose was now gone. Harvey stared. So the sacrifice was gold. Something felt off, but given Ambrose's visible agony. Steeling himself, Harvey began the incantation. Master Megaman, what are we divining? Ambrose's voice was serious. The secret of Alchemia's sewers. The glyphs of the magic circle flared to life. On the altar, the mound of gold coins began to melt away in streams of light. Countless flickering visions surfaced, scenes from every corner of Alchemia mingling and collapsing into each other. Within the shifting glow, half-formed silhouettes emerged and dissolved like specters. We did it! Harvey exclaimed, trembling with excitement. I've attuned to the fate of Alchemia. And while Harvey had improved immensely, controlling a ritual of this scale was still somewhat beyond his limit. The moment the vision stabilized, an invisible weight crashed down upon him, crushing his chest and making his heart race. His entire body began to shake. Don't resist. Ambrose's voice cut through the hum of magic. You're reaching for fragments of the future, not fighting fate itself. You believe in destiny, don't you? Then what does it matter if death comes now or later? Harvey managed a wry smile. It wasn't quite so easy to face death with calm acceptance. He forced himself to focus, to dig meaning out of the flood of overlapping images. The secret of the sewers. He murmured. The words served as an anchor. The countless images slowed. Visions of the city faded away, replaced by damp tunnels glistening with mildew and shadow. Good, Ambrose said approvingly. Ambrose couldn't help but wonder who his teacher had been. To have such a talented apprentice waste away as a petty lord's advisor was criminal negligence. Under Harvey's concentration, the shifting visions slowed and solidified, compressing into a shard of blue light. I've got it! Harvey cried. This is the desired fate. The shard looked like a stolen piece of the river of time. A single scene replayed endlessly from it. A blurred figure stood within the sewers, clutching a glowing relic. Divine power descended from the firmament and struck the figure. Countless divine apparitions appeared, blessing and cursing the figure in unison as the figure ascended to godhood before their eyes. The scene was vivid, almost too vivid. Only the figure's face remained indistinct, as though veiled on purpose. Harvey began to relax. He was preparing to terminate the ritual when Ambrose interrupted, Don't. This is a false fate. A false fate? Harvey blinked in confusion. Ambrose nodded. The lunatics of Alchemia must have created it to deceive diviners en masse. When I was in the sewers, I met a group of druids and an old hag. They'd all been lured down there by the same vision. He continued, his tone turning analytical. Prophecy is only ever a glimpse through the keyhole of destiny. If two diviners see the exact same thing, that's all but a guarantee that it was staged. Harvey's blood ran cold. Forging a false fate that could hoodwink all diviners, what kind of power could do that? Surely it had to be something beyond even the realm of legend. So what do we do? He asked helplessly. Harvey had been fooled. How was he meant to uncover the hidden truth? Use your strength, Ambrose said dryly. You're a diviner, aren't you? Don't tell me you haven't been preparing alternate futures these past few days, whether to escape or to kill me. Harvey's face burned. So the Lich had noticed everything. Preparing futures sounded abstract, but it was a very real part of a diviner's toolkit. Diviners could shape fate through meditation. For instance, they might resolve foreseeable futures into the faces of a 20-sided die. Then, before the future came to pass, they would roll the die and fix the result of the roll. Subsequently, this fixed fate could be used to replace the future to come. With a high roll, a grim future could be traded for a fortunate one. With a low roll, even good fortune could be twisted into tragedy. And these dice of fate could even affect others. Ambrose himself had once used this very trick against the sewer hag, replacing her random teleportation with a looped one that forever trapped her in the same few tunnels. That was the true power of divination, to alter outcomes. It was almost godlike in scope. Whether such manipulation was in defiance of fate, or simply part of fate's design, was a question no one had ever managed to answer. Ambrose had tried to figure it out countless times, but every trial and experiment only left him even more confused. Now, he meant for Harvey to use his own fates to replace this future. If this were truly a false fate, Harvey's dice would be able to shatter it. Harvey drew in a deep breath. Starlit motes of power began to form around him, 5 dice, gleaming with cosmic light, spinning gently in orbit. Ambrose's soulfire flickered irritably. Only 5 dice, he thought to himself. I expect that at least 7 will be needed to reliably shatter this fate. Harvey didn't notice Ambrose's lowered estimation of his abilities. He focused all his will into the dice and hurled one toward the glowing shard. It struck, sending ripples across the illusion, but the scene remained the same. The blurred figure still ascended to godhood, untouched. Harvey gritted his teeth and threw the rest of the dice. The remaining 4 plunged into the shard. This time, the false prophecy cracked. Fractures spiderwebbed across the image. With a soundless explosion, it shattered. Ambrose sighed. Around him, dozens of his own dice of fate appeared in a spiral of blue light, colliding with the debris and pulverizing it into a storm of glittering dust. A rain of starlight fell across the laboratory. When it settled, 7 tiny crystal fragments coalesced in the air, each showing a different future. Ambrose exhaled, weary. So much for staying detached. Having rejected the diviner's path, every time he continued taking advantage of its powers, it would become harder for him to master a new school of magic. Perhaps he really was destined to remain a half-baked legend forever. Still, there was no use brooding. He turned his attention to the futures. The first shard showed a mountain of gold, millions of coins piled high in his lab. Excellent, Ambrose murmured. The heavens reward the diligent. Though, admittedly. What did that have to do with the sewers? The second shard depicted a pale, unervingly beautiful woman cradling his severed head in her arms. Ambrose went still. His greatest fear had just appeared before him. If favorable futures were part of divine will, then what of the unfavorable ones? Would he have to defy fate, after all? If Ambrose were still human, seeing the vision of his own head being severed would have been enough reason to start writing a will. But as an undead, and more specifically, as a lich, losing his head hardly counted as death. As long as the phylactery remained intact, decapitation was more of an inconvenience than a bad ending. The real question was, who was that pale beauty in the vision? Was she his murderer? Or perhaps, a future friend? If possible, Ambrose would have loved to make Harvey perform another prophecy, pay a few extra gold coins, and see the rest of the story. But the goddess of fate was a flirt. She might lift her skirts just enough to tease you with a glimpse, but if you ever dared to reach for more, she would turn as cold as marble and slap you across the face. And no diviner could survive the slap of fate. Every seer in the world knew and obeyed one law: never try to divine the same thing twice. Not within the same span of time, not from another angle, not by changing minor detail. Fate tolerated no loopholes. To test her patience was to invite her wrath, and her hand never missed. That was the rule, one glimpse was all you got. Only the supreme god could defy this restriction. So, whether Ambrose liked it or not, all he could do was continue examining the 6 remaining fragments. After witnessing one vision of sudden fortune and another of sudden decapitation, the third fragment was, thankfully, easy to make out at first glance. It showed the Iron Slag Tavern on South Cross Street in Alchemia. But in this future, it was nothing but rubble, flattened as if some massive creature had stomped through, leaving behind a crater where the building once stood. Tisk, guess that's what happens when you cheat on a bone dragon. Still, what's this got to do with the secret of the sewers? Ambrose frowned. Domestic drama among the undead shouldn't have anything to do with what lay beneath the city unless the tavern wasn't destroyed by that bone dragon at all. Another baffling fragment. He moved on. The fourth vision showed Ambrose himself in the sewers beneath Alchemia, performing what looked like some kind of magical ritual. But the image was fractured and hazy, and he hardly needed to be a diviner to figure out that he was going to return to the sewers at some point. What a waste. That fragment cost me thousands of gold pieces. Grinding his teeth, Ambrose forced himself to check the next shard. The fifth vision was murky, almost formless, but he recognized the figure depicted in it. It was that young druid who'd once hired him for a rescue mission. What was her name again? He thought for a moment. Naomi Watts. Yes, that was it. A peculiar surname, one that sounded suspiciously similar to that of an ancient magical bloodline. But she was a druid, so it was probably just a coincidence. Naomi's future, however, looked grim. She lay in a pool of blood, her body torn and still. Beside her stood her killer, a figure holding a long blade. From the back, the killer also looked like a druid. A druid killing another druid. Was this an internal schism? Or perhaps the punishment for breaking some sort of druidic code? Something about the setting bothered him, too. The place looked familiar. Wait a second, isn't that the Hall of Wisdom? The Hall of Wisdom was where the Alchemists' Council met to rule over Alchemia. What was a druid doing there? Even if druids were at each other's throats, they wouldn't choose the very heart of the city's government for a murder scene. Druids lured into the sewers, a murder in the Hall of Wisdom. This is getting messier by the minute. Just what are these lunatics scheming? Then came the final two fragments, linked together, and utterly shocking. Alchemia was flying in the air. The vision showed a city on the brink of ruin, being lifted into the skies by some colossal unseen force. Half of Alchemia was shattered, raining debris and people down upon the earth. The final fragment showed someone standing atop the city's highest tower, a paladin of the Lion Empire. Beside him were members of the Alchemists' Council, though their faces were blurred beyond recognition. These two fragments contained the most information by far. A city rising into the air was not impossible. In the distant past, when the goddess of magic still shared her gifts freely, mortal magicians often built floating citadels of their own. Later, however, in a terrible accident, those skyborne fortresses fell one by one. It was a disaster more severe than any rain of meteors. Ambrose didn't know the exact cause. It had all happened long before he'd arrived in this world. But he knew the aftermath of it all. The goddess withdrew her favor, and mortals were forever barred from her higher magic. Floating cities vanished from history. Were these mad alchemists trying to turn Alchemia into a floating city? No, that doesn't make sense, Ambrose muttered. In the vision, the city's half in ruins. What'd be the point? He shook his head. Alchemia's alchemists were mad, but there was a method to the madness. They craved novelty, discovery, and progress. To simply imitate the past was beneath them. A floating city was an invention, it was nostalgia. Besides, Alchemia was a city of scholars and craftsmen. Flight would be a serious detriment. The transportation costs for material imports and exports alone would be absurd. A city that small couldn't possibly sustain its own alchemical industry. Instead, it relied on taxes and supplies from the surrounding lords. Those ties, like invisible cords of obligation, would firmly anchor Alchemia to the ground. Unless, it had no other choice. If there were something it had to run from, for example. Ambrose froze. What if it's the sewers? What if whatever they uncovered down there was so dangerous, the only way to survive was to lift the entire city into the sky? That thought clicked perfectly into place. Whatever the alchemists had been experimenting with beneath the streets, it had gone catastrophically wrong. They were forced to escape to avoid total annihilation. In other words, they'll fail. Ambrose exhaled slowly. He could feel that he'd gotten to the heart of the matter. He told Harvey to clean up the laboratory, then hurried to the castle library and began digging through old, dust-choked tomes. Not long after, word arrived. The Alchemists' Council had decided to send one of their own to his castle to discuss what should be done about that paladin, Alan Watson. Only then did Ambrose remember that Gareth, the Dullahan, had wanted to spar with Alan earlier. It had been hours since. He's not dead, right? Or at least not crippled. When Ambrose finally found Alan Watson, the once proud Paladin was sitting on the ground in utter defeat. His long sword lay beside him, the blade chipped and cracked all over, a testament to the brutal fight that had occurred. His face was a mess of swelling bruises, his handsome features were now completely unrecognizable. Yet even that wasn't the worst of it. His spirit seemed utterly crushed. The light in his eyes was gone, leaving him looking decades older. Gareth stood nearby, calmly polishing his fingernails. "What did you do to him?" Ambrose asked in disbelief. The knight shook his head and said with mild disdain, "Just gave him a little lesson. Paladins these days are pathetic. To think someone like this would dare go adventuring on his own. The Lion Empire really has fallen." Ambrose raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like a personal grudge." Gareth grunted. "His father's the High Inquisitor of the Lion Empire. Bad luck for him." "You've got a grudge with James Watson too?" Ambrose asked, surprised. The knight didn't look like a scholar. He could hardly have had his manuscript rejected by that old bigot, could he? "James Watson? Who's that?" "I'm talking about Moody. He's the one who signed the bounty order against me." Ambrose. So this was some ancient vendetta from who knew how many generations ago, and Alan had simply inherited that misfortune. "Having fun picking on kids?" Ambrose asked dryly. Before the knight could answer, Alan interjected. He didn't use his full strength. Mr. Gareth kept his power and speed equal to mine. Even then, I couldn't land a single hit." Ambrose sighed sympathetically. "That's normal. You've no idea how long he's been alive. His skill with the sword surpassed mortal limits long ago." "Mortal?" Alan gave a bitter laugh. He had been trained since childhood to be a paladin of the Lion Empire. Among the younger generation, his swordsmanship was among the best. The Emperor himself had personally knighted him, calling him a pillar of the Empire's future. Yet against this disheveled-looking middle-aged man, Alan had suffered the first crushing defeat of his life. Crushing was no exaggeration. The man hadn't even drawn a sword. A single fingernail was all it took. Every time Alan tried to move, a razor-sharp nail was already at his throat, his eyes, his heart. His swordsmanship, honed from decades of training, was laid bare, unraveled. Gareth exposed the subtle flaws he'd never noticed before. To add insult to injury, Gareth had toyed with him, slamming him face first into the ground each time, breaking his nose and loosening his teeth. His wounds were hardly fatal, but the humiliation went deep. He had suffered an utter defeat. Ambrose's evaluation was like adding insult to injury. He had been called a prodigy, but to the truly strong, he was nothing more than mortal. Once Ambrose was certain Alan wasn't in any life-threatening danger, he lost interest in him and dragged Gareth out of the cell. He shared the 7 fragments of prophecy he had seen, hoping Gareth might offer some insight. The knight was hardly a scholar, but he had lived far longer than Ambrose, and his perspective might prove useful. Unfortunately, Gareth's only reaction was concern for one particular vision, the one with the ruined bar. "Tiga, is that prophecy going to come true for sure? Isn't there a way to change it?" he asked urgently. "Worried about your orc girlfriend?" Ambrose teased. "Una is innocent," Gareth said solemnly, with surprising sincerity. Ambrose paused for 2 seconds, then muttered, "If you tell your wife that, she's going to be twice as upset." Still, seeing how distressed the knight looked, Ambrose offered some advice of his own. "I can't say whether prophecies can be changed or not. I'm too much a coward to challenge fate myself. But there's always another way to face the future. The prophecy only showed the bar in ruins, but not Una's corpse. Her death isn't set in stone. Alchemia is going to be half destroyed soon enough. Why not just convince her to leave early? As long as she's alive, she can rebuild her bar." Gareth's spirits lifted instantly. "Tiga, you truly are wise. I'll go tell her right now and persuade her to leave the city at once." He turned to go, but Ambrose stopped him. "Wait. Pass her a message from me. If she's planning to sell the bar, I'll take it off her hands at a discounted price, of course." Gareth frowned. Didn't you just say it's about to be destroyed? Why would you buy it? You'll just lose money. Ambrose shot back, what else am I supposed to do? Have you got any money on you? If she abandons the bar, how's she supposed to survive? You think she doesn't need food and water just because you don't? I buy the bar, she gets money to start over. Simple. Gareth was so moved he threw his arms around Ambrose. Bro, I'll never forget this kindness. Don't worry. Whoever chops off your head, I, Gareth, will be the first to avenge you. How about you protect me before someone chops my head off? You said it yourself, prophecies always come true. Ambrose. Ambrose's soul fire flickered with irritation. He hated prophecies, especially the bad ones. After Gareth left, Ambrose began preparing for his meeting with the representative from the Alchemist's Council. Not too long later, a massive airship descended before his castle. A stern-faced middle-aged man disembarked, dressed in a gold and crimson robe. The design matched those of the administrators Ambrose had met before, though the embroidery on his was far more ornate. Ambrose assumed his human guise and greeted him with a smile. My dear Flynn, long time no see. It's been, decades since our last meeting, hasn't it? Gustavo Flynn held the 6th seat on the Alchemist's Council. He was a true heavyweight, a legendary alchemist whose collected works could fill Ambrose's entire library. For Alchemia to send him personally meant Alan Watson was a matter of real importance. Flynn's face remained expressionless. I know you well, old friend. Let's not waste time. Name your price. That paladin is valuable to us. Ambrose's grin widened. That's what I've always liked about you, Flynn. You cut straight to the chase. 20 million gold, and he's all yours.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.